This is the story of 101 Dalmatians. You can read along with me in your book. You will know it is time to turn the page when the chimes ring like this. Let's begin now. Hello, my name is Pongo, and I'm a Dalmatian. That's a stylish dog with spots. I live in London with my master, Roger. He's a clever fellow who writes songs all day long. That gets rather dull after a while, but at least we take a walk in the park every day. It was in the park, in fact, that I spotted my perfect mate, Perdita, a beautiful lady Dalmatian. Her owner was a lovely young woman named Anita, but Roger didn't even notice her. I couldn't let this chance go by. Pulling at my leash, I raced in front of Anita.
Pongo, where are you? Oh, I beg your pardon, miss.
And so you could say that I brought Roger and Anita together. Soon they were husband and wife. Perdita and I couldn't have been happier. After that, life was far from dull. Our first chore was to turn Roger's messy bachelor flat into a real household. It was no easy task. I suppose that's why we hired Nanny, our cook and housekeeper. Soon the place was the perfect home for two couples just starting out. Life was grand. And one day, Perdita gave me wonderful news.
Pongo, dear, we're expecting puppies.
Finally, the big day arrived. Nanny was so excited.
Mr., Mrs., the little ones are here.
We rushed into the kitchen. There sat my proud Perdita with 15 adorable puppies. Roger and I danced around the room.
Pongo, old boy, congratulations.
Then a harsh knocking cut our celebration short. Nanny opened the door, and there stood Anita's old classmate, Cruella de Vil. Perdita trembled.
Oh, Pongo, it's that evil woman.
Cruella swept into the kitchen, wrapped in expensive furs.
Anita, darling! I heard you were expecting Dalmatian puppies. I'll buy every single one of them.
But then, Cruella caught sight of our puppies.
Ugh! They're mongrels, Anita! No spots!
No, Cruella. Dalmatians are born white. They'll get their spots in a few weeks.
Oh! Then I'll take them all.
Roger saw Perdita's frightened look.
No, we're not selling the puppies. You won't get a single one.
Cruella sneered.
All right, keep the little beasts, but you'll be sorry.
The next few weeks passed quickly. The puppies all grew and got their spots. Nanny watched over them like a proud grandmother. Each puppy was different from the others. Roly was always hungry. Lucky got into mischief. Penny and Patch were never apart. But they all loved to watch television. Their favorite program was Thunderbolt, the Wonder Dog. Each week the pups cheered as their hero brought another criminal to justice. One winter evening, Anita, Roger, Perdita, and I went for a walk in the park. The puppies were left at home under the watchful eye of Nanny. While we were gone, two suspicious-looking men knocked at the door.
Excuse me, madam. We are here to read the electric meter.
Oh, no, you're not. No, you can't come in here.
But the two pushed their way into the house, locked Nanny in the attic, and stole all the puppies. No one, not even the police, could solve the case. Purdy and I were beside ourselves with grief. I'm afraid it's up to us now. We'll use the twilight bark to alert all the dogs in London and in the villages nearby. My message passed from dog to dog over the city and through the towns. It was late at night when the call reached the village of Suffolk. An old sheepdog woke up.
I say, it's an alert. One long howl, two short, one yip and a woof. 15 little Dalmatians have disappeared.
Sergeant Tibbs, the cat, sprang to attention.
Colonel, sir, 2 nights past, I heard puppies barking at the old DeVille mansion.
Well then, you'd better do some scouting. On the double, Tibbs.
Righto, sir.
Sergeant Tibbs approached the crumbling mansion. Cautiously, he peeked through a dusty window.
I was right. Dalmatian puppies. But there are more here than 15.
Actually, there were 99 puppies, plus the 2 crooks, Horace and Jasper, and 1 Cruella de Vil.
Finish it tonight. I don't care how you get rid of them. I want my spotted coat by morning. Do you hear?
Sergeant Tibbs raced back to report to the Colonel, who sped the message to us in London. Purdy, they have found the puppies at the old DeVille mansion in Suffolk.
But it's so far, Pongo, and it's beginning to snow. We must leave right now.
Meanwhile, Sergeant Tibbs returned to the DeVille mansion. Luckily, Horace and Jasper were too busy watching television to notice.
Psst. Puppies, come with me if you want to save your skins.
One by one, the puppies crept through a hole in the wall. Tibbs was boosting the last pups out when the crooks spotted them.
They're getting away, Horace!
At that moment, Perdita and I burst into the house. Snarling and snapping, we kept Horace and Jasper busy, while the pups escaped into the night. We all headed for the Colonel's old barn, where Purdy stared at the dozens of extra puppies.
Why would Cruella want so many, Sergeant Tibbs?
She was going to make coats out of them, ma'am.
She's a devil, a witch. Oh, Pongo, what'll we do?
We have to get all the puppies back to London somehow. Tibbs cocked an ear.
Colonel, sir, there's a truck heading this way. Horace and Jasper are following our tracks.
We'll hold them off to the bitter end, Sergeant. Pongo, you'd better head out the back way.
Horace and Jasper stepped right into the Colonel's trap. As the old sheepdog kept them at bay, Captain the Horse took aim and kicked both the crooks right through the barn wall. Horace and Jasper limped back to the mansion, where they found Cruella waiting for them.
You fools! Get in the truck and find those puppies!
Meanwhile, we struggled across the snowy countryside looking for shelter. A friendly cocker spaniel put us up in a warm dairy barn, but we weren't safe yet. We heard the crook's truck driving by. Perdita was worried.
They're looking for us, Pongo. I don't know how we're going to slip past them.
Happily fed, the puppies began to play in a pile of coal. Perdita gasped.
Why, Pongo, they're all black.
Purdy, what a great idea! We'll all roll in the dust and disguise ourselves. Cruella won't recognize us. Meanwhile, the cocker spaniel found us a ride home to London in a moving van. Purdy and I were loading the puppies into the van when Cruella drove by. Unfortunately, a drop of snow fell onto my coat and washed away the soot. Cruella saw me and slammed on the brakes.
It's the Dalmatians!
I tossed the last puppy into the van, just as Cruella raced after us.
You little beasts! You can't get away this time!
Ranting and raving, she lost control of her car and crashed. Cruella crawled out of the wreck.
My coat! My beautiful spotted coat! It's gone forever! Oh!
We were safe at last, and on our way back to London. That evening, Roger heard a scratch at the door.
Anita, come here! The puppies are back!
Oh, Roger, how wonderful. But there are so many. What will we do with them all?
We'll keep them!
Roger was so happy, he sat down at his piano to compose a song.
Let's see. 99 puppies, add Pongo and Perdita, and that makes 101 Dalmatians. Just think, Anita, we'll buy a big place in the country and start a Dalmatian plantation.
And that's exactly what we did.
Dalmatian plantation, so peaceful and proud. Blue skies and green meadows, no worries allowed. Dalmatian plantation, good living in view. All hearts are contented with a dream come true. Oh, I love this place for its lazy pace and its welcome on the door. For 101 different reasons, and soon there'll be more. Our searching is over, no more will we roam. Dalmatian plantation is home, sweet home. Cruella de Vil, if she doesn't scare you, no evil thing will. To see her is to take a sudden chill. Cruella de Vil. The curl of her lips, the ice in her stare, all innocent children had better beware. She's like a spider waiting for the kill. Look out for Cruella de Vil. At first you think Cruella is a devil,
but after time has wore away the shock,
you come to realize you've seen her kind of eyes
watching you from underneath a rock. This vampire bat, this inhuman beast, she ought to be locked up and never released. The world was such a wholesome place until Cruella de Vil. Oh, Cruella de Vil.
Dumbo, if not for friends. Dumbo's mother was locked away. Poor little Dumbo felt alone in the world. Without his mother's tender caresses and playful games, he was sad and lonely. The other elephants blamed him for his own mother's imprisonment. They laughed at his big ears and turned their backs on him when he most needed caring and understanding. In disbelief, a friendly mouse named Timothy listened to the mean-spirited gossip of the large elephants. Knowing that they would be terrified of a little mouse like him, he decided to give them a fright of their life. After all, someone had to stick up for little Dumbo. What was wrong with having big ears anyway, thought Timothy. As far as he was concerned, Dumbo was a cute baby elephant. So Timothy waved his arms and stuck out his tongue. The elephants shrieked in fear, climbing poles to get away from the small mouse. "Pick on someone your own size," yelled Timothy. He chuckled at their silliness. "Imagine being afraid of a small mouse," he laughed. "Wait till I tell the little guy." But Dumbo was scared of Timothy too. He hid himself in a bale of hay and would not come out even for a peanut. "I'm your friend," Timothy assured him. He told Dumbo that his ears were special. Then he promised to help him get his mother free if the little elephant would come out. Hesitantly, Dumbo finally looked out at his new protector. Deciding to trust Timothy, they went out in search of a miracle. "We'll make you a star at the circus," suggested Timothy confidently. He came up with a plan. Sneaking into the ringmaster's tent that night, the mouse whispered his great idea to the sleeping man. "Dumbo," he repeated over and over. Thinking the idea had come to him in a dream, the ringmaster announced his amazing new act. The smallest elephant, leaping from a springboard to the top of an amazing pyramid of pachyderms. Dumbo was nervous, but Timothy encouraged him to try. Running toward the springboard, the little elephant tripped over his ears and fell, knocking over the enormous pyramid and collapsing the tent. After that, to make matters worse, the ringmaster made Dumbo a clown. The poor little guy didn't trust other clowns to keep him safe. They forced him to jump from a burning building. Dumbo had never been so scared and humiliated. When the show was over, the little elephant was inconsolable. Timothy tried to comfort his friend. He offered peanuts as he washed the clown paint off with warm, soapy water. Still, Dumbo did not stop crying. Timothy knew that the only one who could help Dumbo now was his mother, so Timothy arranged for a short visit. Even though only her trunk could hug him, Dumbo basked in his mother's love. Although he was sad to go back to his tent without her, Dumbo was thankful for Timothy's help. The next morning, after some strange and restless dreams, the mouse and the elephant awoke high up in a tree. Some crows were laughing as the friends fell into a pond. "Don't listen to those scarecrows," Timothy told Dumbo, but the elephant was already walking away head down. Everyone was always laughing at him and his big ears. Only Timothy believed they would do great things. "That's it, Dumbo!" cried his friend. Timothy had been trying to figure out how they had gotten up in that tree, when suddenly he realized how special Dumbo's ears really were. "The perfect wings! You can fly!" cheered Timothy. The news made the crows fall over laughing. "Have you ever seen an elephant fly?" they jeered. Defending his friend, Timothy yelled at the crows for being so insensitive. "Would you like to be taken away from your mother when you were just a baby, and then be sent out into the cold, cruel, heartless world?" he ranted. The crows apologized. They really hadn't meant any harm. "What he needs is a magic feather," offered one crow. Timothy showed his friend. "Look, Dumbo, you can fly!" Holding the feather in his trunk, Dumbo closed his eyes and flapped his ears. He wanted so much to believe Timothy. He was flying! When he opened his eyes again, the little elephant was overjoyed. He held the feather tightly, flying through the sky like a bird. Timothy cheered from his seat on Dumbo's hat while the crows praised the elephant's talent. It was not long before Timothy's prediction of stardom was a reality. As Dumbo jumped from the burning building again, he dropped the magic feather and panicked, but Timothy quickly assured him that he could fly on his own. Restoring his confidence allowed Dumbo to soar, astonishing everyone who had once made fun of the elephant's big ears. Finally, Dumbo and his mother were reunited. With love and pride, Timothy signed on as manager for the world's only flying elephant. The end.
Where was I? Once, a while ago, there was an old peasant and his wife and their 3 sons. 2 of the boys were clever, like a knife, so sharp. But the 3rd son, was not. That's being nice. He was a fool. He was like a board without a nail. Now it came to pass in those days that the Tsar of all Russia issued a proclamation to every cottage in the land that whosoever could build a flying ship, one that could sail throughout the blue sky, this way and that, hither and yon and hither. I don't know where hither is, but I hear it's nice. They would win the hand of his lovely daughter, the princess. The 2 clever brothers were naturally eager to try their luck, and so they each resolved to set off. Their father gladly provided them finer clothes than he had ever worn himself, and gave his blessing for their journey. Their mother made up hampers of food, soft white rolls, cooked meats, bottles of corn brandy, and a little potato latke, maybe for later. The fool saw all this, and he said he would go along too, for he wished to receive such fine things and his father's blessings. But his cruel brothers only knocked his cap off and teased him. "Imagine the Tsar's daughter marrying that circus ape," they said as they were leaving. Even after they had walked a good ways down the road, the poor fool could hear them guffawing loudly. Still, for all their cleverness, they were never heard from again. Hui! Some time passed. Not much, not a little. What am I, a watch? And the fool decided his time to leave had come. But when he told his mother, she only scoffed. "Ha!" she said. "With your fine luck, it's only a matter of hours before you're eaten by a pack of wolves." But his father was of a different mind. Being like a father, he took kind of a stand. "If he's eaten, then he's eaten. It's high time we allowed the boy to learn by his own mistakes." "Your father may have a kind heart toward you," his mother said, being the good woman that she was. "But as for me, if you're eaten by wild beasts, don't even think about coming home." And with that, she gave him some old rusks she had thrown into a sack, and he left. The fool had not gone far into the woods, not that far, but far enough, when he met an ancient wisp of a man leaning on a rude crutch. The man had a wild icicle of a beard and a pair of lively white eyebrows that leapt like snow hairs when he spoke. "Where goest thou, young fellow?" he asked. "Truth be told, I'm going to marry the Tsar's daughter. But first I must build a flying ship." "How will you do that?" the old man asked. But the fool had not thought that far, because he was a fool, and they never think that far. "Well then," said the old man, "let's rest a bit and have a bissel to eat." "I'm ashamed to offer you what I have here," said the fool. "It's good enough for me, but certainly not sort of meal to which one asks guests. Although if you are hungry, I'll be more than happy to share what I have." And so he began to unpack his meager fare. But as he did so, his eyes blossomed wide with surprise. There was wine and corn brandy and soft white rolls and all manner of cooked meats and sausages. I'm drooling thinking, and delicate cheeses, the kind of cheeses that just take you by the nose and lead you round the house. There was even a tin of caviar made from a pair of fish that swam only in champagne.
and all the plates were made of the finest silver and engraved with scenes of soldiers in battle, so lifelike that if one looked closely, one could imagine one heard the sound of gunfire. The two of them dined on this great repast until they could eat no more. And before long, the fool fell sound asleep against a large tree. When he awoke, he discovered that he was not leaning against a tree. Oh, no, but against the smooth hull of a great ship. And the old man, the alte Kaka, phew, he was nowhere to be seen. My, I can hardly remember being so industrious, thought the fool. But look what I've done! And he danced happily around the ship, admiring his handiwork. He quickly jumped aboard and seized the tiller. Instantly, the ship leapt into the air and shot away over the treetops, heading towards hither. Before long, he spotted a very thin fellow carrying a roasted pig. "Good day to you, Uncle Skinny," said the fool in a way that only fools can say, that makes you laugh and wonder at the same time. "Where you going?" "Want to buy some dinner." "But there's a banquet under your nose," the fool called out. "Really?" the man said. "Where?" "Oh, why, this is just a scrap, hardly a mouthful. I'm on my way to marry the Tsar's daughter. There's sure to be a good deal to eat there. Come aboard, big guy." So the big eater climbed aboard, and they sped off, a little bit heavier in the hull, but they got off the ground. They flew on and on until, looking down at the earth below, the fool saw a man with ears the size of soup plates, lying with one of his ears pressed to the ground. "Good day to you!" the fool shouted to him. "What are you doing down there?" "Oh, not so loud! I am listening to an ant coughing in Ethiopia, and it's quite a terrible cough he has." "Why, you have rather good hearing to hear insects coughing all the way in Ethiopia." "Yes," said the man, "and it would be a real cinch if only his wife weren't such a terrific snorer. What a racket! I wonder if he's not dead with such an infernal hubbub." "Well, come aboard," said the fool. "We're going to the wedding of the Tsar's daughter, and you're sure to get an earful there." And so the man came aboard, and they sped off over the hills. His ears were picking up a little wind, so they had to tack them back. Before long, they spotted a man hopping along on one foot with the other tied behind his head. "Ahoy there, Lloyd Pegleg!" cried the fool. "Why are you hopping along on one foot?" "And what would you have me do on one foot? Pirouette?" the man asked. "Besides, if I were to untie my other foot, I'd move too fast for anyone to see me. Why, I would trip over the equator in one stride." "Whew! That's pretty quick," the fool said. "If you think that's quick," the man replied, "you should have seen me before the old arthritis set in." "Come aboard," said the fool. "We're headed for the wedding of the Tsar's daughter. He's sure to require a speedy messenger." And off they went. They flew on and on, which is more on and on than the on and on before. But who's keeping track? It's a story. Until down by the roadside, they saw a man aiming a gun whose barrel was the length of 2 plow horses and a clever she-goat. "Ahoy there, William Telsky!" the fool shouted. "Can you tell us what you're aiming at?" "Well, you see," the man said, rubbing his jaw, "there's an ant in Ethiopia with a terrible cough. I should like to put him out of his misery." But his wife's loud snoring, that's what keeps him ill, the fool replied. Yes, of course. She's the one I'm aiming for. Take your place among us, said the fool. The Tsar is sure to require such a skilled marksman. So the sharpshooter hopped aboard and they sped away. Traveling, they saw a shrunken weakling of a man stoop beneath a head of Hare so great that he groaned with the effort of carrying it. Ahoy there, cousin Hunchback! The fool shouted. What sort of burden have you got there? Oh, it's no burden at all, he replied wearily. It's only my strength I'm carrying. There's quite a lot of it, as you can see. Well, there's going to be a wedding of the Tsar's daughter, said the fool. And they're sure to need a strong man there. In any case, they're sure to have a pair of shears for a decent haircut. Climb aboard, Samson! But the weakling couldn't manage it himself. So the fool and the sharpshooter got down and lent him a hand, pulled him up onto the ship, and they sailed across the countryside. They didn't meet anyone else on their journey. And after some time had passed, not much and not a little, they came to the palace of the Tsar himself. The Tsar was at the moment eating his dinner, which, tightwad that he was, consisted of no more than a tiny bowl of borscht without any sour cream, which is a meal that you shouldn't have, God willing, ever. He and his daughter, their princess, looked out the window to see where the noise was coming from, and saw the strange ship descending with its Meshuggah crew, making crude gestures and waving boisterously at them. One of the Tsar's servants, a miniature genius interested in marrying the Tsar's daughter himself, was watering his mechanical bear at the fountain when the ship landed. Now the Tsar thought that there was no one in the world worthy of his daughter's hand in marriage, although he secretly hoped that the Prince of the Moon would come in a flying ship. But if no one came after a certain time, well, he'd promised the small servant his daughter's hand. On seeing the flying ship, the servant immediately perceived that the ship's crew were just a rough group of simple peasants, not the Prince of the Moon, and he quickly went running into the Tsar's dining room, huffing and puffing. Has the Prince of the Moon come for the hand of my lovely daughter? The Tsar asked the servant, beaming with pride. Far from it, your majesty, replied the winded egghead. It's just a loud group of simple moujiks. Moujiks, every one of them. Moujiks! Right! What's a moujik? Peasants, your majesty. Pheasants? No! Peasants! Just a group of lowlifes from the countryside. And the leader of this riffraff claims he's fulfilled the requirements of your proclamation with that ship of his, and is asked for the hand of your daughter, the princess. Oh, said the Tsar, visibly shaken and physically moving too. Could I see that proclamation again? Yes, your majesty, said the smarty pants, immediately producing the parchment. There it is in black and white. Whoops! Well, I suppose we're in a jam, all right. So the servant, the Tsar, and the princess sat for a while in complete silence, considering their dilemma. I have it, your majesty! The servant cried. Perhaps you can set this rogue and his gang 3 impossible tasks, ones they can never fulfill. Now we're getting somewhere, said the Tsar. Like what? You could ask them to eat 1,000 loaves of bread. This nearly tore the Tsar in two. He wanted desperately to rid himself of this unwanted suitor, but as a tightwad, the idea of parting with 1,000 loaves of bread was more than he could bear. But in the end, to get rid of the fool, he agreed. So the servant went to the fool, who was turning somersaults and cracking jokes with his party and standing by the fire doing party tricks that I can't talk about, and brought him into the palace. Said the fool loudly on seeing the princess. "My bride to be! What a vision you are! And my soon-to-be father-in-law! May I call you Pop?" "Pop?" said the Tsar, reddening. "It is His Majesty's desire that all suitors first fulfill 3 small tests before any wedding plans be discussed," the servant said. He then produced a huge volume, nearly as large as he was, and pretended to consult it carefully. "Yes. To begin with, you and your hick crew must first eat not less than 1,000 loaves of bread." "I'm afraid none of my men is very hungry right now, but perhaps I can persuade one of the men to try with me." So he summoned the eater from the ship. And no sooner than the loaves were set before them, they were, boom, gone. That's it.
"Ah, I think I have some loaves coming to me yet,"
the eater said anxiously.
"I'm afraid it only tasted like 900, really. I'm quite sure of it."
Now the Tsar was more upset than ever, as you can imagine, and his daughter, the princess, was biting her lip. But the servant was as sly as a fox, and he again thought quickly. "Excellent, excellent. And now," he said, as he pretended again to read from the book, "let me see. Ah, yes. You must journey down to Africa and fetch a piece of the equator, then the Tsar's daughter will be yours." And he and the Tsar chuckled at the fool, who seemed to be thinking the matter over. "A piece of the equator, eh?" the fool said. "Any particular size piece?" The Tsar and the servant looked at each other uncomfortably. "Size?" stammered the servant. "Not really, but you must bring it before sundown and not a minute later." "Well, you probably know what it's like to run about on a full stomach," the fool replied calmly. "So if you have no objection, I will ask one of my courtiers to make the journey." And so he arose from the table, went into the courtyard, and described the situation. "This is my affair," said the runner, who stood up quickly, untied the leg from behind his head, and began to wiggle it to get the stiffness out. The very instant in which he touched it to the ground, he was out of sight. And just as he predicted, he tripped over the equator in his first stride and fell headlong into deep East Africa. When he got up, he immediately retied his leg and began to hop along the equator's length, for he hoped to scout out a nice, handsome piece. Now, as everybody knows who's been there, the equator is a bright blue color with worm-like imperfections here and there, because it's been drawn so many times on a map. When he came upon a part of it that was free of imperfections and was so brilliantly blue that it made the sky look as red as a rose in comparison, he bit off a nice piece the size of a young fig, put it in his pocket, and sat down against a tree to take a nap. During the time that the runner was gone, the fool was conversing with the Tsar and the princess. After some time, though, he wondered where his friend was, and so he went out to the ship. "Uh-oh," said the hero with his ear to the ground.
"A swift bell is fallen under a tree. I can hear him snoring, and there's a flea asleep in the hair on the very top of his head, just 10 rows back from the widow's peak. Wait, oh, sorry, 12, and the flea's snoring too."
"I see him," said the sharpshooter. "I see him." "Who? Lord Pegleg?" asked the fool. "Not the flea. I now see Pegleg just below the flea. Leave it to me." The sharpshooter quickly picked up his rifle, aimed carefully, and allowing for wind, curvature, and spin of the earth, continental drift, and the expansion of the universe, and the chance that he might sneeze, squeezed the trigger. The bullet hit the flea squarely amidships, which is to say it struck it on the third button on his brocaded flea's vest, dead bullseye, and ricocheted loudly, ka-ping, off the embossed buckle on his high-heeled shoe. Not a bad shot. The sound was so loud that it immediately woke the runner, who, seeing that the sun was about to set, quickly put both feet on the ground. Faster than 63 speeding bullets, arrived at the Tsar's palace with the equator safely in his pocket. He gave it to the fool, who immediately brought it into the Tsar and his daughter. Now the Tsar began growing quite pale, and his daughter was crossing and uncrossing her eyes unattractively. But again the servant thought quickly.
"Well, this is all well and good," he said, winking at the Tsar. "But there is one more task listed which you must fulfill."
And again he pretended to read from that large book.
"Oh, yes. You must find a bird that cannot fly, yet loves to swim, and has near a single feather on its body, and you must fetch it here by sunup tomorrow. No pressure. Good night."
So the fool returned to the ship and related the situation. Now, naturally, the eater was aware of all the birds in the world that could be eaten, and he said that he had heard of such birds as the servant described. But he said that they lived at the very bottom of the world, far beyond the equator, where it was very cold. So the sharpshooter immediately looked in that direction, and with a little squinting said,
"Aha! I see some birds who cannot fly and have no feathers, but when they dive into the water, they stay underneath, and I cannot see them swimming."
So the hero put his ear to the ground, and with a little straining said,
"I can hear those birds with no feathers who cannot fly, and I hear their wings flapping underwater as they swim."
That settled it. Of course, the runner was again eager to make the journey and fetch the bird, and he was already beginning to untie his leg, but the sharpshooter objected strongly. No. And he added one more. "No," he said to them. "You see, I have run out of bullets. If the runner should fall asleep again, we'll be quite powerless to rouse him. He simply cannot go." So they sat there silently thinking. But just 1/10 of a second before they were about to give up, the hairy weakling clambered out of the ship's hold and blinked at the twilight, for he'd been sleeping soundly below deck since her arrival.
"I perceive it's high time I puffed up," he announced to them weakly. Yes, time to puff up indeed."
And immediately he began to inhale, quite vigorously, so vigorously, in fact, that anything that was not tied down was soon sucked into his lungs. And as he did this, a very strange thing took place. His puny body began to inflate, while at the same time his oppressive mane began to retreat back into his head, and by the time he was through, he was as big and strong as he had been weak and small, and his pate was as shiny as a shaved melon.
"I thought you looked better with a haircut,"
said the fool, turning a handspring. The puffer then opined that if they were unprepared to travel to the South Pole, they would have to bring the South Pole to them. And so, grabbing a hold of a piece of turf, he began quickly hauling the countryside toward himself like a sailcloth. The Fool and his crew watched in absolute amazement as houses and whole villages appeared on the horizon like ships, came toward them, and then disappeared into the pile behind the puffer. As daylight left them, entire countries passed before their eyes, their inhabitants going about their lives as though everything were completely normal, whole families passing by them. This is called traveling at the speed of life, or the theory of relatives. And there was one man named Einstein who saw all this and went, "Oh, what an idea!" But that's another story. On and on it went. Faster and faster the puffer pulled, never stopping. He pulled and he pulled, all through the night, on and on and on. Finally, just as he was running out of strength and the first rays of the sun were beginning to redden the horizon, the South Pole skidded to a halt, right in the center of the Tsar's courtyard, and his job was done. Now, when the Tsar woke up, he immediately looked out his window. There, in the courtyard below, he beheld hundreds and hundreds of penguins, which is Eskimo for tuxedo, waddling about and swimming in the courtyard fountain, while behind the puffer lay the entire earth in a single wrinkled pile. And who should be standing on his head on top of the South Pole in the center of the courtyard? That's right, who indeed, but the Fool himself. Of course, the Tsar shook with fear at all that he saw, for what could he do? Without a moment's hesitation, he threw open his bedroom window and shouted down to the Fool, "Congratulations, my dear son-in-law! She's all yours!" And so the Fool and the princess were married that very morning, and the Tsar gave the Fool half of his kingdom, which is a nice deal, and fired his pint-sized servant, who ran off to the mountains and opened a hotel, while the companions in the flying ship took up the best quarters in the palace. They were forever by his side, cracking jokes, singing songs, and forming the first men's club, and they and the Fool were very happy. Oh, and as for the princess, well, she got used to it.
I am ready. Are you ready? We will now recite together that famous tongue twister, Fox in Socks.
Fox, 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 knocks, knocks and box, fox and socks, knocks on fox and socks and box, socks on knocks and knocks and box, fox and socks on box on knocks, chicks with bricks, chicks with box, chicks with bricks and box and box. Look, sir, Mr. Knox, sir. Let's do tricks with bricks and box, sir. Let's do tricks with chicks and box, sir. First I'll make a quick pick pick stack, then I'll make a quick pick box stack. You can make a quick pick chick stack, you can make a quick pick box stack.
No. Hold on. Wait a minute. That's too fast. Let's take it like this. Fox, socks. Fox, knocks. Knocks in box. Fox in socks. Knocks on fox in socks. In box. Socks on knocks. And knocks in box. Fox in socks on box on knocks. Chicks with bricks come. Chicks with blocks come. Chicks with bricks and blocks and clocks come.
Look, sir, Mr. Knox, sir, let's do tricks with bricks and blocks, sir. Let's do tricks with chicks and clocks, sir. First, I'll make a quick trick brick stack. Then I'll make a quick trick block stack. You can make a quick trick chick stack. You can make a quick trick clock stack. And here's a new trick, Mr. Knox. Socks on chicks and chicks on fox. Fox on clocks on bricks and blocks. Bricks and blocks on knocks on box. Now we come to ticks and tocks, sir. Try to say this, Mr. Knox, sir. Clocks on fox tick. Clocks on knocks tock. 6 bricks tick. 6 chicks tock.
Please, sir, I don't like this trick, sir. My tongue isn't quick or slick, sir. I get all those ticks and clocks, sir, mixed up with the chicks and tocks, sir. I can't do it, Mr. Fox, sir.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Knox, sir. Here's an easy game to play. Here's an easy thing to say. New socks. 2 socks. Whose socks? Sue's socks. Who sews whose socks? Sue sews Sue's socks. Who sees who sew whose new socks, sir? You see Sue sew Sue's new socks, sir.
That's not easy, Mr. Fox, sir.
Who comes? Crow comes. Slow Joe Crow comes. Who sews Crow's clothes? Sue sews Crow's clothes. Slow Joe Crow sews whose clothes? Sue's clothes. Sue sews socks of fox in socks now. Slow Joe Crow sews knocks in box now. Sue sews rose on Slow Joe Crow's clothes. Fox sews hose on Slow Joe Crow's nose. Hose goes, rose grows, nose hose goes some, crow's rose grows some.
Mr. Fox, I hate this game, sir. This game makes my tongue quite lame, sir.
Mr. Knox, sir, what a shame, sir. We'll find something new to do now. Here is lots of new blue goo now. New goo, blue goo, gooey, gooey, blue goo, new goo, gluey, gluey, gooey goo for chewy chewing. That's what that goo goose is doing. Do you choose to chew goo too, sir? If, sir, you, sir, choose to chew, sir, with the goo goose, chew, sir, do, sir.
Mr. Fox, sir, I won't do it. I can't say it. I won't chew it.
Very well, sir. Step this way. We'll find another game to play. Bim comes. Ben comes. Bim brings Ben broom. Ben brings Bim broom. Ben bends Bim's broom. Bim bends Ben's broom. Bim's bends. 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 Ben's bent broom breaks. Bim's bent broom breaks. Ben's band. Bim's band. Big bands. Pig bands. Bim and Ben lead bands with brooms. Ben's band bangs and Bim's band brooms.
Pig band, boom band, big band, broom band. My poor mouth can't say that. No, sir. My poor mouth is much too slow, sir.
Well, then, bring your mouth this way. I'll find it something. It can say, Luke, luck, likes, lakes. Luke's duck, likes, lakes. Luke, luck, licks, lakes. Luke's duck, licks, lakes. Duck takes licks in lakes. Luke, luck, likes. Luke, luck, licks, takes in lakes. Duck likes.
I can't blab such blibber blubber. My tongue isn't made of rubber.
Mr. Knox, now come now. You don't have to be so dumb now. try to say this, Mr. Knox. Please. Through 3 cheese trees 3 free fleas flew. While these fleas flew, Freezy breeze blew. Freezy breeze made these 3 trees freeze. Freezy trees made these trees cheese freeze. That's what made these 3 free fleas sneeze.
Stop it! Stop it! That's enough, sir. I can't say such silly stuff, sir.
Very well then, Mr. Knox, sir. Let's have a little talk about Tweedle Beetles. What do you know about Tweedle Beetles? Well, when Tweedle Beetles fight, it's called a Tweedle Beetle battle. And when they battle in a puddle, it's a Tweedle Beetle puddle battle. And when Tweedle Beetles battle with paddles in a puddle, they call it a Tweedle Beetle puddle paddle battle. And when beetles battle beetles in a puddle paddle battle, and the beetle battle puddle is a puddle in a bottle, they call this a Tweedle Beetle bottle puddle paddle battle muddle. And when beetles fight these battles in a bottle with their paddles, and the bottle's on a poodle, and the poodle's eating noodles, they call this a muddle puddle tweedle poodle beetle noodle bottle paddle battle. And
now wait a minute, Mr. Socks Fox.
Hey, don't put me in the bottle.
But I did. And when a fox is in the bottle where the Tweedle Beetles battle with their paddles in a puddle on a noodle-eating poodle, this is what they call a Tweedle Beetle noodle poodle bottle-paddled muddle-duddled fuddled-wuddled fox in socks, sir. Fox in socks, our game is done, sir. Thank you for a lot of fun, sir.
Goldilocks and the 3 Bears. Father Bear, Mother Bear, and Baby Bear lived in a house in the woods. Mother Bear had just prepared a large serving of porridge for her family, but it was much too hot to eat. "Let's take a walk in the woods and wait for our porridge to cool down," she suggested.
"Good idea," said Father. "We can work up a real appetite then."
"I'll race you to the big tree, Papa, if you hurry," squealed Baby Bear. So the Bear family left the cottage and went on their way. Goldilocks was a child who always wanted to have her own way. Her mother often told her not to get up from her bed until she was called. She needed strict rules like this one because she was so bold. This one morning, the spring sun shone so brightly into her bedroom window, and the birds were singing their merry songs, that she could not resist the temptation to dart off into the garden. And so she did, and continued across the field, where she found a lovely winding path where she had never been before. Goldilocks followed the little path until it stopped in front of a cottage all covered with pretty spring flowers. She could not resist. She ran up to the house to pick some of the flowers for her bedroom when she noticed that the door was open and again could not resist poking her head in. She did not know it at the time, but the Bear family lived there. "Oh, what a delicious smell!" she exclaimed. Then she saw 3 blue bowls on the white tablecloth with spoons next to each one. Goldilocks went to the large bowl, dug in the large spoon, raised it to her lips, but found the porridge much too hot. Then she went over to the middle-sized bowl. That was Mother Bear's. She picked up the middle-sized spoon, raised that to her lips, but the porridge was much too cold. Finally, she went over to the bowl belonging to Baby Bear. She picked up the small spoon and dug that into the porridge, and there, the porridge was just right, so she ate it all up. "I feel tired," she said, yawning. "I think I will rest in this chair." There were 3 chairs lined up in the living room. She flung herself onto Father Bear's chair, but it was much too wide. "This one will be better," she thought, and she tried Mother Bear's chair, but the arms were too high. This one is just right, she said as she sat down on Baby Bear's chair. It was perfect. She rocked and rocked until suddenly the chair broke into small pieces. Oops, she said, but that didn't keep her from looking around for a place to rest. Goldilocks then decided to see what was upstairs, so off she went. In the bedroom, she found 3 beds. First, she tried the big bed, but it was so big that she was almost buried in it. Then she tried the middle bed, but that one was much too hard, and she slid right off. Then she tried the little bed, and that one was just right. So Goldilocks' head sank into the pillow and fell fast asleep. When the 3 bears came home, they were startled to see the mess in their home.
"Who's been tasting my porridge?"
exclaimed Father Bear.
"Who's been tasting my porridge?"
asked Mother Bear.
Who's been tasting my porridge?
Squeaked Baby Bear.
And eaten it all up!
And then he began to cry.
"And who's been sitting in my chair?"
growled the Father Bear.
And who's been sitting in my chair?
Screamed Mother Bear.
And who's been sitting in my chair and broke it all to pieces?
Cried Baby Bear as he wept louder than before. Then the 3 bears pounded upstairs, flung open the bedroom door.
"Who's been sleeping in my bed?"
growled the Father Bear.
And who's been sleeping in my bed?
Screamed Mother Bear.
Who's been sleeping in my bed?
Yelled Baby Bear.
Why, here she is!
Goldilocks woke up with such a start and looked straight at the angry faces of the 3 bears, jumped out of the bed and dashed through the open window. Oh, what a jump she gave into the garden! She thought her legs had broken for sure. As she heard the bears yelling at her from the window, she quickly got up, found her bearings, darted through the garden, up the path, and ran all the way home.
I am Sam. Sam, I am. I am Sam, I am, I am.
That's Sam I am. That's Sam I am. I do not like that Sam I am.
Do you like green eggs and ham?
I do not like them, Sam I am. I do not like green eggs and ham.
Would you like them here or there?
I would not like them here or there. I would not like them anywhere. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam I am.
Would you like them in a house? Would you like them with a mouse?
I do not like them in a house. I do not like them with a mouse. I do not like them here or there. I do not like them anywhere. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam I am.
Would you eat them in a box? Would you eat them with a fox?
Not in a box, not with a fox, not in a house, not with a mouse. I would not eat them here or there. I would not eat them anywhere. I would not eat green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam I am.
could you, in a car? Eat them, eat them. Here they are.
I would not, could not, in a car.
You may like them. You will see. You may like them in a tree.
I would not, could not, in a tree, not in a car. You let me be. I do not like them in a box. I do not like them with a fox. I do not like them in a house. I do not like them with a mouse. I do not like them here or there. I do not like them anywhere. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam I am.
A train, a train, a train, a train. Could you, would you, on a train?
Who's who? That's perfectly true. But come with me, friends. Do you know what I'll do? I'll make you again the best sneetches on beaches. And all it will cost you is $10 eaches. Belly stars are no longer in style, said McBean. What you need is a trip through my star-off machine. This wondrous contraption will take off your stars, so you won't look like sneetches who have them on theirs.
And that handy machine, working very precisely, removed all the stars from their tummies quite nicely.
We got our stars off.
With their snoots in the air, they paraded about, and they opened their beaks, and they let out a shout.
We know who is who. Now there isn't a doubt. The best kind of sneetches are sneetches without.
Then, of course, those with stars all got frightfully mad. To be wearing a star now was frightfully bad. Then, of course, old Sylvester McMonkey McBean invited them into his star-off machine. And, of course, from then on, as you probably guess, things really got into a horrible mess. All the rest of that day on those wild, screaming beaches, the fix-it-up chappie kept fixing up sneetches. Off again, on again.
Could you, would you, with a goat?
I would not, could not, with a goat.
Would you, could you, on a boat?
I could not, would not, on a boat. I will not, with a goat. I will not eat them in the rain. I will not eat them on a train. Not in the dark, not in a tree, not in a car. You let me be. I do not like them in a box. I do not like them with a fox. I will not eat them in a house. I do not like them with a mouse. I do not like them here or there. I do not like them anywhere. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam, I am.
You do not like them? So you say. Try them, and you may. Try them and you may, I say.
Sam, if you will let me be, I will try them. You will see. Say, I like green eggs and ham. I do. I like them, Sam, I am. And I would eat them in a boat. And I would eat them with a goat. And I will eat them in the rain, and in the dark, and on a train, and in a car, and in a tree. They are so good, you see. So I will eat them in a box, and I will eat them with a fox, and I will eat them in a house, and I will eat them with a mouse. and I will eat them here and there. Say I will eat them anywhere.
I do so like green eggs and ham. Thank you. Thank you, Sam, I am.
There was once a donkey who had spent all of his life carrying corn sacks to the mill for his master. But now he was getting old, and every sack seemed heavier, and every day seemed longer. I really should find some other profession, he thought. But how else could I possibly make a living? My only other talent is my voice. Aha, that's it, music. I will go to Bremen and become the town musician. So he set out for Bremen. And he had been walking for just a little while when he saw an old hound lying in the road, gasping and panting. Hello, old fellow, he said. Why are you breathing so hard? I've been running, said the hound. Running away, that is. I'm too old and weak to hunt, and my master doesn't want me anymore. And how am I ever going to earn my bread and bones? Well, now, I happen to have an answer to that problem, said the donkey. Why not come with me? I'm going to Bremen to be the town musician. I will play the lute and bray. And I can beat the drum and bay. Not bad. I will go with you. So the two musicians went on toward Bremen. They hadn't been long on the road when they met a cat sitting on the path. And his face was as long as a rainy week, and his whiskers were drooping and trembling. There, old shaver, said the donkey. Don't cry. Nothing can be that bad. Oh, can't it, though, wailed the cat. I used to be the best mouse catcher in the country, but now I'm too old and can only sit by the fire. What am I to do? Where am I to go? Come with us to Bremen, said the donkey. You're a born serenader, and we'll make a rousing trio. Who, me? Me? Me, meow? Well, perhaps it would work. Let's try it. So the trio continued on toward Bremen. Soon the animals came to a farmyard, and on the gate sat a rooster, crowing with all his might. Now that, said the donkey, is a truly magnificent crow. I am singing my heart out, said the rooster, while I still can. I have just heard the farmer's wife say that tomorrow I go into the soup kettle. This is my last crow, but it will be my best. How fine it is to meet a musician who takes pride in his work, said the donkey. But why stay here and make soup when you can come with us and make music? Happily, the rooster agreed, and the four friends went on together toward Bremen. When evening came, they decided to stop and look for a place to spend the night. The rooster flew to the top of a tree, and in a moment called down, "There's a light up ahead." They soon saw that the light came from a window in a house. The donkey tiptoed up to it and looked in. "What do you see?" asked the rooster. "What do I see? I see a room filled with riches, a table covered with good things to eat, and sitting at the table, a band of robbers. Well, perhaps we can earn our supper here. Let us think." So the musicians worked out a plan.
The donkey went back to the window and put his 4 feet up on the sill. The hound jumped up on the donkey's back, and the cat leaped up on the dog, and the rooster perched on the cat's head. Then the donkey rapped the sill with his hoof. At the very first note of the town musicians of Bremen, the robbers screamed in fright, leaped to their feet, and ran out into the forest. The 4 minstrels agreed that their performance had certainly earned them some supper, so they went into the house, sat down at the table, and ate as if they might never see another meal. Then they carefully put out the light, and each found the sleeping place that suited him best. The donkey stretched out on some straw in the backyard. The hound curled up behind the door. The cat lay on the hearth, and the rooster flew to the rafters of the roof. And soon they were all sound asleep. Meanwhile, the robbers were huddled out in the forest, but when it was past midnight, they crept in closer to the house.
"We were foolish to be so frightened," said the leader. "We can't leave our house and our treasures just because we heard a noise. No matter how horrible it was, we can't leave our house."
And he bravely ordered one of his men to go back and investigate. The robber tiptoed back to the house and slid in the front door. It was dark and silent inside. By the hearth, he saw what he thought were 2 live coals, and quietly he reached over to light them. But suddenly, the coals were the glistening eyes of the cat, who flew into the robber's face, spitting and scratching. "Help!" cried the robber, and ran for the back door, but the hound leaped up and bit his leg. "Help! Help!" he cried again, and ran out into the yard, but here the donkey gave him a hearty kick, and the rooster, jumping up and down in the rafters, crowed at the top of his lungs. The robber ran back to his leader as fast as he could. "There's a dreadful witch sitting on the hearth," he said, "and she spat at me and scratched me, and by the door stands a man with a knife, and he stabbed me, and in the yard lies a black monster, and he beat me with a club, and on the roof is the judge, and he roared, 'Caught the rascal, did you? We must never, never go back again.'" And they never did. But the house suited the 4 musicians so well that they never left it, not even to go to Bremen. And they lived there happily for all the rest of their lives. Once in the old country, a long, long time ago, a hungry fox came to a meadow in which there sat a flock of fine, fat geese. "How nice," he said. "I can see that I have arrived just in time for dinner. And you're all sitting together so neatly that I can eat you one after another without even getting up between courses. Thank you very much for your courtesy." But one of the geese stepped forward and said, "As everybody knows, Mr. Fox, geese are slow and stupid, and foxes are quick and smart. So naturally, we couldn't hope to escape you. But perhaps you would grant us just one favor." "And that is?" asked the fox. "Before you eat us, let us say our prayers." "Very well," said the fox. "That seems reasonable enough. Pray away. I'll wait till you're done." So the first goose began to pray. She prayed and prayed and prayed and prayed. And before she ever finished, the second goose began to pray. And she prayed and prayed and prayed and prayed. And then the third began, and then the fourth. And soon all the geese were praying, one by one, and in duets, and in trios, and all together in a great chorus.
and then, one by one, again. When the geese have finished praying, I'll tell you the rest of the story. But until then, just like the fox, we'll simply have to wait. Once in a faraway land, there was a very, very poor man who had a very beautiful daughter. Now, it happened one day that he met the king, and he wanted to make himself seem rather important. "I," he said grandly, "have a daughter who can spin straw into gold." "How interesting," said the king. "Bring her to my palace, and I will put her to the test." When the girl was brought to him, he took her into a room full of straw, gave her a spinning wheel, and said, "If by tomorrow morning you have not spun this straw into gold, you must die." Then he locked the door and left her in the room, all alone.
"Oh, dear," cried the girl. "Whatever shall I do?"
Because, of course, she had no idea at all how to spin straw into gold. But suddenly, the door opened, and in stepped a little man.
"Good evening, girl," he said. "Why are you crying so?" "Alas, I have to spin this straw into gold, and I don't know how to do it."
"What will you give me if I do it for you?" asked the little man.
"I am very poor," she wept, "and I have nothing of value to give you."
"Well, then," said the little man, "will you promise to give me your first child if you should become queen?"
"Queen?" thought the girl. "Me? I'll never become queen."
So she promised, and the little man sat himself in front of the wheel with a handful of straw. The straw became gold. He worked until daybreak, and by then all the straw was spun, and the room was full of gold. Early in the morning, the king came, and when he saw the gold, he could hardly believe his eyes. "This is only a poor man's daughter," he thought, "but where can I find a richer bride?" And he said to the girl, "You shall be my queen." So they were married. And a year later, they had a beautiful child. When the young queen's baby was exactly 1 week old, the strange little man suddenly appeared in her room. "Now," he said, "you must give me what you promised."
"Oh, no, anything else," cried the queen. "Take all my riches, but leave me my child."
And she wept and moaned and begged, and finally he said, "Very well, I will give you 3 days. If in that time you can find out my name, you may keep your baby." During the night, the queen lay awake, trying to remember all the names she had ever heard. And when the little man came the next day, she began.
"Jonathan, Joseph, Jeremiah, Timothy, Titus, Obadiah, William, Henry, Walter, Sim, Reuben, Rufus, Solomon, Jim, Nathaniel, Daniel, Abraham, Roderick, Frederick, Peter, Sam, Casper, Jasper, Nicholas, Pat, Christopher, Jack, Jehoshaphat."
No. At last she had said all the names she knew, and the little man laughed and went away. That night, the queen sent a messenger out to discover every unusual name that anyone in the countryside knew of, and the next day she had another long list.
Xavier, Xerxes, Zittleby, Zorch.
But the little man said,
No, 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 no. And again he went away. And again the Queen sent her messenger out. But when he came back on the last morning, he said, "Not another name have I been able to find, Your Majesty."
Oh, no, she wept, no.
"But I did see something strange," said the messenger. "Far out at the edge of the forest I saw a little house, and in front of it a bonfire was burning. And in front of the fire a strange little man hopping on one foot and singing, 'Today I brew, tomorrow I bake, and then the young queen's child I'll take. Oh, she'll lose the guessing game, for Rumpelstiltskin is my name.'"
"Oh, thank you," cried the Queen.
Soon afterwards, the little man appeared. "Now, Your Majesty," he thundered, what is my name?" The Queen smiled.
"Perhaps, Tom?"
"No."
"Maybe Dick?"
"No." "Well, then," said Her Majesty, "there's nothing left but Rumpelstiltskin."
"You guessed it, shrieked the little man. "I won't have it, I won't stand for it."
And he stamped his right foot into the ground so hard that he sank up to his waist. Then he stamped his left leg so hard that he disappeared completely. And Rumpelstiltskin was never seen again. There was once a very good little girl who lived alone with her mother. They were really quite poor, and a time came when they had nothing to eat. So the little girl went into the forest to gather berries, and there she met an old woman who said, "Why are you here in the woods alone?" And the little girl said, "I'm gathering berries so that my mother and I will have something to eat. We are very poor and have nothing else." The old woman gave the little girl a tiny magic pot, and it would cook good, sweet porridge whenever the girl said, "Cook your porridge, little pot. Cook your porridge sweet and hot." And when she said, "Stop, little pot, your cooking is done. There's quite enough porridge for everyone." And then the little pot would stop cooking until it was asked to cook again. And so the girl and her mother were never hungry because they ate sweet porridge whenever they chose. Then once, when the girl went away on a visit, the mother wanted to eat. "Cook your porridge, little pot," she said. "Cook your porridge sweet and hot." And the little pot hissed and whistled merrily and bubbled with good, sweet porridge. And the mother ate until she could eat no more. And then she wanted the pot to stop cooking, but she didn't quite know the words. "Stop, pot," she commanded. But the little pot hissed and whistled merrily and kept bubbling with good, sweet porridge. Over the edge and onto the table flowed the porridge. "You foolish pot, stop cooking." Over the table and across the floor flowed the porridge. Then she tried to rhyme. "Stop cooking, pot, stop cooking, I say, or you'll cook all your magical porridge away." But the little pot just hissed and whistled merrily and bubbled over with good, sweet porridge. It kept cooking, and sweet porridge rolled out the door and down the street just as if it wanted to satisfy the hunger of the whole world. The pot hissed and whistled and cooked, and soon the sweet porridge rolled into the village. Nobody knew how to stop it, and everybody ran away. Porridge began to cover everything. Then at last, when only one house remained, the little girl came home and said, "Stop, little pot. Your cooking is done. There's quite enough porridge for everyone."
And the little pot whistled and hissed and sighed and stopped cooking. And anybody who wanted to return to the village had to eat his way through good, sweet porridge.
Good things happen in very queer ways sometimes. And so it happened with Hansel and Gretel. Hansel and Gretel lived with their mother and father many, many years ago in a far-off land on the edge of a large, thick forest. They lived there because their father was a woodcutter, and it was handy for them to live near the big trees. But though he worked very hard cutting wood, there came a time when no one wanted the wood he cut, because no one had enough money to pay for it. Times had become hard. And then, to make matters worse, a famine came upon the land, and many people were starving. The poor woodcutter was no exception. He was scarcely able to provide his family with their daily bread, and this worried him greatly, of course. One evening, after the woodcutter and his wife had tucked their children into their beds and said good night to them, they sat down in the next room to talk. They were sure the children were asleep, but actually Hansel and Gretel had slipped out of their beds, tiptoed to the door, and were listening to their parents. They heard their father say,
"Wife, what will become of us? We have nothing, no money, no food, and only enough rye meal left to bake a few more loaves of bread. After that, I don't know."
I know, dear husband, but we must have faith and keep working. We cannot give up.
It's good to be hopeful, dear wife, but I'm almost without hope any longer. I look at our children and I watch them grow thin and pale before our eyes, and you, wasting away. I want so much to do things for you, but I don't know what to do. I just don't know what to do anymore.
In their bedroom, Hansel and Gretel had heard every word their parents had said, and Gretel began to sob softly.
Oh, Hansel, what are we going to do?
Gretel, don't cry. I have an idea. Go to sleep now and don't worry.
What's your idea?
I'll tell you in the morning. Go to sleep now.
The following morning, at the break of day, Hansel woke up and awakened his sister. He motioned her to be quiet as they dressed. Then they tiptoed past their sleeping parents. From the cupboard, Hansel took 2 baskets and 2 crusts of bread. Then quickly and quietly they opened the door and slipped out into the fresh, clean-smelling morning air. Gretel said,
"Now, Hansel, tell me your idea. You said you would."
All right, this is it, Gretel. We're going into the forest to gather wild strawberries.
Strawberries?
Uh-huh.
How do you know there are strawberries in the forest?
Because I had a dream, and in my dream I saw a whole patch of red wild strawberries. I saw right where they are, just as clear and real.
Hansel, dreams aren't real.
Well, this one was. Come on.
You know we're not allowed to go into the forest alone.
Gretel, don't you see? We've got to get the strawberries so that we can all eat. Father is so worried he's sick. If we can find the strawberries, he and Mother won't worry anymore. Sometimes you have to do things.
But it's wrong.
Sometimes right is wrong and wrong is right.
I don't understand you, Hansel.
You understand that we don't want Mother and Father to worry, don't you?
Yes.
And that's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Then come on, let's go find the strawberries.
So off into the forest went Hansel and Gretel hand in hand. As they walked along, they shared one of the crusts of bread for their breakfast, and the other crust Hansel began to break into tiny crumbs, and he dropped them along the way. They showed white as snowflakes against the mossy green of the earth. Gretel asked,
"Hansel, why are you dropping those precious breadcrumbs? That's our lunch."
I'm making a path with them so that we can find our way out of the forest when it's time to go home.
Oh, Oh, Hansel, you're so clever.
Well, you have to use your head sometimes. Look how thick the trees are becoming. Let's hurry. We have a long walk.
So Hansel and Gretel made their way deep into the dark forest toward the place where Hansel had dreamed the strawberry patch was. And all along the way, Hansel dropped a path of white breadcrumbs. They walked and they walked until they came to a tremendous oak tree. It was as big around as a house, and as they walked around it, they came to a clearing. There, against a background of shiny green leaves, were millions of bright red spots before their eyes. As they moved closer, they saw that every spot was a juicy red strawberry, growing wild and beautiful deep in the great forest. Hansel and Gretel looked in wonder at the sight, and then quickly they fell to their knees and began to gather them, putting them in the baskets they had brought from home. Soon Gretel said,
Hansel, I've filled up my basket, my apron, and all my pockets. I have nowhere left to put them.
I, too, have picked all I can carry. We'll have to come again. It's almost sundown, and Mother and Father will be worried. Come on, let's hurry and follow the path of our breadcrumbs home.
So Hansel and Gretel started for home, carrying their baskets full of wild strawberries and carefully following the trail of breadcrumbs. They moved quickly through the maze of the forest. It was like jumping from brick to brick on the cobblestone streets in their village. Gretel said,
Oh, Hansel, what fun it is to follow the way of the crumbs.
Yes, but some of them have blown away. Every now and then I lose the path. Right now I can't see any crumbs at all. Can you, Gretel?
Yes, I think so. Over here. Oh, no. It's only a white pebble. Perhaps over there. Do you see any, Hansel?
No, these are only sunbeams. They're gone, Gretel. They're all gone. Who could have taken them?
Look, Hansel.
What? Where?
Up there in the sky.
Birds. With crumbs in their beaks.
They've eaten up all our crumbs.
They've eaten up our way home.
Hansel, what are we going to do?
I think we're pretty close to home anyway, Gretel. Don't worry. I'll get us out of this old forest all right. I got us in here, didn't I?
Yes, but the sun is going down, and soon it will be dark. I'm getting scared, Hansel.
There's no reason to get scared. Come on, let's sit down for a minute under this tree and think. All we have to do is use our heads.
Hansel and Gretel sat for a while, trying to figure a way out of the forest. In the meanwhile, the sun was sinking far below the tall trees, and a cold breeze was beginning to blow around them. They got up and began to walk again. Hansel was sure they were heading in the direction of home, but wherever they turned, they met another clump of trees. The night animals were coming out now, and their chatter and rustling through the leaves was a frightening sound. Black loomed the giant pine trees. Ghostly gleamed the little white birches. The children walked very close together, their arms around each other, until finally they were exhausted and could walk no more. They dropped together under a tall sycamore tree and fell fast asleep. By and by, a bird twittered in the trees. The sun came streaking through the leaves. It was morning. The children woke up and ate some of the strawberries for their breakfast, and then they started to walk again, trying to find their way out of the great forest. But even in the daylight, they knew they were fenced in by the trees, and there seemed to be no way out. At noontime, they sat down to rest. All at once, their eyes were caught by the sight of a beautiful bird on the branch of a nearby tree. Hansel said,
Look, Gretel, it's a snowbird.
How beautiful it is.
It's flying around us.
It keeps fluttering its wings, as though it wants to speak to us.
It is speaking to us. It's telling us to follow it. Come on, let's see where it leads us.
The two lost children followed the beautiful bird until they stepped into a little glade. And lo, there it stood before them, the prettiest little house they had ever seen. The bird settled itself on the roof, and the children stood still in amazement. The little house was made all of frosted cake. Its roof was of tarts and cookies, and its windows of transparent sugar. Around it stood a fence of life-sized gingerbread girls and boys. The children couldn't wait to take a taste. They ran to the house, and Hansel helped himself to a cookie from the roof, while Gretel nibbled on a good-sized piece of window pane. She asked,
"How's your shingle, Hansel?"
Delicious. How's your window pane?
Wonderful. I can't get enough of it. I think I'll have a piece of the candy door now.
And I'll have a piece of this chocolate windowsill. Oh, Gretel, did you ever see such a house?
And while the hungry children ate away at the house, suddenly they heard a sweet, soft voice come from inside.
Eat and nibble, gnaw and munch. Who eats my little house for lunch?
What was that, Hansel?
Oh, only the breeze, Gretel, blowing through the trees. Hand me one of those window panes.
Eat and nibble, gnaw and munch. Who eats my little house for lunch?
That wasn't the breeze, Hansel. Look.
Indeed, it was not the breeze. The children backed away from the house in fright as they watched the door open, and out of the sugary-puggery cottage came an ugly old witch. Her face was full of wrinkles, and her sharp nose bent all the way down to her hairy chin. She had only 3 teeth, one on top and 2 beneath, and they were long and pointed and yellow. But when she spoke, her voice was sweet and soft. She said,
"Ah, my little darlings, who brought you here? Now don't run away. Come in and stay with me. I'll take good care of you. You'll have a sweet time, I assure you. Come inside and see what lovely sweetmeats I have for you. Come along, don't be afraid, Sugar Plum and Sugar Dolly."
And so the children were lured into the old witch's house. Oh, she fed them very well. Pancakes and sugar, syrup and honey. And soon Hansel and Gretel were so greedily stuffing themselves that they forgot all about being on guard against the old witch. After dinner, she showed them 2 little white beds. And as she tucked them in, she said,
"Oh, you little darlings, you're so sweet. And I love you so much I could just eat you up."
And after the children were asleep, the old witch looked at them and said,
"What juicy little morsels. I mean mortals. They'll make such beautiful little gingerbread children."
Ah, and now you see that this old syrup and honey witch lured children with sweetmeats to her sugar cottage. Then she popped them into the oven and turned them to gingerbread. Well, when morning came, all the syrup and honey had melted away from the old witch. While Hansel was still sleeping, she grabbed him right out of bed with one bony hand and carried him wriggling and squirming to a chicken coop behind her house, and there she locked him up and left him while Hansel was shrieking,
"Let me out! Let me out!"
But the old witch paid no heed. She went back into the sleeping Gretel and shook her awake.
"You get up, little lazy bones. Get up at once. Come along. Now you go and fetch some water, and we'll cook some nice food for your brother. We're going to fatten him up so that I can have a nice, fat little gingerbread man."
Hansel? A gingerbread man?
Yes, indeed.
Oh, where is he? Hansel, where are you?
You come back here and do as I say. Come back here, or you'll be a gingerbread girl before you can say Philip and Doobly.
Well, Gretel had no choice but to do as the old witch commanded. Every day she cooked large meals for Hansel to fatten him up. And every day the old witch would go to the chicken coop and say,
"Put your finger out so that I can see how fat you are."
But as you know, Hansel was clever, and instead of poking out his finger, he put out an old dried-up bone. And the old witch, whose eyes were not very good, felt the bone and said,
"No, you're still too thin and too bony. We'll have to fatten you up some more. Girl, fetch some water and get some supper cooking for your brother."
And so this went on for many, many days, until the old witch was tired of waiting for Hansel to grow fat, And one morning she said to Gretel,
Girl, come in here and set the table. Lay out on the cloth my little plate and my little knife and my little napkin to wipe my little mouth. And do it all quickly. I'm going to have a thin but delicious gingerbread boy for my breakfast.
Gretel did as she was told. Then the old witch ordered her to start the oven. And when the fire was just right, she turned to Gretel and said,
Little sweetie pie, creep into the oven and see if it's properly heated. If it is, then we'll put in our dough.
Gretel suddenly realized that the old witch planned to have a gingerbread girl as well as a boy for her breakfast, and she didn't know what to do. At that very moment, a beautiful white snowbird fluttered onto the windowsill and began to sing. He seemed to be saying,
Beware, take care, take care.
Gretel hesitated for a moment, and then she said,
I really don't know how to get into the oven.
Oh, my dear little sugar dolly, just crawl in. The opening's big enough, well, I could even do it myself.
Please show me.
Well, you just poke your head in like this, then...
Then quick as lightning, Gretel gave the old witch a shove and sent her head first sprawling into the oven. Then Gretel banged the door and bolted it and ran off to the chicken coop behind the house. In a twinkling, she set Hansel free, and then as they took each other's hands and began to run away from the cottage, suddenly they looked at the gingerbread fence around the house, and they saw those gingerbread children begin to turn pink and rosy and yawn and stretch themselves, moving their arms and legs. They had all become real children again, set free from the old witch's charms when Gretel popped her into the oven. Joyously, they all thronged around Hansel and Gretel, and then they all went into the house to peep into the oven and see what had become of their enemy. And there, lo and behold, was no witch at all, but just a huge ginger cake. But the children had no desire to eat any more sweets, so they ran out of the house. As they came out, they saw their good white bird fluttering over them, and with him this time, a whole flock of birds, hundreds of them. And then a wondrous thing happened. As all the children watched, the birds swooped down to a nest behind the chimney of the house, a nest full of pearls and rubies and precious gems. And each bird picked up a gem in its beak, swooped down to the children, and dropped them into the hands of the boys and the outstretched aprons of the girls. And guided by the beautiful snowbird, all the children followed him into the green and wooded forest, through the sunlit glades, over the carpets of thick, soft moss and sweet-smelling pine needles, until they were out of the forest, and the great white bird swooped over their heads once more, and then began to soar and disappear into the setting sun, calling out, and the children waved their goodbyes to their faithful guide, and now all of them ran in separate directions to their homes. Hansel and Gretel walked along, hand in hand. The trees and fields began to look more and more familiar now, and as they came out of a field of high grass, the oh-so-welcome sight of their father's cottage came into view, and they raced the rest of the way and burst into the house. Their father and mother took them in their arms and covered them with kisses.
Hansel Gretel, where have you been?
We gave you
Oh,
up.
my darlings, we've been so worried.
Well, it's rather a long story, Father, but we got lost in the forest.
The forest?
We went to get strawberries.
Strawberries?
So you wouldn't worry.
And we'd all have something to eat.
Oh, my poor babies.
But we found something better, Mother.
Look at all this treasure.
We shall never be hungry again.
And Hansel emptied his pockets, and Gretel poured a shower of gems from her apron onto the table, while their mother and father looked in amazement.
How beautiful.
How wonderful.
But it's even more beautiful and more wonderful to have you home. You are our most precious jewel.
How did you ever get out of the forest, Hansel and Gretel?
Oh, just just by using our heads, Father. That's all.
That's all.
And they all lived happily ever after. Wouldn't you? Once upon a time, long, long ago, before you and I were even born, there was a poor widow who lived in a tiny thatch-covered cottage along a tiny, winding, dusty road. She was very poor. She had practically nothing. Nothing, that is, except one cow and one son, a lad whom she called...
Jack! Jack! Now, where is that boy? He's never around when I want him. Probably off daydreaming somewhere as usual. Jack! Jack! Do you hear me? Jack!
Here I am, Mother. What do you want?
Oh, now where have you been? Up in the clouds again?
No, Mother. I was just counting the leaves on our tree. Is supper ready?
Supper? Is that all you can think of?
What's the matter, Mother?
Son, I'm worried.
What's wrong?
I'm worried about our cow, Milky White. She hasn't given a drop of milk in 3 days. And you know as well as I do that her milk is the only thing we have to sell at market. If we have no milk, we make no money. And if we have no money, you have no supper.
Mother, whatever happened to all our money anyway?
Jack, I've told you so many times. It was stolen from us when you were a baby. But we can't think of that now. Jack, I want you to take Milky White to market and sell her today.
Sell her? We can't sell her. She's like one of the family. She'll give lots of milk tomorrow, Mother. I know she will. You just watch and see.
It's no use, Jack.
Mother,
I don't want to hear another word.
Mother,
now, you
please.
take that cow and be off to market. Now, here she is. Take her away.
Yes, Mother. Come along, old girl.
And, Jack, be careful. Don't let anyone cheat you.
So, sadly, Jack and Milky White plodded down the dusty road to London town. They meandered up and down over the hilly road that stretched its way through the lush green fields. Just as the next town came into view, something else came into view also. It was a shriveled little gnome of a man. He had a long, white, flowing beard and a crooked cane, which he leaned on in a jaunty manner. He stood in the middle of the road, and when Jack and Milky White came up to him, he blocked their path.
Please, sir, would you mind stepping aside? Milky White and I are in a hurry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. I don't mean to hold you up. I just wanted to admire your beautiful cow, that's all.
What did you say?
I say I've never laid eyes on a more magnificent animal.
You're right, sir. Milky White is a true champion, and she's practically priceless.
That's what I say.
What?
Practically priceless.
That's what I thought I said.
Oh, that's what you did say. Oh, I'm so confused. Well, anyway, I'm so impressed with your animal that I'm almost tempted to own her.
You are?
In fact, I am tempted. And I'm considering even right now offering you...
Yes?
Offering you...
How much, sir?
Yes, I will. I'll give you in exchange for that gorgeous creature, Milky White, you say her name is?
Yes, sir. How much?
I'll give you my 5 magic beans.
Beans? Did you say beans, sir?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. But it was only a slip of the tongue. No, really, I shouldn't be that foolish as to give my magic beans.
Magic beans?
No. After all, they're the only magic beans in the whole world. I couldn't do it. And to top it all, each one is a different tasty color.
Magic beans? Are those the ones you have in your hand?
Oh, yes, these. Well, yes, but I couldn't really consider. What I said was hasty, foolish, you know.
Magic beans. Oh, such beautiful colors. Sir, wouldn't you consider a trade?
Yes, but, well, now, what could you possibly have that would be close to the value of my magic beans?
My cow, my wonderful cow. You said so yourself, practically priceless.
Did I?
I'll trade you Milky White for your magic beans.
I don't think I should.
Please, sir, it's a very good trade, sir. You'll just love Milky White.
There is something irresistible about her. All right, it's a bargain.
Oh, thank you, sir. Here's Milky White, sir.
And here are the beans.
Goodbye, Milky White. Here's a kiss. Oh, sure gonna miss you. Goodbye. Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, son. Watch your magic beans. And your P's and Q's.
Oh, when you hear the wonderful exchange I made on our cow.
Calm down now and tell me how much money you brought home with you. 5 pounds, 10, 20?
Mother, look, 5 beautiful colored magic beans.
Did you say beans?
That I did.
Magic beans. You mean to stand there, Jack, and tell me you gave our only cow to some old cheat for these worthless colored beans?
But, Mother, they're beautiful.
Jack, how could you? Go to your room right away. Do you understand? Right away.
Let me explain.
Go. Now give me the beans first. Here, give them to me.
They're magic. Don't take them away.
Magic. I'll show you how magic
no,
they
Mother,
are.
don't.
There,
No.
out the window with your foolish old beans.
Mother.
Now you go to bed. And no supper.
It was indeed a restless night for Jack. But with the first light of dawn, he awoke and suddenly became aware of a strange shadow outside his window. Leaping from his rumpled bed, he rushed out of the room and into the garden. And there Jack saw a sight that widened his sleep-filled eyes. The 5 magic beans his mother had thrown from the window had miraculously taken root overnight and had grown up into a giant tree. It had massive stalks that entwined into a giant rope. Jack ran outside to the base of the stalk and bent his head back as far as he could. He stared upward, but he couldn't even see the top of the strange beanstalk as it disappeared into the misty clouds.
Mother! Mother! Come quickly! Oh, look how the magic beans have grown!
What magic beans? Gracious. Gracious me. This is really magic. I've never seen anything like this in all my days. Jack, what are you doing?
I have to climb it, Mother. I have to.
Jack, come down here this minute. Come down, you hear?
The magic stalk has to lead somewhere.
Jack, this is foolishness.
Oh, I can see the whole town from way up here.
Jack, please, be careful. Oh, that boy. Be careful, Jack.
But Jack couldn't hear his mother. He was so high up already that all sounds from below had faded. And Jack continued to climb, up and up and up. He passed through one cloud after another. Then suddenly, he poked his head through a bank of puffy, soft, pink clouds and found himself in clear, bright sunlight in a sky so blue it didn't look real. Jack knew he had come to the top step of the beanstalk ladder and had come into a strange new world. All at once, a voice came to him, seemingly from nowhere.
Jack, you may step off the beanstalk now.
Yes, ma'am. I can't see anyone. Where are you?
You don't have to see me, Jack. I can see you.
Who are you?
I'm the good fairy, Jack. I've been waiting for you to come. You have work to do here, Jack.
What kind of work?
You had no supper last night.
No, I didn't. But how did you know?
I know all about you, Jack. You had no supper because your poor mother has no money.
No, all our money was stolen when I was just a baby.
Yes, stolen by a wicked giant.
A giant?
Yes. And now you have come to the country where the giant lives, and you can take back all the gold that rightly belongs to you and your mother.
But how can I take gold from a giant?
You must be brave, Jack. Now follow this white road, and it will take you to the giant's castle. Be brave, Jack. Be brave. Goodbye.
Wait, good fairy, I don't know how to... Good fairy.
The good fairy was gone, and Jack stood alone before the long white road that stretched away to nowhere. He began to walk cautiously down the winding road. He walked on and on. As he walked, he grew conscious of his empty stomach. He hadn't eaten in a long time, and he was really hungry. Then, all at once, he came over a crest of a hill, and he saw it. A great tall castle with a great tall woman in the doorway.
Good day, ma'am. Could you kindly give a hungry boy some breakfast?
Huh? Breakfast? You most likely be breakfast yourself, boy. My husband's a giant. He eats everything he sets his eyes on. You better get off before he comes home.
Please, I'm really starving. Couldn't I have a crust of bread?
Well, crust of bread, I suppose. Come on in, and I'll give you a bowl of mush. But you better eat fast. He'll be here any minute. Sit down, sit down.
Thank you.
There you are.
This hot mush really looks good. Wait, what's that noise? The whole place is shaking.
That's my husband. My giant husband. Quick, hide in this oven and don't breathe.
I smell the blood of an Englishman. Be he alive or be he dead, I'll grind his bones to make my bread.
Oh, nonsense, nonsense, lovey. You only smell the bones of that English goat you had yesterday. Come on now, eat your nice breakfast.
Mush? I don't like mush. I tell you there's an Englishman around here someplace. I smell it.
No, it's just your imagination, lovey. Here's a nice tub full of hot mush. Now, don't let it stand and get cold.
All right. Is that all? You call that a decent breakfast for a growing giant?
Well, you'll be having lunch in a little while. Why don't you take a nice little nap now?
Because I'm not sleepy. Bring me my 3 bags of gold. I want to count my money.
Of course, lovey. I'll get them for you. Here they are. Oh, my, they are heavy. There you are.
All right, now leave me alone, wife. You know I don't like anyone around while I'm counting my money.
Of course, lovey, I know. Now you go right ahead and count yourself to sleep.
What a beautiful sight. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Soon the wicked giant was fast asleep, and the castle trembled with his snores. Jack, hiding in his oven, heard the snores and knew the giant was asleep. So he crawled out of the oven and tiptoed past the giant.
Oh, he's the biggest, ugliest, meanest-looking giant in the whole world. I better not waken him. He's got his hands on the bags of gold. If I can just slip one out. Oh, that was close. But he's changed his position. And now I can get it. I've got it.
And Jack grabbed 1 bag of gold, slipped through the door, and ran as fast as he could to the top of the beanstalk. Holding on tight to the bag of gold, he scrambled down the beanstalk into the waiting arms of his worried mother. Oh, what a reunion they had. The words of Jack's adventure spilled out of his mouth like a waterfall. Jack's mother was about to scold him, but when she saw the bag of money, she became so excited she forgot all about scolding him, and together they counted out the pieces of gold and laughed happily as they did so. Now life became much easier for Jack and his mother. They paid all their bills, they bought a new cow, and they watered the beanstalk every day. But they were so free in their spending and so generous in sharing their gold with their neighbors that it wasn't long before they were penniless again. And Jack knew he had to climb up the beanstalk again and visit the wicked giant. So it wasn't long before Jack stood before the giant's wife, begging for a piece of bread. Luckily, she didn't recognize him, and she offered him some mush. But just as he sat down to eat...
What's that?
That's my husband, the giant. Quick, quick, hide in this closet. Hurry up, hide there.
3, 5, I smell the blood of an Englishman. Where is he? Where is he?
Where is who, Lovey?
You know who? The Englishman. I smell him. Where is
Oh,
he?
you just smell the Cornish hen you had for lunch. Sit down, Lovey, and I'll bring you your golden hen, and she'll lay you some nice golden eggs for you. Sit down now. Make yourself comfortable. Here you are. Here's your golden hen, Lovey. She's all ready to lay some eggs for you. There.
All right. Now you leave me alone. You know I don't like anyone in the room while I'm counting my golden eggs.
I know. I'm leaving.
Ah, my precious feathered pet. And now I'll count to 10. Lay golden eggs, my pretty hen. Lay until I count to 10. 1, 2.
And again the wicked giant counted himself to sleep. Now, Jack crept out of the closet and tiptoed over to the giant.
I must get the golden hen without waking the giant. Here, Chickie. Here, Chickie. I've got you.
Unluckily, the cackle woke the giant. The next thing Jack knew, he was racing down the crooked road with the hen under his arm and the giant in hot pursuit after him. But the giant was so stuffed with food, he couldn't catch the fleet boy. And Jack escaped again and quickly shinnied down the beanstalk, back into the arms of his waiting mother. Through the days to come, Jack and his mother lived comfortably on the golden eggs which the magic hen produced as if by, well, magic. But then word came to them that a wicked giant was raiding and looting the villages nearby and stealing all the villagers' money. Jack knew it must be the same giant. His mother was terrified, and so were all their neighbors. Jack knew now that he had to climb the stalk again and teach the giant a lesson. So it wasn't long before Jack found himself again in front of the tall castle. But this time, Jack didn't knock on the door. Instead, he waited till the giant's wife went out to draw water. And then he quietly tiptoed in and hid, of all places, in a big copper skillet. Then the giant's wife came back with the water.
Oh, glad I've got my supper ready for that old giant husband of mine. Never stops eating. Oh, here he comes. Here he comes now.
I smell the blood of an Englishman. Where is he? Where is he?
Where is who?
There's an Englishman here, and I know it. Is he in the closet?
Of course not. You're just imagining.
It smells like it's coming from the oven.
Where there's nothing in the oven.
Not there. Must be in the skillet.
Now, don't you touch my skillet. There's nothing in there for you. Now, you sit down and eat your supper.
Jack was holding his breath in the skillet. Finally, the giant sat down and ate a tremendous meal, boasting to his wife that he had destroyed another village. And then he called for his golden harp. His wife brought it to him, and the giant commanded,
"Golden harp, play for me." That's the sleepiest sound in the world.
The soothing music soon put the giant to sleep, and the moment his wife was out of the room, Jack hopped out of the skillet and grabbed the harp and started to run off with it. But the harp cried out, "Master! Master!" The cries of the harp awoke the giant, and in a flash he was up and chasing Jack and the harp. Jack raced for the beanstalk and was soon climbing down, but this time the giant was terribly close behind. Near the bottom of the stalk, Jack could see his mother waiting for him.
Mother, hurry into the house and have an axe ready for me. Hurry!
I'll get it right away.
I'm almost to the bottom, Mother, hurry!
Here you are. I've got the axe ready.
Quick, hold the harp and stand back.
All right. Faster. Faster, Jack. There's a huge giant climbing down the beanstalk.
Look out! Timber!
Jack, my boy, you've done it. The evil giant is no more. What's this? A harp that sings by itself. Now, what will they think of next?
And so at last the wicked giant was no more. He disappeared in a cloud of beanstalk fluff. For many miles around, the folks from all the surrounding villages came in to thank Jack and to shake his hand. And Jack now found himself not only a hero, but also sole owner of a hen that laid golden eggs, a golden singing harp, and a very proud mother who saw to it that her son lived a very comfortable and happy life forever and ever and ever.
This is the story of Peter and the Wolf. Now, as you know, in the musical score of Peter and the Wolf, each character is represented by an instrument in the orchestra. Peter by the string quartet, and his trusty pop gun by a pop. The bird, whose name is Sasha, by a flute way up high. And Sonia, the duck, by an oboe like this. And here is Ivan, the cat. He's represented by a clarinet in a very low register. Grandpapa is an old bassoon. And when the hunters shoot their guns, that's the kettle drums. And there is also a wolf. Little does that old wolf know what's in store for him this day. For our hero, little Peter, armed to the teeth, is setting forth to capture him. Oh, there seems to have been a slight change of plans. For Peter's grandpapa, well, he thinks that little boys like Peter should not go out to hunt the wolf. Well, for a great hunter like Peter, who's almost 6 years old, to be carried back into the cabin, well, it's very embarrassing. But he dreams of hunting anyway. Soon Peter's grandpapa fell fast asleep, and Peter escaped out of the cabin, across the snow, and into the dark forest, his gun naturally at the ready. Oh my, Peter's happy. Oh, and soon he met Sasha. You know, the little bird we told you about? Excitable little chap, isn't he? He's forgetful, too. Hello, Petey, what goes? Where you going, huh? Can I go, Petey? Can I, huh? Oh, boy, a gun. Loaded, too. You going hunting? Oh, hunting, that's for me. Everything's okay, Petey. Come on, let's go. It isn't the wolf at all. It's only Sonia the duck. Hello, Sonia. Hello, Petey. You see, Sonia imagines herself a great wolf hunter, and she wants to join the party, too. You know, imagination is a wonderful thing, but sometimes it can run away with you. Sonia's imagination was so good that she was frightened by the wolf that wasn't there. Oh, that's imagination. Oh, you coward. Now, who's this? Oh, it can't be. Oh, no. It's Ivan the cat. Hello, Ivan. Now, Ivan's a peaceful, fun-loving sort, maybe a little shy on brains. You know the type. Look out there, Sasha. Now, really, stop it. Oh, how can they ever get any place if they're going to fight among themselves? Ivan, you ought to be ashamed. You big bully. You cat in the grass. Now, come on, Sasha. Ivan's sorry. He won't do it again. Ivan. There. And so, once more, our little band of intrepid hunters sets forth to find the wolf, and they find him. Sonia, behind you, look out. WOLF. Oh, that wolf is everywhere. And that wolf is much fiercer than we thought. Run, Sonia. Hide. Peter, do something. No, Peter, not that. Peter, don't just stand that way. Well, don't stand that way either. Oh, Sonia. Sonia, what are you doing here? This is no time to be heroic. Run, Sonia. Run. Ooh, here lies danger and the wolf. Run, Sonia. Over there, for the hollow tree. Sonia. I guess she didn't run fast enough. Just a little green feather floating to the snow by the hollow tree. Goodbye, Sonia. Will this crime go unavenged? No, not if Peter and Sasha can help it. Peter is making a lasso of his rope, and Sasha is looping it up over that tree. Careful now, Peter. Careful, Sasha. Take aim now. Oh, they've got the wolf, I think. Yes, they have. They've got him. They've roped him by the tail. Oh, pull now. Pull. Pull harder. Oh, you can pull harder than that. Pull. Pull him right up off of his feet. Oh, that's it. Sasha, don't get too close to those awful jaws. In fact, you just gotta fly, Sasha. Fly, Sasha. That's right. Good for you, Sasha. Fly. Keep flying, Sasha. Keep flying. And Sasha, keep ahead of the wolf. Don't fly into that tree, Sasha! Sasha! Overconfidence. I tried to tell him. Oh, this is bad. This is very bad. Oh, now, well, where are we? Oh, yes. Peter's got the wolf by the tail, and the wolf is trying to get Sasha. Oh, I can't look. I think I will look. Peter, Sasha, the rope is breaking. Run for your lives. Oh, fly, Sasha, fly for help. Fly. Faster, Sasha, faster, Sasha. Hurry, Sasha. You've got to get help. Oh, he'll never make it in time. Never. Oh, just when things are looking blackest. Hawk. What's this we hear? What's this we see? Just a minute, I'll look. Why, it's the hunters. Oh, yes. Misha, Yasha, and Vladimir. That's Vladimir in the middle. Oh, and here comes little Sasha, flying as though Peter's very life depended on it, which it does. Tell them, Sasha, tell the hunters. W-O-L-F, wolf, tell them, wolf, 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 to the rescue. Peter, where are you? Oh, Peter, there you are. And you're safe. And you've captured the wolf. Oh, happy day. I think I'll say that again. Oh, happy day. Oh, Peter, what a hero you are. Yeah, you too, Ivan. You're a hero. Oh, what a triumph as we parade through the town. Can't you just hear all the villagers cheer? Listen, hooray, hooray, and hooray. Everybody's happy. Everybody, that is, except the wolf. Oh, that old wolf. But little Sasha isn't happy. He's flown back to the hollow tree. See, he's thinking of his lost playmate, Sonia. Poor Sonia. Sonia. Oh, you're not dead. You hid in the hollow tree. You're safe. Oh, Sonia, this is the most wonderful, wonderful day. Now Peter can go hunting whenever he likes, and we'll all live happily forever and ever after. The end.
Once upon a time, there lived a... What do you think I'm going to say? A king, a queen, a princess? Oh, you're mistaken. I was going to say, once upon a time, there was a piece of wood. Just a common block of firewood, one of those thick, solid logs that are put on the fire in the winter to make cold rooms cozy and warm. And so it happened that one day this piece of wood found itself in the shop of Geppetto, the wood carver. Geppetto was a good and kind man, but he was very poor and very lonely. He lived all by himself in his small workshop. Now, when Geppetto put his hands on this piece of wood, he suddenly became filled with joy. He knew he must make something very special from it, not just a table leg or a doorpost, but something that he would keep for himself. He said to himself,
Aha! I know what I shall make. A little boy, a wooden marionette who will keep me company. And I shall call him Pinocchio.
So Geppetto took his tools and began to cut and shape the wood into a marionette. He carved out the forehead and the eyes, and then the nose, which was quite long and impertinent. Next he made the mouth, and no sooner was it finished than it began to laugh. Geppetto was quite startled, and he started to carve feverishly. As soon as Pinocchio's arms were finished, he snatched off Geppetto's wig.
Pinocchio!
The poor old man really had to struggle with him to get it back. Then when he had completed his legs and feet, the impudent little marionette jumped out of his hands and began to run around the shop.
You can't catch me! You can't catch me!
Pinocchio, come back here! Do you hear me? There! I forgot you.
Let me go!
Oh. No, I will not let you go. Now listen to me, Pinocchio. You are my little boy. You must mind your father. And tomorrow morning you will go to school and learn to read and write.
Go to school? Then I will need a suit of clothes.
I will make you a suit of clothes.
And then I will need an ABC book.
Pinocchio, all of my life I've wanted to be a papa. And now my dream has come true. So don't worry, my son. I will do everything for you that must be done.
Geppetto put on his old coat full of darns and patches and went into the village. After a while he came back. He no longer had his coat, but in its stead he had a brand new ABC book. And he stayed up all night making his son a little suit, a pair of shoes, and a tiny cap with a feather in it. Well, the following morning, Pinocchio put on his suit, his shoes, and his cap, put his book under his arm, and marched off to school, waving goodbye to his father, who stood in the doorway of his shop with tears of pride in his eyes. Pinocchio never even got as far as the schoolhouse, for while he was on his way, he passed a little wooden building. Outside of it was a large crowd of people. Such noise and excitement! A marionette show was going on. Pinocchio was wild with curiosity since he had never seen a marionette show, but the admission price was 4 pennies. Of course, he didn't have 4 pennies, so he sold his ABC book to a rag picker for 4 pennies, and he went in to see the show. The marionettes on the little stage recognized Pinocchio as one of them, and stopped the show to greet him with loud cheers. But the director of the company, a very frightening-looking man, came in, and when he saw what a commotion Pinocchio was causing, he picked up the little marionette and marched him out of the theater. Pinocchio was terrified and wriggled and squirmed in the man's huge hands. Finally, he was set down, and the director said to him,
"What is your name?"
Pinocchio, sir.
"And who are your parents?"
I only have a father, sir. His name is Geppetto. He's a wood carver, sir.
"Does he earn much?"
He earns so much, sir, that he never has a penny in his pocket. Just think, in order to buy me an ABC book for school, he had to sell the only coat he owned.
all full of darns and patches and
Stop it, boy. Stop it. You're breaking my heart. Here, take these 5 gold pieces and give them to your poor father. Hurry now before I change my mind. Sold his coat. And give him my kindest regards.
Well, you can imagine with what speed Pinocchio ran toward home. But he had barely gone around the corner when he met the worst pair of scoundrels in the entire countryside. One was a sly fox who pretended to be lame, and the other was a clever cat who pretended to be blind. The sly fox said, "And may I ask, what are you going to do with all that money?"
First of all, I will buy a fine new coat for my father, and then I will buy an ABC book for myself. I want to go to school and study hard.
Oh, Pinocchio, my boy, do you realize that you can double your gold pieces?
What do you mean?
Do you want 10, 100, 1,000, 2,000 gold pieces for your miserable 5?
Yes, but how?
I'll explain. Just outside the city of Simple Simons, there's a field called the Field of Wonders. In this field, you dig a hole, and in the hole, you bury a gold piece. Now, after covering up the hole with earth, you water it well, and then you go to sleep. During the night, the gold pieces sprout, and they grow, and they blossom. And next morning, you find a beautiful tree loaded with gold pieces.
You mean if I bury my 5 gold pieces, I shall have how many?
At least 2,500 sparkling gold pieces.
Let's go! I'm with you! Oh, what are we waiting for?
So, forgetting his father, the new coat, the ABC book, and all his good resolutions, Pinocchio went off with the sly fox and the clever cat. When they arrived at the city of Simple Simons, they went to a lonely field. The sly fox and the clever cat helped Pinocchio dig a hole and bury his 5 gold pieces. The sly fox said, go to that nearby brook, Pinocchio, and bring back a pail of water and sprinkle it over this spot. Pinocchio ran to get the water, and the minute he was out of sight, the sly fox and the clever cat dug up the 5 gold pieces, smoothed over the place as though nothing had been touched, and off they ran. When Pinocchio returned, he was surprised to find them gone. But he watered the spot and then sat down to wait and see his gold coins grow. But soon darkness came, and it began to rain. There was thunder and lightning, and poor Pinocchio was drenched to the bone. Or perhaps I should say, to the wood. But he wouldn't leave the spot. He stayed watching all night with the rain pelting him. Soon he began to sneeze and cough, and finally he fell into a feverish sleep. When he awoke, he was no longer in the muddy field of wonders. He was lying in a clean white bed in a lovely room with mother-of-pearl walls. Hovering over him was a beautiful fairy with blue hair. She was stroking his burning forehead, and when she saw his eyes open, she gave him a glass of water with some white powder in it.
Drink this, dear, and soon you'll be up and well.
That's medicine, isn't it? I won't drink that bitter medicine. I won't.
But Pinocchio, you're a very sick boy.
I don't care. You can't make me drink it.
Pinocchio, I want to ask you something. Why were you asleep in the field?
I was sleepy.
Did you bury some gold pieces there, as foolish people sometimes do?
No, of course not.
What did you bury there?
Some ping pongs.
As Pinocchio told one lie after another, his nose began to grow. 1 inch longer for every lie he told, until it was so long he could not even turn around.
Oh, Pinocchio, how funny you look.
Why do you laugh?
I'm laughing at your lies.
What lies?
Ah, look, Pinocchio, your nose grows even longer.
Good fairy, please help me. My nose is 2 feet long. What must I do?
You must tell her the truth, and then you must take your medicine.
I will. Give it to me.
Pinocchio swallowed his medicine as fast as he could, and then he told his good fairy everything that had happened to him and apologized for lying to her, too. And now, as he spoke, his nose grew smaller and smaller until it was its normal size. The medicine had made him all well, and Pinocchio was ready to return to his father Geppetto, who was so worried about him. So he kissed his good fairy goodbye and promised her he would go straight home. As he ran through the meadow, he said to himself,
I've been so stupid and so stubborn. I always want my own way, and I don't listen to those who love me. But from now on, I'll be different. I'm going to be the most obedient boy in the world. I'm going to go to school and study hard and make my dear father proud of me.
Well, as you see, quite a change had come over Pinocchio. But as he came closer to his village, he saw a boy lying at the foot of a haystack. The boy's name was Lampwick. He was the laziest boy in school and the biggest mischief maker. As Pinocchio ran by, Lampwick stopped him and invited him to go on a trip with him that night to the land of toys. He promised Pinocchio that he would never regret it, because in the land of toys there were no such things as schools, no teachers, no books, and no work to do. He said the days would be spent in fun and enjoyment, and there would never be anyone telling them what to do and what not to do. Oh, poor Pinocchio, how tempted he was. Then, when Lampwick assured him that they would eat nothing but ice cream and cake and cookies and candy, Pinocchio forgot all about Geppetto and the good fairy and all his good intentions, and he told Lampwick he would go with him to the land of toys. It wasn't long until a wagon driven by 12 donkeys came along. It was filled with boys of all shapes and sizes, and the driver was a fat little man, as round and shiny as a ball of butter. Pinocchio and Lampwick climbed aboard, and by dawn of the next day, they had arrived at that much-longed-for country, the land of toys. It was filled with boys of all ages, and in the streets there was such a racket. Boys were playing marbles and turning somersaults or handsprings, blowing on trumpets and beating on drums, shrieking, howling, and many of them screaming, It wasn't long before Pinocchio became a part of this strange country. For 5 months, he did nothing but play and eat from morning till night without ever seeing a book or doing any work at all. But one morning, when he woke up, he felt 2 strange, furry, long things on his head. He ran to a mirror and he looked at himself.
My ears! They've turned into donkey ears!
Indeed. Pinocchio had caught donkey fever. He had turned into a lazy and good-for-nothing donkey. Now he knew he must get out of the land of toys before he would begin to bray like a donkey. One night, when all the other boys and donkeys were asleep, Pinocchio slipped out of bed and dashed through the deserted streets. He ran across the field and the meadow, and he kept on running and running and running. By morning, he came to the seashore. He was quite exhausted and sat down to rest. Then he looked up and saw a group of people standing on the beach with very sad faces. Pinocchio jumped up and ran to them. A kindly fisherman told him that a monstrous whale had come into their peaceful waters and destroyed everything in sight. In fact, he said, many weeks ago an old man had set out in a small boat, sailing across the ocean to look for his lost son, Pinocchio.
That's me!
And everyone feared for his life. Pinocchio cried out,
That's my father! I must save him! I must save him!
Boy, don't go out into the ocean! The monster will get you too! Boy, come back!
But Pinocchio could not even hear the fisherman. He was swimming so fast, he looked like a black dot on the blue surface of the water. His heart was beating fast, and he was very frightened, but he was determined to find Geppetto. On he swam, farther and farther out to sea. Then he saw a great white rock and decided to stop there for a moment and rest. But as he came closer to it, the great white rock began to sway and lunge. And as Pinocchio watched in terror, he saw a huge mouth open, showing 3 rows of gleaming white teeth, long and pointed. It wasn't a rock at all. It was the sea monster. Pinocchio turned quickly and tried to swim away, but the immense mouth was coming closer and closer. Pinocchio swam desperately with all his strength. The whale was upon him, and in a split second, Pinocchio found himself between the rows of gleaming sharp teeth. And then, in another second, he was being washed down into the dark body of the whale without so much as a scratch on him. He lay stunned for a while. Then, as his eyes became accustomed to the darkness of this great cavern, he began to walk around. It seemed to him that he could see a faint light glowing at the far end of the cavern. Pinocchio made his way toward it. It was growing lighter and clearer. And then Pinocchio saw a sight that filled him with such great and sudden happiness he almost dropped in a faint. There stood a small table set for dinner, lighted by a candle stuck in a bottle, and there sat a little old man, white as snow, eating fish for his dinner. Pinocchio said,
Father, Father, at last I've found you!
Pinocchio! Is it really you?
Well, you can imagine the reunion of poor old Geppetto and his puppet son, Pinocchio. They fell into each other's arms, weeping and laughing all at once. Pinocchio told his father all the things that had happened to him, and Geppetto told Pinocchio how his small boat and all his supplies and he himself had been swallowed up in one gulp by the sea monster many weeks before, and how he had lived on these meager supplies and live fish. But now his cupboard was empty.
Father, we must get out of here. Why can't we not swim out when the whale opens his mouth?
When the monster opens his mouth, everything comes in. Nothing goes out.
Father, perhaps if we tickle his throat, we will make him cough us up into the sea.
And then what? I cannot swim, my son.
Then I will carry you on my back, and we will swim to the shore. Come, Father, please, let's try it.
So Pinocchio and his father, hand in hand, began to walk through the dark cavern toward the monster's throat. Pinocchio took the feather from his cap, and he began to brush it lightly on the sides of the monster's throat. Pinocchio and Geppetto could see the rows of teeth begin to open, and then... With one enormous sneeze, out went Pinocchio and Geppetto past those crushing jaws into the open sea. Geppetto climbed on his son's shoulders, and the brave little puppet began to swim toward the shore. Finally, they struggled up upon the beach. Geppetto lay on the sand, breathing heavily. Pinocchio lay beside him, still and pale, and seeming not to breathe at all.
Pinocchio, Pinocchio, my dear little son.
Geppetto picked up Pinocchio in his arms, and he began to walk toward the village. When he finally reached his small workshop, he gently laid Pinocchio down on his little bed, and he knelt beside him and prayed. Suddenly, the dark and gloomy room was filled with a shining light, and from out of nowhere, the good fairy appeared.
Pinocchio! Pinocchio! Wake up! You have proved yourself obedient, truthful, unselfish, and brave. Now you are no longer a marionette. You are a real boy.
The fairy disappeared. Pinocchio slowly opened his eyes. Oh, they were bright and sparkling. His donkey ears were gone, and his fine little head was covered with real black hair. Pinocchio pinched his arms and legs.
Father, look at me. I'm a real live boy.
my son, my son.
And Geppetto took his real live son in his arms and kissed him joyfully. And from that time on, Pinocchio went to school and worked for his father. And so they lived happily ever after.
Sparky was a little boy just about your age, maybe a little older by now. He had been taking piano lessons for almost a whole year and was already on his third piece. One day, Miss Spear, his piano teacher, came to his house to give him his lesson. It was on a Saturday afternoon.
That's fine, Sparky. Now play your new piece for me, The Secret. Here, I'll set the metronome.
Yes, ma'am.
For the first week. But you need more practice, Sparky. Much more practice.
More practice? I've been practicing every day for a whole year. I can't even learn a piece in a week. When will I be able to play real good? How long does it take? Sometimes I don't know if it's worth it. I don't get to play outside as much as the other kids.
Sparky, you're a good student. Don't stop your piano studies now. I wish there was some way I could show you how wonderful it is to play well. If only I could some way let you see what it's like. Well, your lesson's over. Here, sit down in this easy chair, and I'll put one of the records on the phonograph. The one of Igor Podusky playing the Chopin Waltz in E minor. Sit down and listen, Sparky. Someday you'll be able to play like that, if you keep at it. Listen to the whole thing, Sparky. Maybe you'll appreciate the piano more.
Yes, Miss Spear.
Well, goodbye, Sparky.
Goodbye. Mr. Podusky can sure play the piano good. I wonder what it would be like to be able to play like that. That sure is good.
Sparky. Oh, Sparky.
Who's that? Who's calling me?
It is I, your piano.
My piano? But you're talking.
Yes, I can talk, and I can play myself.
You can play yourself?
Don't be surprised, Sparky. I'm going to show you what it is like when you can play the piano well.
You'll really show me? You'll show me what it's like to play the piano well?
Yes, Sparky. Sit down on my stool. Put your fingers on my keys.
All right. I'm sitting on the piano stool, and my hands are on the keys. What do I do now?
Run your
just like my teacher.
No, I'm playing for you, Sparky.
I know it's you playing, but when I run my hands over the keys, it's just like I was playing myself. Let's play a piece, something very hard. That revolutionary etude by Chopin my teacher sometimes plays for me.
All right, Sparky. I'll play anything you ask me to play. For now.
This is fun.
Sparky, who's that playing? Is Miss Spear still here?
No, Mother. Miss Spear is gone.
Well, who was that playing?
Well, I was, Mother.
Well, if you must have your little joke. But let's see you play like that again, while I watch this time.
All right, Mother. Come on, piano. Here we go.
Sparky, I can't believe it. It really was you playing. How did you learn to play so well? Oh, I must phone your teacher right away.
I came over as fast as I could when you called. What is it? What's happened?
It's Sparky, Miss Spear. He can play the piano. He can play the piano better than I've ever heard anybody play. Better than you, his own teacher.
Now, really, Sparky is a good student, and, well, he's getting along just fine. But as for his playing better than I, what kind of a joke is this?
I know it sounds ridiculous. I couldn't believe it myself.
But it's true, Miss Spear. I can play better than you. I can play anything. Anything at all. And with no music.
Well, I don't know what kind of a game this is, but go ahead and play. Let's see. Play The Flight of the Bumblebee by Rimsky-Korsakov. When I'm in practice, I can play it in a minute. If you can play it that fast now, I'd say you were the best boy pianist in the country.
I'll do it, Miss Spear. But if you play it in a minute, I'll play it close to half a minute.
Oh, Sparky, that's funny. No one in the world can play The Flight of the Bumblebee anywhere near half a minute. No one. No one can play that fast. It's impossible.
Piano, can you play it that fast?
Yes, Sparky.
I will do it. Listen.
Why, I can't believe it. See, didn't I tell you? His hands just fly over the keys. They hardly seem to touch them. They go so fast. Sparky, you're the greatest pianist in the world. I don't know how it happened. It must be a miracle. Everyone must hear you play. I'll arrange a concert tour as quickly as possible.
A concert tour? You mean I'll play on the stage? In front of a lot of people?
Yes, and on the radio, too, and with symphony orchestras. The whole world must hear you. You'll be the greatest child pianist in history.
But I can't. I can't do that.
Oh, but Sparky, I'll go with you, and Miss Spear will come along, too.
Well, I'll only go if you send my own piano with me, wherever I go.
But why, Sparky? They'll have pianos better than yours wherever you play.
I won't go. I won't go unless my very own piano goes with me.
Well, let him have his way. Many pianists take their own pianos with them on concert tours. I suppose we can arrange it for Sparky, too.
And so Sparky's teacher went to work and arranged for his concert tour. The big music critics scoffed at the stories about Sparky. They wouldn't believe that a small child could play as well as men who had studied for years and years. Sparky's first big concert was at the Syria Mosque in Pittsburgh. But when the time came for him to walk out on the stage, he began to get a little nervous.
There's so many people out there. I'm scared.
Oh, don't be frightened, dear. Your teacher and I are right here.
Go out on the stage, Sparky. Everyone's waiting.
Well, here I go. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall play Chopin's Etude, Opus 10, number 4.
It's a terribly difficult piece.
Why, how could such a little boy play it? After Sparky's first concert, there was never any further question as to his ability. He began to travel, and everyone was amazed that he seemed to be able to play anything without music. In Symphony Hall in Boston, he played Liszt's Hungarian Rhapsody No. 2. At the Civic Opera House in Chicago, he played Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. At the Mall in Washington, D.C., he played the Chopin Waltz in C-sharp minor. And so it went until finally he reached the end of his tour and the most important concert of all. He was to play with the New York Symphony Orchestra at Carnegie Hall. By this time, Sparky was no longer frightened in front of people, and he very bravely announced to the large New York audience what he was going to play.
Ladies and gentlemen, I shall play the Prelude in C-sharp minor by Rachmaninoff for piano and orchestra.
Why did you walk off the stage? Go back and play an encore. They want to hear another piece.
All right, one more piece. I shall now play the spinning song by Mendelssohn.
Oh, no, you won't.
What do you mean I won't, piano?
Your time is up. I will no longer play for you.
You won't play for me anymore? Oh, please, don't stop now. Just one more piece, please. Just one more.
Sparky, play. Everyone is waiting.
Why doesn't he play? What's the matter with him?
He seems to be talking to himself.
Piano, you must play for me. You must. I'm going to run my hands over the keys. Here I go. Play, play. Play, piano, play for me. Oh, it won't play. It won't play.
Sparky, play. Sparky, why can't you play? Sparky, 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 Sparky.
What?
Sparky, wake up, dear. You've been asleep.
Asleep? Oh, Mother, I've been dreaming. I dreamed I could play the piano better than my teacher, better than anybody. But it was just an old dream.
Oh, well, don't worry, Sparky. You'll be able to play the piano well someday, if you keep up your practicing.
I will. I'll practice my piece right now, and I won't give up until I can play as good as I did in my dream. Well, anyway, as good as my teacher.
'Twas the night before Christmas, when all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stockings all hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there. The children were nestled all safe in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads. And Mama in her kerchief and I in my cap had just settled down for a long winter's nap. When out on the lawn there arose such a clatter, I sprang from my bed to see what was the matter. Away to the window I flew like a flash, tore open the shutters and threw up the sash. The moon on the breast of the new-fallen snow gave the luster of midday to objects below, when what to my wondering eyes should appear but a miniature sleigh and 8 tiny reindeer. With the little old driver so lively and quick, I knew in a moment it must be St. Nick. More rapid than eagles his courses they came, as he whistled and shouted and called them by name. Now Dasher, now Dancer, now Prancer, now Vixen, on Comet, on Cupid, on Donner and Blitzen. To the top of the porch, to the top of the wall. Now dash away, dash away, dash away all. As dry leaves before the wild hurricane fly, when they meet with an obstacle, mount to the sky. So up to the housetop the coursers they flew, with a sleigh full of toys, and St. Nicholas too. And then in a twinkling I heard on the roof the prancing and pawing of each little hoof. As I drew in my head and was turning around, down the chimney St. Nicholas came with a bound. He was dressed all in fur from his head to his foot, and his clothes were all tarnished with ashes and soot. A bundle of toys he had flung on his back, and he looked like a peddler just opening his pack. His eyes, how they twinkled, his dimples, how merry. His cheeks were like roses, his nose like a cherry. His droll little mouth was drawn up like a bow, and the beard of his chin was as white as the snow. The stump of his pipe he held tight in his teeth, and the smoke, it encircled his head like a wreath. He had a broad face and a round little belly that shook when he laughed like a bowl full of jelly. He was chubby and plump, a right jolly old elf, and I laughed when I saw him in spite of myself. A wink of his eye and a twist of his head soon gave me to know I had nothing to dread. He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work and filled all the stockings, then turned with a jerk. And laying a finger alongside his nose and giving a nod, up the chimney he rose. He sprang to his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew like the down of a thistle. But I heard him exclaim as he drove out of sight, "Happy Christmas to all, and to all a good night."
This is the story of the Jungle Book. You can read along with me in your book. You will know it is time to turn the page when you hear the jungle bird call, like this. Let's begin now. It was many years ago when I, Bagheera, the panther, found a little lost man cub. He was alone and unprotected in the jungle of India. So I took the small boy to a nearby family of wolves I knew. As I had hoped, the mother wolf felt sorry for the man cub, and she said to me, "Bagheera, leave him with us, and we will raise him." That is how little Mowgli, the man cub, came to be brought up by jungle animals. He was a favorite with all the wolf cubs of the pack. They treated him just like a brother wolf. Mowgli even made friends with the elephants and often marched in their elephant patrol. He loved living in the jungle. Although Mowgli did not know it, I would often watch him from a distance to make sure he was safe. You see, the jungle also holds many dangers. There was the crafty Kaa who smacked his forked tongue at the sight of the delicious man cub. Oh, I shudder to think how that tricky snake almost hypnotized Mowgli right into his greedy coils. Luckily, Mowgli called for help, and I arrived in time to save him. But Mowgli's real enemy was the fierce tiger, Shere Khan. Shere Khan hated all men and had sworn to kill the man cub. The tiger did not want to take a chance that the boy would grow up and become another hunter with a gun. It was then that I spoke with Rama, Mowgli's wolf father. "I'm sorry, Rama, but even the whole wolf pack could not protect Mowgli from Shere Khan. Everyone is in danger as long as the man cub remains here." Rama had known this day would come, and he sadly agreed to let me take Mowgli to the safety of the man village. The problem now was convincing Mowgli. While we were on one of our many walks into the jungle, I told Mowgli the bad news. "Mowgli, today we are not going home. Shere Khan has returned to the jungle and has promised to kill you. I am taking you to a man village where you belong."
But I don't want to live in the man village. Besides, I can look out for myself.
Ha! You're so small, you would not last one day alone.
Well, I'm not going.
And Mowgli stormed off deep into the jungle. I knew the man cub would have to learn about the ways of the jungle for himself, so I let him go. But I followed close behind to see that he stayed out of trouble. Unfortunately, who should the man cub meet first but that happy-go-lucky jungle bear, Baloo. Mowgli listened eagerly as Baloo sang to him about the simple, carefree life of a bear.
Look for the bare necessities, the simple bare necessities. Forget about your worries and your strife. I mean the bare necessities, or Mother Nature's recipes that bring the bare necessities of life. Wherever I wander, wherever I roam, I couldn't be fonder of my big home. The bees are buzzing in the tree to make some honey just for me. Look under the rocks and plants and take a glance at the fancy ants, then maybe try a few. The bare necessities of life will come to you. They'll come to you.
I had to step in. Baloo, I explained, Mowgli has to go back to the man village.
But they'll ruin him. They'll make a man out of him.
Our discussion was cut short when a band of monkeys grabbed Mowgli and whisked him up into the treetops. Come on, Baloo. They must be taking him to the ancient temple. That crazy monkey, King Louie, is behind this. Soon Mowgli was face to face with King Louie.
Why have you brought me here?
Relax, man cub,
said Louie.
We can help each other. I'll fix it so you can stay in the jungle if you teach me the secret of man's fire.
But I don't know how to make a fire.
Don't try to kid me, man cub. Tell me about man's fire so I can be like you.
It looked like Baloo and I had arrived just in time. Baloo, I said quietly, you've got to create a disturbance so I can get Mowgli out of there. Baloo took some leaves and a coconut shell and disguised himself as a monkey. Then he sang and danced with King Louie while I found Mowgli.
Now I'm the king of the swingers, the jungle VIP. I've reached the top and I had to stop, and that's what's bothering me. I want to be a man cub, and stroll right into town and be just like the other men. I'm tired of monkeying round. Oh, I want to be like you. I want to walk like you, talk like you. You see it's true, and it's like me. Can learn to be human too.
But the disguise didn't fool Louie for long.
It's Baloo. Get that bear.
In the wild chase that followed, Baloo bumped into a shaky old stone pillar, and the ancient temple walls came crashing down around the monkey. That gave us a chance to escape. Now Baloo agreed with me that Mowgli must go back to the man village, but Mowgli still couldn't understand.
But Baloo, I want to stay here and be like you. You said we were partners, but you're just like old Bagheera. Neither of you likes me.
Now hold on, little britches,
said Baloo.
Bagheera and I are only trying to do what's best for you. You're a human, and you belong with other humans.
Mowgli shook his head, turned and sadly walked away. This was just the opportunity Shere Khan had been waiting for. The tiger, who must have been following us for some time, saw the man cub alone and leaped out at Mowgli. But the mighty Shere Khan fell with a thud a few inches away from the boy. Baloo had grabbed Shere Khan's tail at the last moment.
Run, Mowgli!
Shouted Baloo. Shere Khan roared fiercely and lashed about, trying to get at Baloo. As long as the bear hung on tightly to Shere Khan's tail, he was safe from the tiger's razor-sharp teeth. But then Shere Khan cracked his big tail like a mighty whip and whirled Baloo to the ground. Suddenly, a storm came up. A lightning bolt flashed to earth and set a nearby tree afire. Mowgli saw a way to save Baloo. But one thing Shere Khan feared was fire. Mowgli took a burning branch in his hand and ran toward the tiger. The fire frightened Shere Khan so much that he ran off like a scared kitten. Baloo sighed in relief.
Nice work, Mowgli. We'll never see him around these parts again.
Mowgli was still convinced that he would never leave the jungle for any reason. But just then, he saw something he had never seen before. It was a girl. She was getting water at a pool just outside the Man village. Mowgli was enchanted. He had never seen another human before.
I want to get a closer look.
Mowgli crept closer to the girl until she could see him too. She dropped her water jug, and Mowgli stepped in to help her carry it back to her village. I was pleased with the way things had turned out. It had to happen, Baloo. Mowgli is where he belongs now.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Well, come on, Baggy Buddy. Let's get back to where we belong.
And home we went.
The Little Mermaid, Princess of the Sea. Ariel looked lovingly at the man she had rescued. Although her father forbade her to swim to the surface, the adventurous mermaid couldn't help her desire to be part of the human world. As Prince Eric lay unconscious, she touched his face tenderly. He was so handsome. She wished with all her heart that she could remain on this beach and dance with this man of her dreams. "What I would give to stay here beside you," she sang. "What I would do to see you smiling at me." Somehow she was determined to find a way. Sebastian, her father's trusted friend, anxiously tried to persuade Ariel that she would be happier under the sea. King Triton wanted him to keep an eye on his youngest daughter, and Sebastian did not want to disappoint the king. "Down here is your home," he told Ariel, but despite his efforts to make her understand the wonders of the ocean, nothing could change her wish to be with Prince Eric. She was in love. Only Founder, her best friend, understood. Finding a statue of the prince that had gone down with the shipwreck, he surprised Ariel. "Flounder, you're the best!" she cried. "It looks just like him." As she was imagining a romance with Eric, King Triton appeared in Ariel's secret grotto. Seeing her collection of things from the barbarian world above, he raised his trident and destroyed all of Ariel's treasures in a final attempt to protect her from the dangers of the human world. Upset, Ariel sought the help of the sea witch Ursula. In exchange for the mermaid's voice, Ursula transformed her tail into legs. She would remain human only if she received a kiss of true love before the sun set on the third day. Happy to be human at last, Ariel wiggled her toes excitedly while Sebastian watched in shock. "I'm going to march myself home right now and tell the Sea King," he said. But when he looked at the sadness in Ariel's eyes, he knew that she would never be happy as a mermaid. "All right," he decided. "I'll help you find your prince." Scuttle, her seagull friend, excitedly arranged a dress. It wasn't long before Prince Eric arrived. "You're the one," he exclaimed. "The one I have been looking for." Ariel nodded, but she couldn't talk. Eric remembered that the girl who had rescued him had the most beautiful voice. "Oh, you couldn't be who I thought," he sighed. Still, he helped her to the castle, and when they ate dinner together that night, Ariel made him laugh for the first time in weeks. The next day he took her out on a tour of his kingdom, enchanted by her enthusiasm for everything from horses to puppet shows. She pulled him eagerly into a dance, and she was thrilled when he let her take the reins on the ride back to the castle. Impressed and surprised by her fun-loving nature, Eric thoroughly enjoyed his new guest. Sebastian decided to create a romantic mood that evening as Ariel and Eric rode together in a quiet lagoon. With soft music and moonlight on the water, the prince found himself leaning to kiss Ariel. Suddenly, Ursula's petals tipped the boat. Hypnotizing Eric, the sea witch transformed herself into the beautiful Vanessa. Pretending to be his mysterious dream girl, she arranged a wedding to make sure that Ariel's plans for love would fail. Scuttle gathered creatures of the ocean to help him stall the wedding, while Flounder pulled Ariel to the ship. As her friends tugged a magic necklace from Vanessa's neck, Ariel's voice was restored and the spell on Prince Eric was broken. He ran to his true love, relieved that she had been the girl he wanted all along. But their kiss was too late. Ariel had become a mermaid once again, and Ursula pulled her into the water. "I lost her once. I'm not going to lose her again," yelled the prince as he dove into the depths of the ocean. Using strength and the power of true love, Eric destroyed the powerful sea witch. As he lay exhausted on the shore, Ariel watched him from afar. Turning to Sebastian, King Triton asked, "She really does love him, doesn't she?" With tenderness he granted his beautiful daughter her greatest wish. As Ariel married her prince, she finally knew true happiness. Sebastian, Flounder, and Scuttle applauded with all the creatures of the sea as Eric kissed his bride under a rainbow colored with joy. The end.
Once upon a time, many, many years ago, as time is calculated by men, but which only yesterday in the celestial calendar of heaven, there was in paradise a most miserable, thoroughly unhappy, and utterly sad cherub, who was known throughout heaven as the Littlest Angel. He was exactly 4 years, 6 months, 5 days, 7 hours, and 42 minutes of age when he presented himself to the gatekeeper and waited for admittance to the glorious kingdom of God. Standing defiantly with his short brown legs wide apart, the Littlest Angel tried to pretend that he wasn't at all impressed by such unearthly splendor, and that he wasn't at all afraid. But his lower lip trembled, and a tear disgraced him by making a new furrow down his already tear-streaked face, coming to a halt at the very tip end of his small freckled nose. But that wasn't all. While the kindly gatekeeper was entering the name in his great book, the Littlest Angel, having left home as usual without a handkerchief, endeavored to hide the telltale evidence by snuffing a most unangelic sound, which so unnerved the good gatekeeper that he did something he'd never done before in all eternity. He blotted the page. From that moment on, the heavenly peace was never quite the same, and the Littlest Angel soon became the despair of all the heavenly host. His shrill, ear-splitting whistle resounded at all hours through the golden streets. It startled the prophets and disturbed their prayers. Yes, and on top of that, he sang off-key at the singing practice of the heavenly choir, spoiling its heavenly effect. And being so small that it seemed to take him just twice as long as anyone else to get to nightly prayers, the Littlest Angel always arrived late and always knocked everyone's wings lopsided as he darted into place. Although these flaws in behavior might have been overlooked, the general appearance of the Littlest Angel was even more terrible than the way he acted. It was first whispered among the seraphim and cherubim, and then said aloud among the angels and archangels, that he didn't even look like an angel. And they were all quite correct. He didn't. His halo was permanently dirty where he held onto it with one hot little chubby hand when he ran, and he was always running, Furthermore, even when he stood very still, it never behaved like a halo should. It was always slipping down over his right eye, or over his left eye, or else just for pure meanness, slipping off the back of his head and rolling away down some golden street, just so he'd have to chase after it. Yes, and it must be here recorded that his wings were neither useful nor ornamental. All paradise held its breath when the littlest angel perched himself like an unhappy baby sparrow on the very edge of a gold cloud and prepared to take off. He would teeter this way and that way, but after much coaxing and a few false starts, he would shut both of his eyes, hold his freckled nose, count up to 303, and then hurl himself slowly into space. However, owing to the regrettable fact that he always forgot to move his wings, the littlest angel always fell head over halo. It was also reported, and never denied, that whenever he was nervous, which was most of the time, he bit his wingtips. Now, anyone can easily understand why the littlest angel would soon or late have to be punished. And so, on an eternal day of an eternal month in the year eternal, he was directed to present his small self before an angel of the peace. The littlest angel combed his hair, dusted his wings, and scrambled into an almost clean robe. And then, with a heavy heart, trudged his way to the place of judgment. He tried to postpone the dreaded ordeal by loitering along the streets of the guardian angels, pausing a few timeless moments to minutely peruse the long list of new arrivals. Although all heaven knew, he couldn't read a word. And he idled more than several immortal moments to carefully examine a display of harps. Although everyone in the celestial city knew he couldn't tell a crotchet from a semiquaver. Means he couldn't read music. But at length, and at last, he slowly approached a doorway, which was topped by a pair of golden scales, signifying that said that heavenly justice was dispensed within. And to the littlest angel's great surprise, he heard a merry voice singing. The littlest angel removed his halo, breathed upon it heavily, and then polished it upon his robe. Oh, that added nothing to the garment's already untidy appearance. And then he tiptoed in. The singer, who was known as the understanding angel, looked down at the small culprit. And the littlest angel instantly tried to make himself invisible by withdrawing his head into the collar of his robe, like a snapping turtle. And at that, the singer laughed. And it was a jolly, heartwarming sound. He said, "Oh, you're the one who's been making heaven so unheavenly. Come here, cherub. Tell me all about it." Well, the littlest angel ventured A furtive look from beneath his robe, first one eye, and then the other eye. And suddenly, almost before he knew it, he was perched on the lap of the understanding angel and was telling him how very difficult it was for a boy who suddenly finds himself turned into an angel. Yes, and no matter what the archangel said, he'd only swung once. Well, twice. Oh, all right, then he'd swung 3 times on the golden gates. But that was just for something to do. That was the whole trouble. There wasn't anything for a small angel to do. And he was very homesick. Oh, not that paradise wasn't beautiful, but the earth was beautiful too. Wasn't it created by God himself? Why, there were trees to climb, and brooks to fish, and caves to play in, the swimming hole, the sun, and rain, and dark, and dawn, and thick brown dust so soft and warm beneath your feet. The understanding angel smiled, and in his eyes was a long-forgotten memory of another small boy in a long ago. Then he asked the littlest angel, what would make him most happy in paradise? The cherub thought for a moment and whispered in his ear, there's a box. I left it under my bed back home. If only I could have that. The understanding angel nodded his head. You shall have it, he promised. And a very fast-flying angel was instantly dispatched to bring the box to paradise. And then, in all those timeless days that followed, everyone wondered at the great change in the littlest angel. For among all the cherubs in God's kingdom, he was the most happy. He didn't get into trouble. He was always clean. And when he flew, it could be said, and truly said, that he flew like an angel. Then it came to pass that Jesus, the Son of God, was to be born of Mary of Bethlehem of Judea. And as the glorious tidings spread through paradise, all the angels rejoiced, and their voices were lifted to herald the miracle of miracles, the coming of the Christ child. The angels and archangels, the seraphim and cherubim, the gatekeeper, the wingmaker, yes, and even the halosmiths put aside their usual tasks to prepare their gifts for the blessed infant. All but the littlest angel. He sat himself down on the top step of the golden stairs and anxiously waited for an idea. What could he give that would be most acceptable to the Son of God? At one time, he dreamed of composing a lyric hymn of adoration. But the littlest angel was woefully wanting in musical talent. Then he grew tremendously excited over writing a prayer that would live forever in the hearts of men, because it would be the first prayer ever to be heard by the Christ child. But the littlest angel was sadly lacking in writing skill. What could a small angel give that would please the holy infant? The time of the miracle was very close at hand, when the littlest angel at last decided on his gift. Then, on that day of days, he proudly brought it from its hiding place behind a cloud, and humbly, with downcast eyes, placed it before the throne of God. It was only a small, rough, unsightly box, but inside were all those wonderful things that even a child of God would treasure. A small, rough, unsightly box, lying among all those other glorious gifts from all the angels of paradise, gifts of such rare and radiant splendor and breathless beauty that heaven and all the universe were lighted by the mere reflection of their glory. And when the littlest angel saw this, he suddenly knew that his gift to God's child was irreverent. It wasn't good enough. It was ugly, and he devoutly wished he might reclaim his shabby gift. It was worthless. If only he could hide it away from the sight of God before it was noticed. But it was too late. The hand of God moved slowly over all that bright array of shining gifts, then paused, then dropped, then came to rest on the lowly gift of the littlest angel. The littlest angel trembled as the box was opened, and there before the eyes of God and all his heavenly host was what he had offered to the Christ child. And what was his gift to the blessed infant? Well, there was a butterfly with golden wings, captured one bright summer day on the high hills above Jerusalem, and a sky-blue egg from a bird's nest in the olive tree that stood to shade his mother's kitchen door. Yes, and 2 white stones found on a muddy river bank where he and his friends had played like small brown beavers. And at the bottom of the box, a limp, tooth-marked leather strap once worn as a collar by his mongrel dog, who had died as he had lived in absolute love and devotion. The littlest angel wept hot, bitter tears, for now he knew that instead of honoring the Son of God, he had been most blasphemous. He'd done a terrible thing. Why had he ever thought that the box was so wonderful? Why had he dreamed that such utterly useless things would be loved by the blessed infant? And in frantic terror he turned to run and hide from the divine anger of the Heavenly Father. But he stumbled and fell, and with a horrified wail and clatter of halo, rolled in a ball to the very foot of the heavenly throne, crying, tears running down his face. There was a terrible and dreadful silence in the celestial city, a silence complete and undisturbed, save for the heartbroken sobbing of the littlest angel. Then suddenly, the voice of God, like divine music, rose and swelled through paradise. And the voice of God spoke, saying, "Of all the gifts of all the angels, I find that this small box pleased me most. Its contents are of the earth and men, and my son is born to be king of both. These are the things my son too will know and love and cherish, and then regretful will leave behind him when his task is done. I accept this gift in the name of the child Jesus, born of Mary this night in Bethlehem. There is a breathless silence, and then the rough, unsightly box of the littlest angel began to glow with a bright, unearthly light. Then the light became a bright flame, and the flame became a radiant brilliance that blinded the eyes of all the angels. None but the littlest angel saw it rise from its place before the throne of God. And he, and only he, watched it arc across the sky to stand and shed its clear, white, beckoning light over a stable where a child was born. There it shone on that night of miracles, and its light was reflected down the centuries, deep in the heart of all mankind. Yet earthly eyes, blinded too by its splendor, could never know that the lowly gift of the littlest angel was what all men would call forever the shining star of Bethlehem.
Beside it, a humble little stable. Many animals lived in and around this stable. There was an elderly brown cow with a worried look in her soft eyes.
Dear me, I've never seen the inn as crowded as it is tonight. I'm lucky to have this warm bed for myself.
A pretty young goat who wanted more than anything to take over the cow's bed peeked in the doorway.
You no longer give milk, old cow, so you don't deserve that bed. And the sooner the innkeeper turns you out, the better I'll like it.
Oh, someday you'll be old like me and not able to give any milk. And you won't care for the thought of anyone taking over your soft bed.
Nah, I'll worry about that when and if the time comes.
Blackie, the innkeeper's dog, who had been sleeping in a patch of sunlight in the yard, woke up just then.
Oh, are you two arguing again?
Not at all, Blackie, but I do think Mrs. Cow should know what the innkeeper has in mind.
Moo, have you heard something?
I certainly have.
Well, what is it, Mrs. Goat? Nobody keeps secrets here in the stable.
All right, I'll tell you. I heard our master say that he has no more room in the inn. And if anybody else comes in tonight, he's going to offer them the stable.
Oh, me. I knew it would come to this someday.
Now, Mrs. Cow, you mustn't worry. Maybe no one else will arrive at the inn tonight.
A huge ox, who was a guest in the stable while his master stayed at the inn, slowly shook his head.
All day I've been pulling my master's cart along the road, and we passed many people on their way here to register for the taxes. There will be more guests tonight. You can be sure of that.
It was growing dark. Night was coming. The night that was to be the most wondrous the world has ever known.
all the animals in the stable began to settle down. 2 doves high up on the rafter closed their eyes and softly cooed each other to sleep. The old cow shifted herself on her bed of straw and closed her eyes. Mrs. Goat stretched out on the ground.
This isn't too bad. Still, there's nothing better than a nice bed of straw, like Mrs. Cow's.
The orange-colored cat, leaving the kitchen doorway of the inn, came over to the stable and sat down beside Blackie the dog.
There's something different about tonight, Blackie. Something special.
Special? Oh, I know. Because there are more guests at the inn, there are more scraps for you from the kitchen.
I must admit I'm well fed tonight, but that isn't what I mean.
Well, what do you mean?
Listen. Don't you hear it? Can't you feel it? There's something in the air, as if the whole world is waiting for it to happen, for something great to happen. Listen.
Yes, now I do hear something. Oh, I'd better start barking the alarm.
No, wait. It's a warm, friendly feeling in the air. Nothing to be afraid of. Nothing for you to warn against.
Yes, but what is it?
I don't know, Blackie. But it's coming closer. Sit here beside me and we'll keep watch together.
Very well.
As the dog and the cat watched from the stable doorway, a man came into the dark courtyard leading a small gray donkey. On the donkey's back sat a woman. The man led the donkey to the inn and gently knocked on the door. In a moment, the door was opened. The man asked the innkeeper for a room, explaining that they had traveled over the hills from Nazareth to the north, and that his wife, who soon would have a child, was in need of a place to rest. The dog and cat, watching from the stable, saw the innkeeper shake his head and then point in their direction.
Our master has told them that the inn is filled.
Uh-oh. They're coming over here.
We'd better wake up our friends.
Shall I bark?
No. You'll frighten the guests that are coming. Meow. Meow. Wake up. Wake up. Meow. What is it? What's wrong? What's that I hear?
Oh, I was sleeping so comfortably that... What's that unusual sound?
It's just as I thought. More visitors.
In the stable doorway, the man looked around and saw there was no room for his wife or himself. But the elderly brown cow, seeing how weary the woman looked, slowly hoisted herself to her feet.
She must travel no further. I shall give her my bed.
How can you bear to part with it?
Can't you see how badly she needs a place to rest?
But you never offered it to me.
Stop arguing, Mrs. Goat, and get out of the way so that they can reach the bed.
Oh, very well.
The man, who was known as Joseph, led the donkey bearing his wife across the little stable floor to the cow's soft straw bed. Then, gently he lifted the woman, Mary, from the donkey's back and lowered her onto the straw. The little donkey blinked its large gray eyes.
Thank you. Thank you for giving my mistress your bed.
I'm glad that I was able to.
I knew that bed would be taken away from you someday.
It wasn't taken, Mrs. Goat. I offered it.
But if you hadn't offered it,
Quiet, all of you. Can't you see that our guests want to rest?
Once more the animals settled down, with the old cow now sleeping on the hard ground with the goat. The doves went back to sleep on the rafter, and the cat and dog, standing outside in the cold, continued to wonder at the strangeness of the night.
I've never seen the stars so near and bright.
Nor I. And I've noticed something else. There isn't a sound now. There's nothing at all. Not a breeze or anything.
Why do you think the night is so still?
I have no idea. But I have a feeling we'll soon find out.
Look, the lamps in the inn have been turned down. Now there's no light at all except from those stars.
All of the animals in the stable were awakened at the same time as they heard the wondrous sounds which seemed to come from all around them and even from the starlit heavens. At that moment, no one else in Bethlehem or Judea, or even in the whole world, knew of the great miracle taking place except those within that humble stable. As Mary held the newborn babe in her arms, the old cow gently nuzzled the other animals.
My manger can serve as a crib for the infant.
But it still has some hay in it. What'll we have for breakfast?
It doesn't matter. The hay will be a soft and sweet bed.
You're very kind. I'll nudge my master so that he'll see your offering. Master? Master?
He sees it.
The woman is going to place the tiny baby there. You're right, old cow. I don't mind our hay being used for this child.
But the night is cold. We must not let the babe feel it. Crowd close, my friends.
Yes, we ought to keep the babe warm.
As the doves cooed the tiny child to sleep, and the animals of the stable crowded close around the manger to keep out the cold of night, the dog and cat moved silently to the doorway, where they gazed up at the heavens.
What is that up there?
A star. The brightest, most beautiful star I've ever seen.
Listen.
The great star shining in the east was seen by shepherds keeping watch over their flocks. Angels appeared to them, telling of the miracle in the stable at Bethlehem, and the shepherds began to lead their flocks toward that holy place. In other lands, kings and wise men saw the star and knew what it meant. They mounted their camels, and carrying rich gifts of gold, frankincense, and myrrh, rode toward the east, following the great star. None of the animals in the stable slept that night. Instead, they provided a circle of warmth for Mary and Joseph and the tiny baby. With the star hovering above the stable, the first shepherd arrived, leading his flock. As the shepherd knelt before the holy infant, one of his sheep, a heavy ram with curving horns, stuck his nose in the doorway and peered around.
Stay out. We don't need any sheep in here.
I go wherever my master leads, and he has brought us here. I too wish to see the infant and give it warmth.
There's no room around the manger.
Nevertheless, I and the rest of my flock can give the infant warmth. You see what my master carries across his shoulders? A blanket made from our soft wool. Let me remind him of what must be done with the blanket.
Moving to where his master knelt, and taking the edge of the blanket in his mouth, the ram tugged gently at it until it fell from the shepherd's shoulders. Then the ram moved to the manger and left the blanket there. Mary gave him a grateful look as she tucked the warming wool around the baby. As the first fingers of morning light reached into the courtyard, the dog and cat sat together in the stable doorway and watched the approach of the first caravan of visitors.
Should I bark and warn our master at the inn?
You'd wake up the infant.
Oh, you're right. I won't make any noise. Here comes the caravan.
The people are going in to worship the Holy Child.
I wonder where they're from.
Meow. That big camel over there looks friendly. Why don't you ask him?
Yes, I will. Where are you from, Camel?
across the desert. Our masters followed the star, and it led them here.
Well, you may go into the stable and see the babe if you wish, Camel. Every living thing is welcome there.
Oh, thank you, but we are so big and the stable so small. There's no room for us. Just standing outside here will be privilege enough.
In the golden light of that glorious morning, the courtyard of the inn and the stable itself was filled with people and animals, all paying homage to the newborn babe, a king for all time. And it could be that the most happy beings on earth were the animals, who gazed with soft eyes upon the Christ child. There were the doves, sitting high on the rafter above the manger. That night, they had cooed the holy infant to sleep.
I had been looking forward to that hay for my breakfast, but I'm glad to go without it so that the babe may continue to sleep in the manger.
People say that an ox is good only as a beast of burden. But last night I proved them wrong. Last night my huge body gave warmth to the King of Kings.
I, too, helped warm the babe. My master covered the holy infant with a blanket of wool which came from me and my flock.
They said I was too old to be of use to anyone, but I was the first to offer my straw bed to our guests and my manger to the babe. As long as there is anything on earth that I can do, I shall never truly be old.
As for Blackie the dog and the orange-colored cat, they sat together over in a corner of the stable, where they were able to see not only all the visitors, but the newborn babe as well.
Never again will our home here in the stable be the same, Blackie.
I know. Nothing will be the same again. Anywhere in the world.
And that's what happened long, long ago in that humble stable in Bethlehem on the very first Christmas.
The Rainbow Fish by Marcus Pfister. Translated by J. Allison James. A long way out in the deep blue sea, there lived a fish. Not just an ordinary fish, but the most beautiful fish in the entire ocean. His scales were every shade of blue and green and purple, with sparkling silver scales among them. The other fish were amazed at his beauty. They called him Rainbow Fish. "Come on, Rainbow Fish," they would call. "Come on and play with us." But the Rainbow Fish would just glide past, proud and silent, letting his scales shimmer. One day, a little blue fish followed after him. "Rainbow Fish," he called, "wait for me. Please give me one of your shiny scales. They are so wonderful, and you have so many." "You want me to give you one of my special scales? Who do you think you are?" cried the Rainbow Fish. "Get away from me." Shocked, the little blue fish swam away. He was so upset he told all his friends what had happened. From then on, no one would have anything to do with the rainbow fish. They turned away when he swam by. What good were the dazzling, shimmering scales with no one to admire them? Now he was the loneliest fish in the entire ocean. One day he poured out his troubles to the starfish. I really am beautiful. Why doesn't anybody like me? I can't answer that for you, said the starfish. But if you go beyond the coral reef to a deep cave, you will find the wise octopus. Maybe she can help you. The rainbow fish found the cave. It was very dark inside, and he couldn't see anything. Then, suddenly, 2 eyes caught him in their glare, and the octopus emerged from the darkness. I have been waiting for you, said the octopus with a deep voice. The waves have told me your story. This is my advice. Give a glittering scale to each of the other fish. You will no longer be the most beautiful fish in the sea, but you will discover how to be happy. I can't, the rainbow fish started to say, but the octopus had already disappeared into a dark cloud of ink. Give away my scales? My beautiful, shining scales? Never! How could I ever be happy without them? Suddenly, he felt the light touch of a fin. The little blue fish was back. Rainbow fish, please, don't be angry. I just want one little scale. The rainbow fish wavered. Only one very, very small shimmery scale, he thought. Well, maybe I wouldn't miss just one. Carefully, the rainbow fish pulled out the smallest scale and gave it to the little fish. Thank you very much, the little blue fish bubbled playfully as he tucked the shiny scale in among his blue ones. A rather peculiar feeling came over the rainbow fish. For a long time, he watched the little blue fish swim back and forth with his new scale glittering in the water. The little blue fish whizzed through the ocean with his scale flashing, so it didn't take long before the rainbow fish was surrounded by the other fish. Everyone wanted a glittering scale. The rainbow fish shared his scales left and right, and the more he gave away, the more delighted he became. When the water around him filled with glimmering scales, he at last felt at home among the other fish. Finally, the rainbow fish had only one shining scale left. His most prized possessions had been given away, yet he was very happy. Come on, rainbow fish, they called. Come and play with us. Here I come, said the rainbow fish, and happy as a splash, he swam off to join his friends.
3 billy goats, so the story goes, were grazing in a fresh, fragrant field, munching on grass and thinking of finer things.
Gruff!
Snapped the biggest billy goat, ripping up some turf. Gruff, Gruff! Chomped the middle billy goat, gnashing some arugula.
Gruff, Gruff, Gruff!
Bleated the youngest billy goat, not to be outdone. To no one's surprise, the 3 billy goats called themselves Gruff. And truth to tell, all 3 yearned to graze on the greens in the meadow of clover across the river. But to get over there, they had to cross a bridge, which wasn't so bad. But under the bridge lived a terrifying troll with eyes like burning coals and a nose like an old acorn squash. The troll was wicked enough to frighten off even the bravest of travelers. The youngest billy goat, Gruff, lulled by the lure of finer fields, stepped onto the bridge. Went his little hooves. Up sprang the troll.
Who dares to clip-clop over my bridge?
Fumed the troll.
It's only I, Mr. Troll, the youngest billy goat, Gruff, crossing over to finer fields,
said the little goat in a tiny voice.
Billy goat for breakfast, billy goat for lunch. I shall eat you up,
slobbered the troll, licking his puffy lips.
Oh, don't bother with me,
squealed the youngest billy goat, Gruff.
My brother's crossing behind me, and he's much more to your liking.
The troll's great nose quivered as he thought. Then his eyes blazed bright as he said,
Go your way then. I shall bide my time.
And the youngest billy goat, Gruff, clip-clopped across the bridge and into the meadow of clover. Later on, the middle billy goat, Gruff, stepped onto the bridge. Went his medium-sized hooves. Up sprang the troll.
Who dares to clip-clop over my bridge?
Roared the troll. It's only me, Mr. Troll, the middle billy goat, Gruff, crossing over to greener grass, said the middle goat in a medium sort of voice.
Billy goat for breakfast, billy goat for lunch. I shall eat you up,
trilled the troll, rubbing his bloated belly. Oh, please, man, leave me alone, said the middle billy goat, Gruff. My brother's crossing behind me, and he's much more of a meal for you. Okay. The troll thought again, tapped his nose, and hefted his belly.
Go your way then. I shall bide my time.
And the middle billy goat, Gruff, clip-clopped across the bridge and into the meadow of clover. Shortly after that, the biggest billy goat, Gruff, stepped onto the bridge. Went his big hooves, and the bridge groaned under his weight. Up sprang the troll.
Who dares to clip-clop over my bridge?
Bellowed the troll. It's only I, Mr. Troll, the biggest billy goat, Gruff, crossing over to more verdant victuals.
Billy goat for breakfast, billy goat for lunch, billy goat, munch, 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 I shall eat you up.
But the biggest billy goat, Gruff, growled, Trolls have noses, trolls have ears, goats have horns as sharp as spears. And with that, the biggest billy goat Gruff lowered his head, pawed the ground, and charged at the troll, his sharp horns shining. He butted the troll up in the air, over the bridge, and into the river. The troll sank like a stone and was never seen again. The 3 billy goats Gruff, so we're told, are still there, grazing in both fields now and growing fatter every day.
The 3 Little Pigs. Once there were 3 little pigs who grew up and left their mother to find homes for themselves. The first pig set out, and before long he met a man with a bundle of straw. "Please, man," said the pig, "will you let me have that bundle of straw to build my house?" "Yes, here, take it," said the kind man. The little pig was very pleased, and at once built himself a house of straw. He had hardly moved in when a wolf came walking by, and, seeing the new house, knocked on the door. "Little pig, he said, "open up the door and let me in." Now the little pig's mother had warned him about strangers, so he said, "No, not by the hair of my chinny chin chin. I'll not let you in." "Then I'll huff, and I'll puff, and I'll blow your house down," cried the wolf. But the little pig went on saying, "No, not by the hair of my chinny chin chin. I'll not let you in." So the old wolf huffed, and he puffed, and he blew the house down, and the little pig ran fast as he could back to his mother's house. The second little pig said goodbye to his mother and set out. Before long he met a man with a bundle of sticks.
"Please, man,"
he said,
"will you let me have that bundle of sticks to build my house?"
"Yes, you can have it. Here it is," said the kind man. So the second little pig was very pleased, and used the sticks to build himself a house. He had hardly moved in when the wolf came walking by and knocked at the door. Little pig, he said, "open up your door and let me in." Now the second little pig remembered what his mother had told him, so he too said,
"No, not by the hair of my chinny chin chin. I'll not let you in."
"Then I'll huff, and I'll puff, and I'll blow your house down," cried the wolf. But the little pig went on saying,
"No, not by the hair of my chinny chin chin. I'll not let you in."
So again the old wolf huffed, and he puffed, and he huffed, and he puffed. This time it was much harder work, but finally down came the house, and the second little pig had to run as fast as he could back to his mother's house. Then, last of all, the third little pig set out, and met a man with a load of bricks.
"Please, man,"
he said,
"will you let me have that load of bricks to build my house?"
"Yes, here they are, all for you," said the kind man. The third little pig was very pleased, and built himself a brick house. Again the wolf came along, and again he said, Little pig, open your door and let me in." But, like his brothers, the third little pig said,
"No, not by the hair of my chinny chin chin. I'll not let you in."
"Then I'll huff, and I'll puff, and I'll blow your house down," cried the wolf. And when the third little pig wouldn't open the door, he huffed, and he puffed, and he huffed, and he puffed. Then he tried again, but the brick house was so strong that he could not blow it down. This made the wolf so angry that he jumped onto the roof of the little brick house and roared down the chimney. "I'm coming down to eat you up!" The little pig had put a pot of boiling water on the fire, and now he took off the lid. Down the chimney tumbled the wolf, and splash! He fell right into the pot. Quickly the little pig banged on the cover and boiled up the old wolf for his dinner. And so the clever little pig lived happily ever after. The Hare and the Tortoise. In the forest there was a clearing where many animals gathered each evening after going to the river to drink. The tortoise was usually the last to arrive, and the other animals would laugh at him as he plodded into the clearing.
"Come on, slowpoke!"
they would call out as he came through the grass towards them. The tortoise would blink at them with his beady eyes and continue slowly on his way until he reached the spot where he wanted to settle down. The liveliest of all the animals there was the hare. He ran so fast that he was always the first to arrive.
"Just look at me,"
he was boasting one evening.
"I can run faster than any of you. My speed and cleverness will always win."
The tortoise ambled into the clearing, last as usual, but to everyone's surprise he did not go to his usual place. Instead, he went slowly across to the hare. "Since you run so fast, could you beat me in a race?" he asked.
"I? Beat you? In a race?"
exclaimed the hare, and he fell on the ground and held his sides, he laughed so much.
"Of course I could beat you! You name the distance, Tortoise, but don't make it too far for your short little legs."
And he roared with laughter again. Most of the other animals laughed too. It did seem a very comic idea. The fox, who thought they would see some good sport, said,
"Come on then, Tortoise. Name the distance and the time, and then we will all come to see fair play."
"Let us start tomorrow morning at sunrise," suggested the tortoise. "We'll run from this clearing to the edge of the forest and return to this spot again along the bank of the river."
"Why, it will take you all day to go so far, Tortoise. Are you sure you want to go ahead with it?"
asked the hare. He grinned all over his face at the thought of the easy victory he would have.
"I am sure," replied the tortoise. "The first one back to this clearing will be the winner."
"Agreed,"
said the hare as the tortoise settled down in some long grass to sleep for the night. The next morning the clearing was full of animals who had come to see the start of the great race. Some ran along to the edge of the forest to make sure that both animals followed the proper route. Others chose good places to watch along the way. The hare and the tortoise stood side by side. As the sun rose, the fox called out,
"Ready, steady, go!"
The hare jumped up and was out of sight almost at once. The tortoise started off in the same direction. He plodded along, picking up his feet slowly, then putting them down only a little in front of where they had been before.
"Come on, Tortoise!"
called his friends anxiously, but he did not lift up his foot to wave at them as the hare had done. He kept on moving slowly forwards. In a few minutes, the hare was a long way from the starting line, so he slowed down.
"It's going to take the tortoise all day,"
he thought.
"So there's no need for me to hurry."
He stopped to talk to friends and nibbled juicy grass here and there along the path. By the time he reached halfway, the sun was high in the sky and the day became very hot. The animals who were waiting there saw the hare turn back towards the clearing. They settled down for a long wait for the tortoise. As he returned by the river, the hot sun and the grass he had eaten made the hare feel sleepy.
"There's no need to hurry,"
he told himself.
"Here's a nice shady spot."
And stretching himself comfortably, he lay down. With paws beneath his head, he murmured sleepily,
"It won't matter if Tortoise passes me. I'm much faster than he is. I'll still get back first and win the race."
He drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, the tortoise went on slowly. He reached the edge of the forest quite soon after the hare, for he had not stopped to talk to friends or eat tempting fresh grass. Before long, smiling gently, he passed the hare sleeping in the shade. The animals in the clearing waited all day for the hare to return, but he did not arrive. The sun was setting before they saw the tortoise plodding towards them. "Where is the hare?" they called out. The tortoise did not waste his breath in answering, but came steadily towards them. "Hurrah! Tortoise has won! Well done, slowpoke!" the animals cheered. Only when he knew he had won the race did Tortoise speak.
"Hare? Oh, he's asleep back there by the river."
There was a sudden flurry, and at great speed the hare burst into the clearing. He had woken, and seeing how long the shadows were, realized he had slept for much longer than he intended. He had raced back to the clearing, but he was too late. Tortoise smiled and said, "Slow and steady wins the race." The Ugly Duckling. One summer, when the corn was golden yellow and the hay was being dried in the fields, a mother duck was sitting on her nest of eggs. She sat in the rushes of a deep moat that surrounded a lovely country house and waited for her eggs to hatch. It was taking a very long time, and she was getting very tired. At last, one day, she felt a movement beneath her. The eggs began to crack, and out popped tiny, fluffy ducklings. All the eggs hatched except for one, which was larger than the rest. The mother duck was impatient to take her new ducklings swimming, but could not leave the last egg unhatched. She sat for a few more days, and just as she was about to give up, she heard a tapping, and out of the shell tumbled the oddest, ugly duckling she had ever seen. She took the babies into the water and proudly watched as they all swam straight away, even the ugly duckling. She led them in a procession around the moat, showing them off to the other ducks. As they bobbed along behind her, she heard many quacks of admiration and praise for her fine family. But she also heard laughter and scorn poured on the ugly duckling at the end of the line.
"He has been too long in the egg," she explained. "He has not come out quite the right shape. But he is strong and will grow into a fine duck soon."
As the weeks went by and the corn was harvested in the fields, the ducklings grew up into ducks. But the ugly duckling, with his gray feathers and clumsy shape, remained different. All the ducks on the moat pecked him and made fun of him, and refused to let him join in their games on the water. At last the ugly duckling could bear it no more. As the leaves began to fall, he flew away to a great marsh. There he stayed alone, hiding from the ducks among the reeds. One day he heard a strange cry and the sound of wings in the air. Looking up, he saw 3 dazzling white birds flying majestically overhead. The ugly duckling felt a strange longing. He did not know the name of those birds, but he felt he loved them more than he had loved anything before. He watched as they passed over his head and flew beyond until they were out of sight. Fall turned into winter, and the ugly duckling suffered many hardships. The marshy water froze, and for a while he was trapped fast in the ice. A kind man broke the ice and took him to his home, but the ugly duckling was frightened by the noise and confusion inside the house. He flapped his wings, upset a bucket of milk, and fled as people shouted at him. He struggled through many other difficulties during his first winter, but at last spring came, and with it warm sunshine. The ugly duckling felt better than he had done for months and flapped his wings. To his surprise, they felt bigger and stronger, and he found he was flying easily away from the marsh towards a large and beautiful lake. He alighted on the water and saw before him the 3 wonderful birds he had seen flying overhead several months before. As the swans glided smoothly over the lake, the ugly duckling felt drawn to them, but he was sure they would peck and tease him like the ducks because he was so ugly. At last he thought,
"It is better to be hurt or even killed by birds as lovely as these than to be teased by those ducks."
and he floated slowly towards them. He drew nearer, and he bent his neck in shame. All at once he saw a reflection in the smooth lake waters. A beautiful swan with glossy white feathers and a fine yellow beak stared up at him. He moved. The swan moved. He opened his wings. So did the swan. The ugly duckling suddenly realized he was the swan. The other swans swam gracefully towards him, welcoming him and stroking him with their beaks. Some children came running down to the lake and called out to their father.
Look, a new swan has appeared. He is more beautiful than any of the others.
And they threw pieces of bread into the water for him. The young and beautiful swan felt quite shy with all this attention, and hid his head under his wing. But as the lilac trees bent their branches down to the water, and the sun shone warm and bright, he felt a deep happiness. He rustled his feathers, arched his sleek long neck, and said to himself,
I never dreamed of such great happiness when I was the ugly duckling.
One morning, Thomas was being cleaned when Gordon arrived. Mud had blown all over his smart blue paint. "Hello, Gordon," called Thomas. "You look as if you've had a mud bath. Be a sensible engine and have a shower instead." Gordon snorted. "I haven't time to dawdle over my appearance like fussy tank engines do." The wind blew stronger. "Gordon, slow down," called his driver. This made Gordon crosser still. "Now I'll be dirty and late, he hissed. At the next station was a sign. All trains must wash down daily. James had just finished being cleaned. "Come on, Gordon," said his driver. "You'll feel better, too, after a good hose down." "Bah," said Gordon, and angrily let off steam. "You're a very naughty engine," said Gordon's driver. "Now James will need another shower. You'll have to wait your turn till later." "Good riddance," huffed Gordon. "I'm far too busy to waste time with water." He finished his journey safely and steamed into the big station. Sir Topham Hatt was waiting. So were Gordon's coaches and the passengers. "Goodness gracious," said Sir Topham Hatt. "You can't pull the train. Henry will have to do it. Gordon, you'd better get cleaned straight away." Gordon was soon being washed. "Mind my eyes," he grumbled. Then he pulled cars for the rest of the day. Freight trains, he spluttered. He felt his position deeply. "That's for you, and you, and you." "Cars will be cars," laughed James. "They won't with me," snorted Gordon. "I'll teach them." James got ready to take the express when Gordon returned. "Be careful," warned Gordon. "The hills are slippery. You may need help." "I don't need help on hills," replied James huffily. Gordon thinks he knows everything. Earlier, a storm had swept Gordon's Hill, blowing leaves onto the tracks, which made them slippery. Even though the storm had passed, the hill was still difficult to climb. James knew this. The signal showed clear, and James began to go faster. I'll do it, he puffed. Halfway up, he was not so sure. I must do it. But his wheels slipped on the leaves. He couldn't pull the train at all. Help, whistled James. His wheels were turning forward, but the heavy coaches pulled him backwards. The whole train started slipping down the hill. His driver shut off steam and put on the brakes. Then carefully he stopped the train. Gordon saw everything. "Ah, well, we live and learn. Never mind, little James. I'm going to push behind." Clouds of smoke and steam billowed from the snorting engines as they struggled up the hill. "We can do it," puffed James. "We will do it," puffed Gordon. At last they reached the top. "Beep, beep. Thank you. Goodbye," whistled James. "Boop, boop," answered Gordon. "Goodbye." That night, Sir Topham Hatt came to see the engines. Gordon was miserable. "Please, sir," said Thomas, "can Gordon pull coaches again now?" "If you understand that having a washdown is essential to every engine, then yes, Gordon, you may." "Thank you," grunted Gordon. "Dirty or clean, I'm a famous machine." But no one heard but him.
Thomas the Tank Engine puffed happily along his branch line with Annie and Clarabelle. Sir Topham Hatt was waiting on the platform. He looked at his watch. "Well done, Thomas. You are right on time and really reliable." "Thank you, sir," whistled Thomas. "Ooh, right on time and really reliable," hummed the coaches. But the big engines were not feeling cheerful at all. "Where's Percy?" mumbled Henry. "He's supposed to fetch our coaches." "We get no rest," complained James. He edged angrily onto the turntable and spoke rudely to Henry. "What's the matter, Henry? There's no rain today. Stop worrying and do some work instead." "I'm not afraid of getting wet anymore," huffed Henry. "Anyway, you look silly enough to be a clown. You should join the circus." "Oh," whistled Percy. "So you've heard the news?" "What news?" "About the circus." "Percy, what are you talking about?" "The circus has arrived," explained Percy. "I've been shunting special cars. Sir Topham Hatt needs your help, too." The engines soon forgot to be tired and cross, until it was time for the circus to leave. Then Gordon and Henry were cross all over again when James got to pull the train away. A little later, Sir Topham Hatt returned. "Come along, Henry. A tunnel is blocked down the line. You must take some workmen to investigate." Pushing cars, grumbled Henry. They stopped outside the tunnel. The workmen went inside. It was very dark and quiet, but not for long. "Help!" shouted the workmen, and they ran out. "We started to dig at the block, but it grunted and moved," one said. Rubbish, said the foreman. It's not rubbish. It's big and alive. We're not going in there again. Right, said the foreman. I'll ride in the cars and Henry shall push it out. Wheesh, said Henry unhappily. He had been shut in the tunnel for being afraid of the rain, but this was worse. Something big and alive was inside. Peep, peep. I don't want to go in. Neither do I, said his driver, but we must clear the line. Oh, dear, puffed Henry. Then there was trouble. The block was indeed alive and very strong. It began to push the train backwards. Out of the tunnel came Henry, then the cars, and last of all, a large, cross elephant. Well, I never, cried the foreman. The workman gave him some cake. He drank 3 buckets of water and was just about to drink another when Henry let off steam. Cried the elephant. Water went all over Henry. Poor Henry. The elephant and his keeper were soon reunited, but Henry was most upset. An elephant pushed me. An elephant hooshed me. That night he told the other engines all about it. Gordon and James felt sorry for Henry, but still teased him. First the rain, then an elephant. Whatever will you be afraid of next? Never mind, Henry, murmured Thomas. I think you were brave today, and really reliable, too. Stepney, the Bluebell engine, was busy talking to the other engines. It was his first visit to their railway, and he was having a splendid time. You are very lucky engines, he said. Your line has got everything. It's long enough to give you a good run, and you have plenty of passengers. Then you have a quarry and a mine, so you need plenty of cars. Cars are fun. I missed them on our line. Percy was surprised. All the engines thought cars were trouble. You're welcome to take some of mine, he said, but you'd better ask driver first. Their drivers agreed, and the 2 engines set off. Thomas and Toby were speechless. Stepney took the cars to the harbor. Then he picked up a load of empty ones and started back. Ahead was a cricket field. The game had just begun. Stepney and his driver had to wait at a signal. Good, said his driver. We can watch the game. Then there was trouble. The batsman hit the ball. It flew high into the sky toward Stepney's train. Clunk went the signal. Thump went the ball into a car, but neither driver nor fireman heard it. Stop, yelled the players, but Stepney didn't hear them. Come along, he puffed to the cars. Our one and only ball, cried the players. Wake up, Caroline, they said to their old car. The chase is on. Caroline coughed crossly and rolled down the road. Stepney wasn't hurrying. Caroline soon came up behind. Toot, toot, she wailed. The players shouted, but Stepney was still too far away for his driver and fireman to see or hear properly. They completely misunderstood. If those jokers want a race, said the driver, they can have one. Faster, Stepney, faster. Poor Caroline wasn't happy at all. She rattled along at twice her usual speed.
I shouldn't be treated like this, she grumbled. This pace is too hot for my system. It'll fuse all my circuits.
Suddenly, Stepney was nowhere to be seen.
Yahoo! That silly train has run into a hole, so we can't catch it. I can go home now.
But she couldn't. Her driver pounded Caroline on up the steep hill and then down the other side toward the station. Stepney was already there when Caroline cluttered in.
We need our ball back,
cried the players, and explained everything. The ball was nestled under some straw in the third car from the van.
We found it,
cried a player. We're sorry, sighed the driver.
Oh, you couldn't help it, replied the player. Now we must get back quickly.
You'll be lucky, said the driver. Caroline looks worn out. And she was. The driver spoke to the station master and the signalman, and they all agreed on a plan. Soon they had rolled Caroline onto a flat car with a brake van coupled behind. The players crowded inside, and Stepney pulled the train back to the playing field. Everyone enjoyed watching the game. Even Caroline was pleased. She doesn't think trains silly now. They have their uses. They can save wear and tear on a poor car's wheels.
Three little kittens, they lost their mittens, and they began to cry.
Oh, Mother dear, we sadly fear our mittens we have lost.
What? Lost your mittens, you naughty kittens? Then you shall have no pie.
Meow, 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 meow.
The three little kittens found their mittens, and they began to cry.
Oh, Mother dear, see here, our mittens we have found.
What? Found your mittens, you good little kittens? Then you shall have some pie.
Purr, purr, purr.
The three little kittens put on their mittens and soon ate up the pie.
mittens we have soiled.
What? Soiled your mittens, you naughty kittens.
Then they began to sigh.
Meow, meow, meow.
The three little kittens washed their mittens and hung them up to dry.
Oh, Mother dear, look here, look here. Our mittens we have washed.
What? Washed your mittens, you darling kittens. But hush, I smell a rat close by.
Yes, we smell a rat close by. Meow, meow, meow.
This performance has been produced and is copyrighted 1989 by Brilliance Corporation. All rights reserved.
Did I ever tell you that Mrs. McCabe had 23 sons, and she named them all Dave? Well, she did, and that wasn't a smart thing to do. You see, when she wants one and calls out, "Yoo-hoo! Come into the house, Dave!" she doesn't get one. All 23 Daves of hers come on the run. This makes things quite difficult at the McCaves, as you can imagine, with so many Daves. And often she wishes that when they were born, she had named one of them Bodkin Van Horn, and one of them Hoosfoos, and one of them Snim, and one of them Hotshot, and one Sonny Jim, and one of them Shadrach, and one of them Blinky, and one of them Stuffy, and one of them Stinky, another one Put-Put, another one Moonface, another one Marvin O'Gravel Balloonface, and one of them Ziggy, and one Soggy Muff, one Buffalo Bill, and one Biffalo Buff, and one of them Sneepy, and one Weepy Wee, and one Paris Garters, and one Harris Tweed, and one of them Sir Michael Carmichael Zutt, and one of them Oliver Bolivar Butt, and one of them Zanzibar Snoot Snoot McFate. But she didn't do it. And now it's too late.
Well, I was walking in the night, and I saw nothing scary, for I have never been afraid of anything. Not very. Then I was deep within the woods, when suddenly I spied them. I saw a pair of pale green pants with nobody inside them. I wasn't scared, but yet I stopped. What could those pants be there for? What could a pair of pants at night be standing in the air for? And then they moved. Those empty pants. They kind of started jumping. And then my heart, I must admit, it kind of started thumping. So I got out. I got out fast as I could go, sir. I wasn't scared, but pants like that I did not care for. No, sir. After that, a week went by. Then, one dark night in Greenwich, I had to do an errand there and fetch some Greenwich spinach. Well, I had fetched the spinach. I was starting back through town when those pants biked round a corner, and they almost knocked me down. Now, bicycles were never made for pale green pants to ride 'em, especially spooky pale green pants with nobody inside 'em. I lost my Greenwich spinach, but I didn't even care. I ran for home. Believe me, I had really had a scare. And the next night, I was fishing for doubt trout on River River, and those pants came rowing toward me, and I started into shiver. And by now I was so frightened. Well, I'll tell you, but I hate to. I screamed and rode away and lost my hook and line and bait too. I ran and found a brickle bush. I hid myself away. I got brickles in my breeches. But I stayed there anyway. I stayed all night. The next night, too. I'd be there still, no doubt. But I had to do an errand. So the next night, I went out. I had to do an errand. Had to pick a peck of snide in a dark and gloomy snide field that was almost 9 miles wide. I said, I do not fear those pants with nobody inside them. I said and said and said those words. I said them, but I lied them. Then I reached inside a snide bush, and the next thing that I knew, I felt my hand touch someone. And I'll bet that you know who. And there I was, caught in the snide, and in that dreadful place. Those spooky, empty pants and I were standing face to face. I yelled for help. I screamed. I shrieked. I howled. I yowled. I cried, oh, save me from these pale green pants with nobody inside. But then a strange thing happened. Then those pants began to cry. Those pants began to tremble. They were just as scared as I. I never heard such whimpering. And I began to see that I was just as strange to them as they were strange to me. I put my arm around their waist and sat right down beside them. I calmed them down. Poor empty pants with nobody inside them. And now we meet quite often, those empty pants and I. And we never shake or tremble. We both smile. And we say, hi.
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 Hello, I'm Jimmy Stewart, and I'm going to tell you a story about Christopher Robin.
That's me.
And Piglet.
That's me.
And Edward Bear, known to his friends as Winnie the Pooh, or Pooh for short.
That's me.
And also about...
Oh, there is someone else?
Yes, Pooh, a Hefalump.
Hefalump?
Yes, Piglet, a Hefalump. All right, you ready? Listen. One day, Christopher Robin said rather carelessly as he finished a mouthful he was eating,
Piglet, I saw a Hefalump today. A Hefalump? What was it doing? Well, I'll slumping along.
That was all Christopher Robin said, but it gave Pooh an idea.
Piglet, I have decided something. What have you decided, Pooh? I have decided to catch a Hefalump.
Winnie the Pooh knew that catching Hefalumps wasn't easy, which was the reason why Hefalumps hardly ever got caught.
Suppose you wanted to catch me. How would you do it? I'd dig a very deep pit, put a jar of honey in the pit, and I'd go in after it. And I'd get to the jar of honey. I'd lick around the edges, pretending there wasn't any more, you know. And then I'd walk away.
Never mind about that. Now let's think. What do Hefalumps like? I say, Pooh, wake up!
Pooh had gone into a happy dream thinking about the honey.
Huh? Oh, yes. Hefalumps like honey, of course.
No, acorns!
If we're going to trap a Hefalump, honey is more trappy than acorns.
All right, get some of your honey.
My honey?
Yes.
On further thought, acorns.
Honey, I'll dig the pit, you get the honey.
Oh, very well. I'll go home and get some honey.
As soon as Pooh got home, he took down a large jar of honey and looked at it.
It looks like honey, but you never can tell.
Pooh suddenly remembered his uncle once saying that he'd seen cheese just that color. So he put his tongue in and took a large lick.
Yes, it is. Honey, I should say, right down to the bottom. Unless, of course, somebody put cheese at the bottom just for a joke.
Well, Pooh decided to go a little further, just in case Hefalumps didn't like cheese, you know.
I was right. Honey all the way down.
And now that he was certain, Pooh took the jar of honey, or what was left of it, to Piglet, and they placed it at the bottom of the very deep pit Piglet had dug.
Tomorrow we'll see how many Hefalumps we've caught. Good night, Piglet.
Good night.
And they went off to bed. Well, some hours later, Pooh woke up suddenly with a sinking feeling. He was hungry. He looked for his jar of honey and found nothing.
That's funny. I know I had a full jar of honey. That's very funny.
And then he suddenly remembered, oh yes, he'd put it in the trap to catch the Hefalump.
Bother.
Pooh went back to bed, but he couldn't sleep. He tried counting Hefalumps, but every Hefalump he counted made straight for Pooh's honey.
Bother.
Pooh could bear it no longer. He jumped out of bed, he ran to the very deep pit, and found the jar of honey and put his nose inside it.
Bother! A Hefalump has been eating it. Oh, no. I did. I forgot.
So Pooh put his head all the way into the jar to lick the very bottom, and then...
Bother! I can't get my head out of the jar.
Now, meanwhile, Piglet was at home in bed, and the thing that kept popping into his head was Hefalump.
Yes, Hefalump. Is a Hefalump fierce? Is it fond of pigs?
Now, Piglet had never seen a Hefalump, so he decided it was time to go to the very deep pit and peep in. And there, in the pit, was a thing with a honey jar on his head.
Mother, help!
And when Piglet saw that, he ran to Christopher Robin.
Christopher Robin, help! Help! A Hefalump! A horrible Hefalump! A horrible Hefalump! A horrible Hefalump!
What did it look like?
It had the biggest head you ever saw!
Well, back at the pit, Pooh found a tree root, bumped his head against it, and crash! The honey jar smashed to pieces.
Why, it's Pooh!
Yes, it's Winnie the Pooh. Oh, Bear, how I do love you. So do I.
This is the story of Winnie the Pooh and the Honey Tree. You can read along with me in your book. You will know it is time to turn the page when you hear the chimes ring like this. Let's begin now. Winnie the Pooh lived in an enchanted forest under the name of Sanders, which means he had the name over the door and he lived under it. Now, when Pooh heard his Pooh-Coo clock, he knew it was time for something.
Think. Oh, yes. Time for my stoutness exercise.
Pooh stood in front of his mirror and tried to touch his toes.
Up, down, and touch the ground. Up, down, and touch the ground.
But instead of making him thin, the exercise made Pooh hungry. So he went to his cupboard, got down a honey jar, and inspected his honey supply.
Oh, bother. Empty again. Only the sticky parts left.
Pooh put his head in the jar and tried to get at the last bit of honey when he heard a buzzing sound.
That buzzing noise means something. And the only reason for making a buzzing noise that I know of is because you're a bee. And the only reason for being a bee is to make honey.
Pooh followed the bee outside to a nearby tree. High in a hole near the top sat a beehive full of honey.
And the only reason for making honey is so I can eat it.
So Pooh began to climb the honey tree. He climbed and he climbed, and just as Pooh neared the beehive, the branch he was standing on broke, and down went Pooh into a very prickly bush below.
Oh, bother.
Pooh brushed the prickles from his nose and decided to go ask Christopher Robin for help.
Christopher Robin, I was wondering if you had such a thing as a balloon about you.
Christopher Robin happened to have just the thing.
But what do you want a balloon for?
Honey, I shall fly like a bee up to the honey tree.
Pooh ran off to a very muddy place near the honey tree, and Christopher Robin followed. Pooh rolled around and around until he was covered with mud from his nose to his toes. Christopher Robin scratched his head and wondered what Pooh was up to.
What are you supposed to be, Pooh?
Oh, a little black rain cloud, of course. Now, would you aim me at the bees, please?
Christopher Robin handed Pooh the balloon and launched him into the air. Pooh rose higher and higher toward the hole in the top of the honey tree, and while he hovered outside, a bee flew from the hive and landed on Pooh's nose.
Christopher Robin, I think the bees suspect something. Maybe it would help with the deception if you would open your umbrella and say, "Tut, tut, it looks like rain."
So Christopher Robin opened his umbrella and paced back and forth beneath it.
Tut, tut, it looks like rain.
The little bee, however, was not fooled. He knew the difference between a rain cloud and a hungry Pooh bear. So he flew at Pooh and stung him directly on his softest spot.
Oh!
Pooh swung left, then right, then quite by accident swung his very sore bottom into the hole in the tree.
Oh, dear. I'm stuck.
In no time, the bees inside the tree created a mighty force, and they pushed Pooh out of the hole, sending him shooting across the sky. The balloon sputtered, and Pooh came tumbling downward.
Oh, bother. I think I shall come down now.
Pooh fell from the sky with the bees in hot pursuit. Christopher Robin gently caught him, and together they ran to the muddy place and jumped in. Christopher Robin opened his umbrella, and they hid beneath it as the bees buzzed past. The bees did not bother them any more that day. Once Pooh began thinking about honey, he just couldn't stop. So he made his way to Rabbit's house for a light honey snack.
Hello, Rabbit.
Oh, dear. Hello, Pooh Bear. What a surprise. Well, how about lunch?
Pooh sat himself down at the table and tied a napkin around his neck. Rabbit knew perfectly well what Pooh was hungry for. He reluctantly pulled out a honey jar and offered it to Pooh.
Thank you, Rabbit. Just a small helping, please.
Pooh helped himself to Rabbit's honey, and he ate, and he ate, and he ate, and he ate, until there was no honey left.
None at all?
Not a drop. Finally, in a very sticky voice, he excused himself.
I must be going now. Goodbye, Rabbit.
Pooh thanked Rabbit, and he turned to leave. But Pooh's tummy, full of honey, only got halfway out of Rabbit's small front door.
Oh, bother. I'm stuck.
Rabbit pushed at Pooh's round bottom, but it was no use.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. There's only one thing to do. I'll get Christopher Robin.
Rabbit hurried out of the side door to find his friend. In a short time, Rabbit returned with Christopher Robin.
Cheer up, Pooh Bear. We'll get you out.
Christopher Robin took hold of Pooh, and Rabbit took hold of Christopher Robin. And on the count of 3...
One, two, three.
They pulled as hard as they could, but Pooh wouldn't budge.
It's no use. I'm stuck.
Christopher Robin shook his head.
Pooh Bear, there's only one thing to do. Wait for you to get thin again.
Nobody knew how long it would take Pooh to get thin. So poor Rabbit tried to make the best of the situation by decorating Pooh's bottom with a picture frame and some antlers.
There, a hunting trophy. Ah, I know what it needs.
Rabbit then painted a face on Pooh's bottom. It tickled, and Pooh wriggled.
Oh, Pooh, you messed up my moose.
And while Rabbit got along with Pooh's back end, his front end was visited by many friends, including Kanga and little Roo.
Pooh, Roo has a little surprise for you.
Roo handed Pooh a big bouquet of flowers. Pooh took a deep sniff.
Honeysuckle. Thank you, Roo.
Day after day, night after lonely night, Pooh waited to get thin. And while he waited, who should pop up one night but his good friend Gopher?
I'm working the swing shift, Sonny, but now it's time for my midnight snack.
Gopher opened his lunchbox and inspected its contents, while Pooh looked on with a hungry, feed-me sort of look.
Let's see here. Summer squash, succotash, spiced custard, and honey.
Pooh brightened at the sound of his favorite word.
Honey? Could you spare a small smackerel?
But before Pooh could attempt to taste, Rabbit whipped out of his side door and planted a large sign next to Pooh.
Don't feed the bear.
Poor Pooh. Gopher quickly went back to work, and Pooh continued his long and very hungry wait. And then, one morning when Rabbit was beginning to think that he might never be able to use his front door again, it happened. He leaned up against Pooh's bottom and...
He budged. Christopher Crabbin. Christopher Rabbit. He binged. He badged. He booched. Today is the day.
Almost everyone in the 100-acre wood came running to help. From inside his house, Rabbit pushed frantically on his end of Pooh, while outside everyone else pulled on the other end.
Heave-ho! Heave-ho!
They tugged and they pushed and they pulled and they shoved with all their might, until suddenly Pooh shot out of the hole and flew high overhead into the treetops, where he landed in the hole in the honey tree. Christopher Robin called from down below.
Don't worry, Pooh. We'll get you out.
No hurry. Take your time.
For you see, Pooh had landed right in the middle of the beehive and some very yummy honey.
Yum, yum. Bears love honey, and I'm a Pooh Bear. Yum, 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 yum. Time for something sweet.
Christopher Robin shook his head and grinned.
Silly old bear.
I'm just a little black rain cloud hovering under the honey tree. I'm only a little black rain cloud. Pay no attention to little me. Oh, everyone knows that a rain cloud never eats honey, no, not a nip. I'm just floating around over the ground, wondering where I will drip.
Kenneth Graham's The Wind in the Willows. Chapter 1. The Riverbank. The mole was working very hard all the morning, spring cleaning his little home. First, he dusted it. Then, he washed it. And finally, he whitewashed it. Spring was in the air above and in the earth below and around him, coming even into his dark little house. He suddenly dropped his brush on the floor and jumped out of the house. Something up above was calling him, and he made for the little tunnel which led to the sun and air. So he scraped and scratched and scratched and scraped, working busily with his little paws and saying to himself, "Up we go, till at last his nose came out into the sunlight, and he was rolling in the warm grass of a great meadow. "This is fine," he said to himself. "This is better than whitewashing." The sunshine was hot on his fur. Soft breezes caressed his head, and he heard the song of happy birds. Jumping on all his forelegs at once, in the joy of living and the delight of spring, he ran across the meadow till he reached the hedge far off.
"Hold up," said an elderly rabbit. "6 for passing by the private road."
The impatient mole ran along the hedge and joked to the other rabbits as they looked from their holes. It all seemed too good to be true. He saw everywhere birds building, flowers growing, leaves coming out, everything happy and busy. And instead of thinking about whitewashing, he could only feel how merry he was. After all, the best part of a holiday is perhaps not so much to have rest as to see all the others busy working. Suddenly he stopped at a river. He never saw a river before, this shiny, waving stream, running and laughing, fresh and free. The mole loved it at once. He walked by the side of the river. When tired at last, he sat down on the bank, while the river still chattered on to him. As he sat on the grass and looked across the river, he saw a dark hole in the bank opposite. He thought, "What a nice living place it is, far from noise and dust." As he looked, something bright and small appeared there, like a little star. Then he decided it was an eye, and a small face began to grow up round it. A brown little face, a serious round face, small ears and thick silky hair. It was the water rat. Then the two animals stood and looked at each other. "Hello, Mole," said the water rat. "Hello, Rat," said the mole. "Would you like to come over?" asked the rat. "Oh, "It's all very well to talk," said the mole, but he was new to a river and riverside life. The rat said nothing, but pulled at a rope and then stepped into a little boat. It was blue outside and white inside, and was just the size for two animals. The mole loved it at once. The rat rowed smartly and fast. Then he held up his paw as the mole stepped down, and to his surprise, the mole found himself in the stern of a real boat. "This is a wonderful day," said he, as the rat started to row again. "Do you know it's my first time in a boat in all my life?" "What?" cried the rat, with his mouth open. "You never— Well, I can't believe it." "Is it so nice as all that?" asked the mole shyly, as he looked at the cushions, the oars, and all the fascinating things. "Nice," said the water rat. "Believe me, my young friend, there is nothing, absolutely nothing, better than travelling about in boats," he went on dreamily. "Travelling about in boats, "Look ahead, rat!" cried the mole suddenly. It was too late. The boat struck the bank. The dreamer lay on his back at the bottom of the boat, his feet in the air. "About in boats, or with boats," the rat went on peacefully, and stood up with a pleasant laugh. "In or out of them, it doesn't matter. Nothing really matters, that's the charm of it. You're always busy, and you never do anything in particular. Let's have a boat trip together." The mole was happy. "What a day I'm having," he said. "Let's start at once." "Just a minute, then," said the rat. He climbed up into his hole above, and after a short interval reappeared with a big basket. "Put that under your feet," he said to the mole. Then he took the oars again. "What's inside it?" asked the mole. "There's cold chicken inside it," replied the rat. "Cold tongue, cold ham, cold beef, cucumbers, salad, French roll, sandwiches, lemonade, soda water." "Stop, stop!" cried the mole. "This is too much." "Do you really think so?" asked the rat seriously. "It's only what I always take on these little excursions." The mole didn't hear a word. He was entering the new life, fascinated with the sparkle, the scents, and the sound, and the sunlight. He put a paw in the water and dreamed. The water rat didn't disturb him. "I like your clothes, friend," he said after half an hour or so. "I'm going to get a black velvet suit myself some day." "I beg your pardon," said the mole, "but all this is so new to me. So this is a river." "The river," corrected the rat. "And you really live by the river? What a happy life!" "By it, and with it, and on it, and in it," said the rat. "It's brother and sister to me, and aunts, and company, and food and drink, and, naturally, washing. It's my world, and I don't want any other. In winter or summer, spring or autumn, it's always got its fun and its excitements. When in February the brown water runs by my best bedroom window, or again when it all goes away, and there is mud that smells like plum cake, and I can find fresh food to eat, and things that people throw out of boats." "What is over there?" asked the mole, showing with a paw towards woodland that was on one side of the river. "Oh, that's just the wildwood," said the rat. "We don't go there very much, we riverbankers." Aren't they very nice people in there?" said the mole nervously. "Well," answered the rat, "let me see. The squirrels are all right, and the rabbits, some of them. Weasels, and stoats, and foxes, and so on. They're all right in a way. But, well, you can't really trust them, and that's a fact." "And what's behind the wild wood?" the mole asked. "Behind the wild wood comes the wide world," said the rat, "and that's something that doesn't matter. I never was there, and I'm never going. Here's our backwater at last, where we're going to lunch."
They now passed into what looked like a little lake. It was so very beautiful that the mole could only hold up both paws and say, "Oh my! Oh my! Oh my!" The rat brought the boat to the bank, helped the mole to the shore, and took out the lunch basket. The mole wanted to unpack it all by himself, and the rat happily agreed and rested on the grass, while his excited friend shook out the tablecloth and took out all the mysterious packets one by one. When all was ready, the mole was very glad, because he was very hungry. "What are you looking at?" said the rat, when the mole's eyes could leave the tablecloth a little. "I'm looking," said the mole, "at Bubbles travelling along the water. That is funny." "Bubbles? Uh-oh," said the rat. A broad, shiny face showed itself above the bank, and the otter rose out and shook the water from his coat. "Why didn't you invite me, Ratty?" he asked. "We didn't plan the trip. It just happened," explained the rat. "By the way, my friend Mr. Mole." "Glad," said the otter, and the two animals became friends. "Such a crowd anywhere," continued the otter. "All the world is out on the river today. I came up this backwater to get a moment's peace." "Well, tell us, who's out on the river?" said the rat. "Toad's out," replied the otter, "in his new boat." The two animals looked at each other and laughed. "Once it was nothing but sailing," said the rat. "Then he grew tired of that. Last year it was houseboating, and we all stayed with him in his houseboat. He was going to spend all his life in a houseboat. It's all the same. Whatever he takes up, he gets tired of it, and starts on something new." "Such a good fellow," remarked the otter, "but no stability." From where they sat, they saw a boat, a rower, a short, fat figure, rowing badly and rolling much, but working hard. The rat stood up and called him, but Toad, for it was he, shook his head and continued his work. "He'll be out of the boat in a minute. It's rolling too much," said the rat, sitting down again. "Of course he will," smiled the otter. "Well, well," said the rat, "I think it's time to go. Who will pack the lunch-basket?" "Oh, please let me," said the mole. So, of course, the rat let him. Packing the basket was not quite such a pleasant work as unpacking the basket. It never is. The afternoon sun was getting low, and the rat rode home, saying poetry things to himself and not paying much attention to Mole. But the mole was very full of lunch and pride, and already quite at home in a boat, so he thought. And then he said, "Ratty, please, I want to row now." The rat shook his head with a smile. "Not yet, my young friend," he said. "You need some lessons. It's not as easy as it looks." The mole was quiet for a moment or two, but then he jumped up and took the oars so suddenly that Rat fell backwards off his seat with his legs in the air for the second time, while the happy mole took his place. "Stop it, you silly!" cried the rat from the bottom of the boat. "You can't do it! You'll turn us over!" The mole made a great dig at the water. He missed. His legs flew up above his head, and he found himself lying on top of the rat. He caught the side of the boat, and the next moment the boat went over, and he was in the river. Oh, my, how cold the water was, and oh, how very wet! How it sang in his ears as he went down, down, down. Then a strong paw caught him by the back of the neck. It was the rat, and he was laughing. The rat took the helpless animal to shore and set him down on the bank. Then the rat said, "Now, my fellow, run up and down the path till you're warm and dry again, and I dive for the basket." So the mole, wet and ashamed, ran about till he was dry, while the rat caught the boat and got to land with the basket. When all was ready, the mole took his seat in the stern of the boat. He said in a low voice,
"Ratty, my dear friend, I'm very sorry for my foolish conduct. Will you forgive me?"
"That's all right," answered the rat. "What's a little wet to a water rat? I'm more in the water than out of it most days. Don't think any more about it, and look here. You can come and stay with me for a little time, and I'll teach you to row and to swim." The mole was happy again. When they got home, the rat made a bright fire in the room, and got the mole a dressing gown and slippers, and told him river stories till supper time. Supper was a cheerful meal, but very shortly afterwards a terribly sleepy mole went to the best bedroom. This day was only the first of many similar ones for the mole, each of them longer and full of interest. He learnt to swim and to row, and came into the joy of running water. Chapter 2. The Open Road.
"Ratty,"
said the mole suddenly one bright summer morning,
"will you do something for me?"
The rat was sitting on the river bank singing a little song.
"What I wanted to ask you," said the mole, "won't you take me to call on Mr. Toad? I heard so much about him, and I really want to meet him."
"Why, certainly," said the rat, jumping to his feet. "Get the boat out, and we'll go there at once. It's never the wrong time to call on Toad. He's always glad to see you, always sorry when you go."
"He must be a very nice animal,"
said the mole, as he got into the boat and took the oars, while the rat sat comfortably in the stern. "He is indeed the best of animals," replied Rat. "So simple, so kind. Perhaps he's not very clever, but he has got some great qualities." They came to a beautiful old house with nice green lawns. "There's Toad Hall," said the rat, "and that small river on the left leads to his boathouse, where we'll leave the boat. That's the banqueting hall you're looking at now, very old, that is. Toad is rich, and this is really one of the nicest houses in these parts." In the large boathouse they saw many beautiful boats, but none in the water. The rat looked around him. "I understand," said he, "he's tired of boating. I wonder what new hobby he has now. Come along, and we'll hear all about it." They found the toad, who was resting in a garden chair, with a large map on his knees.
"Hooray!"
he cried, jumping up when he saw them. "This is wonderful!" He shook the paws of both of them warmly. "How kind of you," he went on, dancing round them. "I was just going to send a boat down the river for you, Ratty. I want you badly, both of you. Now, what will you take? Come inside and have something." "Let's sit a little, Toady," said the rat, while the mole spoke about Toad's wonderful residence. "Finest house on the whole river," replied Toad. "Now look here, you're the very animals I wanted. You must help me. It's most important." "It's about your rowing, I think," said the rat. "Oh, boating," said the toad. "Silly hobby. I gave that up long ago. No, I've found the real thing, the only interest for a lifetime. Come with me, dear Ratty, and your nice friend also, and you will see." He led them to the yard, and there they saw a cart, shining, yellow with green and red wheels. "There you are," said the toad. "There's real life for you in that little cart. The open road, camps, villages, towns, cities. Here today, up and off to somewhere else tomorrow. Travel, change, interest, joy, the whole world before you, and this is the finest cart of its sort. Come inside and look." The mole came into the cart with great interest. The rat stayed where he was. It was indeed very comfortable. Little sleeping beds, a little table, a cooking stove, bookshelves and pots and kettles of every size. "All ready," said the Toad triumphantly. "You see, biscuits, sardines, everything you can want. Soda water here, letter paper, bacon, jam, cards, dominoes you'll find," he continued as they came out again. "You'll find everything when we start this afternoon." "Excuse me," said the Rat slowly, "but did I hear you say something about we, and start, and this afternoon?" "Now, you dear good old Ratty," said Toad, "don't talk in that stern way, because you know you must come. I can't go without you, so please don't argue. It's the only thing I can't stand. You don't want to stay on the old river all your life and live in a hole and boat. I want to show you the world. I'm going to make an animal of you, my boy." "I'm not coming," said the Rat, "and I am going to live on my old river and stay in a hole and boat. And what's more, Mole's going to do as I do, aren't you, Mole?"
"Of course I am," said the Mole. "I'll always be with you, Rat, and what you say is true. All the same, it may be, well, fun, you know." Poor Mole. The adventure was such a new thing to him, and he fell in love with the canary-coloured cart and all its little things. The Rat saw what was going in his head. He was fond of the Mole, and wanted to do almost anything for him. Toad was watching them. "Come in and have some lunch," he said diplomatically. "Let's not decide anything in a hurry." During lunch, the Toad painted the prospects of the trip and the joys of the open life and the roadside in such bright colours that the Mole couldn't sit in his chair. The Rat could not disappoint his two friends, who were already planning for weeks ahead. When they were ready, the Toad let his companions catch the old grey horse. They set off, all talking at once. It was a golden afternoon. The birds called to them, and rabbits, sitting at their front doors, held up their paws and said, "Oh my, oh my, oh my!" Later in the evening, tired and happy and miles from home, they stopped and ate their simple supper sitting on the grass by the side of the cart. Toad talked about all he was going to do in the future, while stars grew larger all around them and a yellow moon came to keep them company and listen to their talk. At last they went to their little beds in the cart, and Toad sleepily said, "Well, good night, my friends. This is the real life for a gentleman. Talk about your old river." "I don't talk about my river," replied the Rat, "but I think about it all the time." The Mole took the Rat's paw in the darkness. "I'll do what you like, Ratty," he said quietly. "We will run away tomorrow morning quite early, very early, and go back to our dear old hole on the river."
"Oh, no," answered the Rat. "Thanks, but I must be with Toad till this trip ends. It won't be safe for him to stay alone. His hobbies never take long. Good night." The end was indeed nearer than even the Rat thought. After so much open air and excitement, the Toad slept late, and the two friends couldn't get him out of bed the next morning. So the Mole and the Rat took care of the horse, and made a fire, and cleaned last night's cups and plates, and made breakfast. The hard work ended by the time Toad got up, fresh and happy, saying what a pleasant, easy life it was now, after the difficulties of housekeeping at home. They had a pleasant trip that day, over grassy meadows, and camped as before, only this time the two friends took care that Toad did his part of the work. Their way lay, as before, across country, and in the afternoon They came out on the big road, and there catastrophe happened. They were walking along the road, the mole by the horse's head, talking to him, the toad and the water-rat walking behind the cart, talking together, when far behind them they heard a sound, like a faraway bee. Looking back, they saw a small cloud of dust coming after them at great speed. They continued talking, when in a second the peaceful scene changed, and with wind and sound that made them jump to the nearest ditch, it was on them. The poop-poop rang in their ears. For a moment they saw a rich interior, and the wonderful motor car, great, beautiful, with its driver holding the wheel, threw a cloud of dust and then disappeared in the far distance. The old grey horse, in a new situation, let out his natural emotions. He was jumping and tearing, and he drove the cart backwards to the deep ditch at the side of the road. There was a long crash, and the canary-coloured cart, their pride and their joy, fell on its side in the ditch. The rat danced up and down in the road. "You bandits!" he shouted. "I'll report you! I'll take you to the police!" He was saying all the things he said to masters of boats when they drove too near his home. Toad sat down in the middle of the dusty road and was looking in the direction of the disappearing motor car. His face was peaceful, and at intervals he repeated, "Poop, poop." The mole was busy with the horse. Then he went to look at the cart on its side in the ditch. The damage was great. The rat came to help him, but they couldn't right the car. "Hey, Toad!" they called. "Come and help!" The toad didn't answer, so they went to see what the matter with him was. They found him in a sort of trance, a happy smile on his face. At intervals, he was still saying, "Poop, poop." "Are you coming to help us, Toad?" the rat asked sternly. "The poetry of moving," said Toad, "the real way to travel, the only way to travel. Here today, there tomorrow. Villages, towns, and cities jumped, always somebody else's horizon. Oh, poop, poop, oh my, oh my."
"Oh, stop it, Toad," shouted the mole.
"And to think I never knew," went on the toad in a dreamy monotone. "All those years I never knew, never even dreamt, but now I know, I fully understand. Oh, what a flowery road is before me! What dust clouds will jump up behind me as I hurry on my way! What carts I will throw into the ditch! Horrible little carts, canary-coloured carts!"
What will we do with him?"
asked the mole of the water-rat. "Nothing at all," replied the rat firmly. "You see, I know him long enough. He has got a new interest, and it always takes him that way in the beginning. He'll continue like that for days now, like an animal walking in a happy dream. Let's go and see what we can do about the cart." A careful inspection showed them that the cart could not travel longer. The rat led the horse. "Come on," he said to the mole. "It's 5 or 6 miles to the nearest town. We must walk it. The sooner we make a start, the better."
"But what about Toad?" asked the mole. "We can't leave him here sitting in the middle of the road by himself. It's not safe."
"Oh, bother Toad," said the rat. "I'm tired of him." They didn't go very far on their way when there was a pattering of feet behind them, and Toad caught them up and took them by paws. "Now look here, Toad," said Rat sternly. "As soon as we get to the town, you must go to the police station and see if they know anything about that car and report against it. And then you must take care of the cart. It needs repairing. The mole and I will find comfortable rooms where we can stay till the cart's ready, and till you're all right again after the shock." "Police station, report," said Toad dreamily. "Me report on that beautiful sight. Repair the cart. I've had enough of carts. I never want to see the cart or to hear of it again." "Do you see what it is?" the rat said to the mole, addressing him across Toad's head. "I give it up. When we get to the town, we'll go to the railway station, and with luck we may get on a train there, and they'll get us back to Riverbank tonight. And I will never go with this animal again." In the town they went to the station, and a slow train landed them at a station not very far from Toad Hall. They led the sleepwalking Toad to his door and put him inside it. Then they got out their boat from the boathouse, rowed down the river home, and at a very late hour sat down to supper in their own riverside home, to the rat's great joy. The following evening the mole was sitting on the bank fishing, when the rat came running along to find him. "Heard the news?" he said. "Everybody is talking about it all along the river bank. Toad went up to town by an early train this morning and ordered a large and very expensive car." Chapter 3. The Wild Wood. The mole wanted to make friends with the badger. He seemed to be an important person. The water rat said, "It's all right. Badger will come some day, and then I'll introduce you."
"Couldn't you invite him for dinner?" said the mole.
"He won't come," replied the rat. "Badger hates society, and invitations, and dinner, and all that sort of thing."
"Couldn't we go and call on him, then?" asked the mole.
"Oh, he won't like that at all," said the rat. "He's so very shy. I never call on him at his own home. Besides, we can't, because he lives in the very middle of Wild Wood."
"You said the Wild Wood is all right."
"Oh, I know, so it is," replied the rat. "But we won't go there just now." But the badger never came along, and every day brought its joys. Summer was over, and cold and frost kept them indoors, and the mole often thought about the grey badger, who lived his own life by himself in his hole in the middle of the Wild Wood. In the winter-time the rat slept a lot. During his short day he sometimes wrote poetry or did other small jobs about the house, and, of course, there were always animals coming in for a chat, and there was much storytelling. On those short winter days, when the animals sat round the fire, the mole had a lot of free time, so one afternoon he decided to go out by himself and explore the Wild Wood, and perhaps meet Mr. Badger. It was a cold afternoon with a grey sky when he left the warm house. The country lay leafless around him, and he could see so far on that wintry day when nature was deep in her sleeping. With great enthusiasm he went towards the Wild Wood, which lay before him like a black island in some southern sea. There was nothing to be afraid of. All was fun. It led him on, and he went to where the light was less, and the trees came nearer and nearer, and holes looked ugly. Everything was very quiet now. The darkness grew. Then the faces began. He first thought he saw a face, a little evil face, looking out at him from a hole. When he turned, it disappeared. Then suddenly every hole, far and near, and there were hundreds of them, seemed to have its face coming and going, looking at him, all hard-eyed and evil and sharp. He got away from the holes in the banks and went into the wood. Then the whistling began. It was behind him when first he heard it. Then it sounded far ahead of him. He stopped and wanted to go back. They were up and ready, somebody, and he was alone and far from any help, and the night was coming. Then he heard the pattering of little feet. Was it in front or behind? It seemed coming nearer to him. As he stood listening, a rabbit came running hard towards him through the trees.
Get out of this, you fool, get out!
The mole heard him say as he disappeared in a hole. The whole wood seemed running now. In panic, the mole began to run too. He didn't know where. He fell over things and into things. He ran under things and round things. At last he hid in the deep, dark hole of an old tree. He was too tired to run further, and could only hide into the dry leaves. And as he lay there and listened to the whistlings and the patterings outside, he knew it at last. The terror of the wild wood. At that time the rat, warm and comfortable, was sleeping by his fireside. Then he woke and looked around for the mole. But Mole was not there. He listened for a time. The house seemed very quiet. Then he called, "Moley," several times, and having no answer got up and went out into the hall. There were neither Mole's cap nor his galoshes. The rat left the house and examined the muddy ground outside for Mole's tracks. There they were, leading direct to the wild wood. The rat stood in deep thought for a minute or two. Then he entered the house, took pistols and a stick, and went to the wild wood. It was already getting dark when he came to the wood looking for his friend. Here and there evil little faces looked out of holes, but disappeared at the sight of the brave animal, his pistols, and the great ugly stick, and the whistling and pattering stopped. He made his way through the wood, all the time calling out, "Moley! Moley! Moley! Where are you? It's me! It's Old Rat!" At last, to his joy, he heard a little answering cry. He came to the foot of an old tree with a hole in it, and from out of the hole came a voice saying, "Ratty, is that really you?" Rat found the mole, tired and trembling. "Oh, Rat," he said, "I was so afraid. You can't think." "Oh, I understand," said the rat. "Coming here was the wrong thing to do, Mole. I did my best to keep you from it. We riverbankers very seldom come here. If we must come, we come in twos at least. Besides, there are 100 things one must know, which we understand all about and you don't. I mean secret words which have power and effect, and plants you have with you, and poems you repeat." "The brave Mr. Toad can come here by himself, can't he?" asked the mole. "Old Toad," laughed the rat, "he can't show his face here alone, not for a lot of gold." The mole began to feel better and more himself again. "Now then," said the rat, "we must make a start for home." "Dear Ratty," said the poor mole, "I'm so sorry, but I'm so tired. You must let me rest here a little longer." "Oh, all right," said the kind rat. "Have some rest. It's nearly dark now, and there may be moon later." So the mole got into the dry leaves and fell asleep, while the rat covered himself up too, for warmth, and lay with a pistol in his paw. When at last the mole woke up, much restored, the rat said, "Now then, I'll just take a look outside and see if everything's quiet, and then we must go." He went to the entrance and put his head out. Then the mole heard him saying quietly to himself, "Hello, hello. Here is a go." "What is it, Ratty?" "Snow," replied the rat briefly. "It's snowing hard." The mole came and, looking out, saw that the wood changed. Holes, pools and other black objects were disappearing fast, and a sparkling carpet covered everything. "Well, well," said the rat after some thinking. "We must make a start. The worst of it is, I don't know where we are, and now this snow makes everything look so different." They went out bravely and kept walking for an hour or two. After several falls, they were wet through. The snow was so deep that they could hardly draw their little legs through it. Then they stopped, tired, and sat down on a fallen tree to rest and to think what to do. There seemed to be no end to this wood, and no beginning, and no difference in it, and worst of all, no way out. "We can't sit here very long," said the rat. "The cold is too awful for anything, and the snow will soon be too deep for us to walk through." He looked about him. "There, in front of us," he went on, "the ground seems all hilly. We'll try and find some sort of hole with dry floor to it, out of the snow and the wind, and there we'll have a good rest before we try again." So once more they got on their feet, and went on, and looked for some corner that was dry. Suddenly the mole fell forward on his face. "Oh, my leg!" he cried. "Oh, my poor leg!" And he sat up on the snow and held his leg in both his paws. "Poor old mole," said the rat kindly. "Let's have a look at the leg. Yes," he went on, "you cut your leg. Wait till I get my handkerchief, and I'll bandage it for you." "It was some stick, I believe," said the mole. "Oh, my, oh, my!" "It doesn't look like a stick," said the rat. "Looks as if something in metal. Funny." He examined the snow around him. "Well, it doesn't matter," said the mole. "It's painful just the same." But the rat, after carefully tying up the leg with his handkerchief, left him and got busy scraping in the snow. He scratched, all four legs working busily, while the mole waited, remarking at intervals, "Oh, come on, rat." Suddenly the rat shouted, "Hooray!" "What did you find, Ratty?" asked the mole. The rat showed it. The mole had a good look. "Well," he said at last, slowly, "I see a door-scraper. Well, what of it?" "But don't you see what it means, you silly animal?" asked the rat. "Here, stop talking and come and scrape." And he worked again, and made the snow fly in all directions around him. The mole scraped busily too. Some 10 minutes' hard work, and the rat found something and called the mole to come and help him. At last the result of their work stood in front of them. In the side of a snowbank was a little door painted dark green. An iron bell hung by the side, and below it they could read, "Mr. Badger." The mole fell backwards on the snow from surprise and joy. "Rat," he shouted, "you're a wonder, a real wonder. That's what you are. I see it all now. From the moment that I fell and cut my leg, and you looked at the cut, and at once your wonderful mind said, 'Door-scraper.' And did you stop there? No, your intellect went on working." "Are you going to sit on the snow all night and talk?" the rat stopped him, rather unkindly. "Get up at once and ring." While the rat attacked the door with his stick, the mole rang the bell. Chapter 4. Mr. Badger. They waited for a very long time. At last they heard the sound of slow footsteps. The door opened a few inches, enough to show a long nose and sleepy eyes.
"Now the next time this happens," said a voice, "I'll be very angry. Who is it this time? Speak up."
"Oh, Badger," cried the rat, "let us come in, please. It's me, Rat, and my friend Mole, and we lost our way in the snow."
"What, Ratty, my dear little man?" said the Badger in a different voice. "Come in, both of you, at once. Lost in the snow, and in the wild wood, too, and at this time of night, but come in."
The two animals heard the door shut behind them with great joy. The badger wore a long dressing gown and slippers. He looked kindly on them and patted both their heads. "This is not the sort of night for small animals to be out," he said. "But come along, come into the kitchen. There's a fire there, and supper and everything." He went on in front of them, down a long, dark corridor into a central hall, out of which they could see other long tunnel-like corridors. But there were doors in the hall. One of these the badger opened, and at once they were in warmth of a large kitchen. In the middle of the room stood a long table. At one end of it, where an armchair stood, was the badger's supper. Overhead hung hams, dried herbs, onions, and baskets of eggs. It seemed a place where 2 or 3 friends could sit and eat and talk in comfort. The kindly badger sat them down and told them to take off their wet coats and boots. Then he gave them dressing gowns and slippers, and bathed the mole's leg with warm water, and put the sticking plaster on the cut. In the light and warmth, warm and dry at last, it seemed to the animals that the cold wild wood was miles and miles away. The badger laid the table, and when they saw at last the supper, really it seemed only a question of what they attack first, where all was so nice. Talk was with their mouths full. The badger did not mind that sort of thing at all. He did not see elbows on the table or everybody speaking at once. As he did not go into society himself, he had got an idea that these things didn't really matter. We know, of course, that he was wrong, because they matter very much. He sat in his armchair at the head of the table and listened as the animals told their story, and he did not show any surprise or shock, and never said, "I told you so," or "just what I always said." The mole began to feel very friendly towards him. After supper, they gathered round the fire, and the badger asked, "Now then, tell me the news from your part of the world. How's old Toad going on?" "Oh, from bad to worse," said the rat. "You see, he wants to drive himself, and he can't. Nobody can teach him anything." "How many did he have?" asked the badger. "Cars?" asked the rat. "Oh, this is the 7th.
3 times in hospital," added the mole, "and it's simply awful to think of the money he paid for fines."
"Yes, and that's part of the trouble," said the rat. "Toad's rich, we all know, but he's not a millionaire, and he's a bad driver and doesn't know order. He'll lose his life, or his money, sooner or later. Badger, we're his friends. We must do something." The badger thought hard. "Now, look here," he said at last. "Of course you know I can't do anything now." His 2 friends agreed. No animal can do anything heroic, or even active during winter. All are sleepy, some asleep. All are resting. "Very well, then," continued the badger. "But when the nights are shorter, you know." Both animals agreed. They knew. "Well, then," went on the badger, I mean you and me and our friend the mole here, we'll take Toad seriously in hand. We'll bring him back to reason. We'll make him be a clever toad. You're sleeping, rat." "Not me," said the rat, waking up.
"You are, and not for the first time since supper," said the mole, laughing. He himself was feeling wakeful and even lively. He didn't know why. The reason was, of course, that he was naturally an underground animal, and the situation of Badger's house made him feel at home, while the rat, who slept every night in a bedroom, the windows of which opened on the river, naturally felt the atmosphere oppressive. "Well, it's time to go to bed," said the badger. "Come, and I'll show you to your room. And take your time tomorrow morning. Breakfast at any hour you like.
He led the two animals to a long room that seemed only half bedroom. The badger's winter foods took up half the room. Piles of apples, turnips, and potatoes, baskets full of nuts, and jars of honey. But the two little white beds on the floor looked soft and nice, and the mole and the water rat lay down in great joy. The two tired animals came down to breakfast very late next morning, and found a bright fire in the kitchen, and two young hedgehogs sitting at the table eating porridge. The hedgehogs left their spoons and stood up respectfully. Sit down, said the rat, and go on with your porridge. Where did you youngsters come from? Lost your way in the snow?
Yes, sir,
said the elder of the two hedgehogs respectfully.
Me and little Billy here. We were trying to find our way to school, and of course we lost ourselves, sir, and Billy he got frightened and cried, and at last we saw Mr. Badger's back door and came in, sir, for Mr. Badger, he's a kind gentleman, as everyone knows.
I understand, said the rat, cutting himself some bacon, while the mole put some eggs into a plate. And what's the weather like outside?
Oh, terribly bad, sir. The snow's terribly deep, said the hedgehog. No getting out today.
Where's Mr. Badger?
Asked the mole as he warmed the coffee pot before the fire.
The master went to his room, sir, answered the hedgehog, and he said, I was very busy this morning.
The animals well knew that Badger, after a big breakfast, went to his room and sat himself in an armchair with his legs up on another and a red cotton handkerchief over his face, and was busy in the usual way at this time of the year. The front doorbell rang loudly, and the rat, who was very busy with his toast, sent Billy, the smaller hedgehog, to see who it was. There was a sound of stamping in the hall, and Billy returned in front of the otter, who threw himself on the rat with joy. "Get off!" cried the rat with his mouth full. "I thought I could find you here all right," said the otter. "They were all in a great alarm along the river bank when I arrived this morning. Rat wasn't home all night, nor mole either. Something dreadful happened, they thought, and the snow covered all your tracks. Of course. But I know that when people are in trouble, they mostly go to Badger, or else Badger gets to know of it somehow. So I came here, through the wild wood and the snow. My, it was fine coming through the snow as the red sun was rising and showing against the black tree trunks. About halfway across I came on a rabbit, cleaning his silly face with his paws. He was a pretty scared animal. He told me about the moles coming to the wild wood."
"Weren't you at all, nervous?" asked the mole, some of yesterday's terror coming back to him at the words of the wild wood.
"Nervous?" cried the otter, showing strong white teeth as he laughed. "I can make them nervous myself. Here, mole, fry me some slices of ham like a good little boy you are. I'm very hungry, and I've got something to say to Ratty here." So the mole cut some slices of ham, asked the hedgehogs to fry it, and returned to his own breakfast, while the otter and the rat, their heads together, talked about the river. Then the badger came, rubbing his eyes, and greeted them all. "It must be lunchtime," he said to the otter. "Better stop and have it with us. You must be hungry this cold morning." "Here, you two youngsters, be off home to your mother," said the badger kindly. "I'll send someone with you to show you the way." He gave them 6pence apiece and a pat on the head, and they went off with much respect. They all sat down to lunch together. The mole's place was near Mr. Badger, and, as the other two were still deep in talk, he told Badger how comfortable and homelike it all felt to him.
"When you're underground," he said, "you know exactly where you are. Nothing can happen to you. You're your own master, and you don't need to ask anybody. Things go on all the same overhead, and you let them, and don't bother about them. When you want to, you go up, and there the things are waiting for you." The badger simply smiled at him.
"That's what I always say," he answered. "There's no security or peace except underground. If you feel your house is a bit too big, you stop up a hole or two, and there you are again. No builders, no salesmen, and above all, no weather. Look at Rat now. A couple of feet of floodwater, and he needs to leave his house, uncomfortable, badly situated, and horribly expensive. Take Toad. I say nothing against Toad Hall, quite the best house in these parts as a house. But if a fire breaks out, where's Toad? If walls sink or crack or windows break, where's Toad? No, up and out of doors is good enough to walk, but underground to come back to at last, that's my idea of home."
The mole agreed, and the badger got very friendly with him.
"When lunch is over," he said, "I'll take you all round this little place. You understand what domestic architecture must be, you do."
After lunch, the mole followed the badger. Crossing the hall, they went down one of the tunnels and saw rooms on either side, both large and small, some like cupboards, others nearly as big as Toad's dining hall. "Now, Badger," the mole said at last, "did you ever find time and strength to do all this? It's wonderful."
"I did none of it, only cleared out the corridors and rooms," said the badger simply. "I see you don't understand, and I must explain it to you. Well, a very long time ago, on that place where the wild wood is now, before it, there was a city of people, you know. Here, where we are standing, they lived and walked and talked and slept and carried on their own business. They were a powerful people, and rich and great builders."
"But what happened to them all?" asked the mole.
"Who can tell?" said the badger. "People come, they stay for a while, they build, and they go. It's their way. But we stay. There were badgers here long before the city ever came to be, and now there are badgers here again. We may move out for a time, but we wait, and are patient, and we come back, and so it will ever be."
"Well, and when they went at last, those people?" said the mole.
"When they went," continued the badger, "the strong winds and rains went on year after year. Perhaps we badgers too, in our small way, helped a little. Who knows? It was all down, down, down. Ruin and disappearance. Then it was all up, 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 as seeds grew to trees, and trees to forest, and insects came in to help. Leaf mounts rose, stream brought sand, and in time our home was ready for us again, and we moved in. Up above us the same thing happened. Animals came, liked the look of the place, took up their homes. There are a lot of animals in Wild Wood. We must all live and let live."
When they got back to the kitchen again, they found the rat walking up and down, very nervous. The underground atmosphere was oppressing him and getting on his nerves, and he worried about the river. So he had his overcoat on and 2 pistols in his belt again. "Come along, Mole," he said as soon as he saw them. "We must get off while it's daylight. I don't want to spend another night in the wild woods again." "It'll be all right, my fine fellow," said the otter. "I'm coming along with you, and I know every path." The badger said good-bye, and soon they were out of the wild wood. Rocks and tree roots were behind them. In front, a great space of quiet fields, hedges black on the snow, and far ahead, familiar old river, while the wintry sun hung red and low on the horizon. Pausing there a moment and looking back, they saw the wild wood, large, evil in white surroundings. They turned and went quickly home, for firelight, for the river that they knew, that never made them afraid. Chapter 5. Sweet Home.
The two animals were walking with much chatter and laughter. They were returning across the country after a long day with Otter, hunting and exploring where streams to their own river had their first small beginnings, and the short winter day was closing on them, and they had still some distance to go.
"It seems we're coming to a village," said the mole, as the path became a road.
The animals did not like villages.
"Oh, never mind," said Rat. "At this season of the year they're all indoors by this time, sitting round the fire, men, women, and children, dogs and cats and all. We'll slip through all right without any trouble, and we can have a look at them through their windows if you like, and see what they're doing."
The quick nightfall of mid-December surrounded the little village as they came on soft feet over a first thin fall of snow. They saw only squares of orange-red on either side of the street, where the firelight or lamplight of each cottage burnt. Most of the low windows were without curtains, and the lookers-in from outside saw people sitting around the tea-table, doing handiwork or talking with laughter and gesture. Moving from one theatre to another, the two spectators, so far from home themselves, felt sad. Then a cold wind took them in the back of the neck, woke them as from a dream, and they knew their toes were cold, and their legs tired, and their own home far away. Behind the village, where the cottages disappeared on either side of the road, they could smell through the darkness the friendly fields again, and they got ready for the last long walk, the walk home, that we know must end sometime in the sudden firelight, and the sight of well-known things greeting us as long-absent travellers from far overseas. They went along, each of them thinking his own thoughts. The mole was following the rat, as it was dark, and it was a strange country for him. As for the rat, he was walking a little way ahead, his eyes on the straight grey road in front of him, so he did not notice poor Mole when suddenly the smell reached him and took him like an electric shock. Home! That was what the smell meant. Why, it seemed to be quite near at that moment, his old home. Now, for the first time since his escape on that bright morning, he remembered it.
"Ratty!" he called, full of joy. "Wait! Come back!"
"Oh, come along, Mole," replied the rat, still walking.
"Please stop, Ratty," asked the poor mole. "You don't understand. It's my home, my old home. It's really quite near. I must go to it. I must. Oh, come back, Ratty, please. Please come back."
The rat was too far ahead to hear clearly what the mole was calling, and he, too, could smell something like coming snow.
"Mole, we mustn't stop now, really," he called back. "We'll come for it tomorrow, whatever it is, but I can't stop now, it's late, and the snow's coming again, and I'm afraid of losing the way. I want your nose, Mole, so come on, quick."
Saying this, the rat kept walking without waiting for an answer. Poor Mole stood alone in the road, and a big cry was gathering somewhere low down inside him. But even under such a test as this, his loyalty to his friend stood firm. He followed the rat. The rat began chattering about what they could do back home, and about the fire, and what a supper he wanted to eat. He didn't notice his friend's silence and distressful face. At last he stopped, and said kindly, "Look here, Mole, old chap, you seem very tired. We'll sit down here for a minute and rest. The snow isn't coming so far, and the biggest part of our journey is over." The mole sat on a fallen tree and tried to control himself, but the cry was winning, and poor Mole gave up and cried freely and helplessly and openly, now that he knew it was all over. It was a shock for the rat. He did not speak for a while. At last he said, very quietly, "What is it, old fellow? Tell me your trouble, and let me see what I can do." Poor Mole answered with difficulty,
"I know it's a dull, dirty little place," he said at last, brokenly. "Not like your cosy home, or Toad's beautiful hall, or Badger's great house. But it was my own little home, and I was fond of it. I smelt it suddenly, on the road when I called, and you didn't listen, Rat, and everything came back to me, and I wanted it, oh dear. And when you didn't turn back, Ratty, and I left it, though I was smelling it all the time. Why didn't we just go and have one look at it, Ratty? Only one look. It was near. But you didn't turn back, Ratty, you didn't turn back. Oh dear.
Remembering brought new crying, and he couldn't speak longer. The rat looked straight in front of him, saying nothing, only patting Mole gently on the shoulder. After a time he said, "I see it all now. What a pig I was, just a pig." He waited till Mole's crying became gradually less stormy. He waited till it stopped. Then he stood up and said, "Let's go, old chap, we're going to find it," and went up the road again.
"Oh, come back, Ratty," cried the Mole, getting up and running after him. "It's too late and too dark, and the place is too far off, and the snow's coming, and I never meant to let you know I was feeling that way about it. It was all a mistake, and I think of Riverbank and your supper."
"Oh, no," said the rat, "I'll tell you. I'm going to find this place now, so cheer up, old chap, and take my arm, and very soon we'll be back there again." Mole let the rat pull him along the road, and his friend kept talking cheerfully. Then the rat said, "Now, no more talking. Business. Use your nose." They moved on in silence for a while, when suddenly the Mole stopped. His nose felt the air. Then he set off. The rat followed the Mole, who, with the look of a sleepwalker, crossed a dry ditch, got through a hedge, and nosed his way across a field. Suddenly he went down. The rat followed him down the tunnel to which Mole's nose was leading him. It was close, and the earthy smell was strong, and it seemed a long time to Rat before the tunnel ended and he could stand up and shake himself. The rat saw that they were standing in an open space, clean and sanded underfoot, and in front of them was Mole's little door, and the sign, Mole End. Mole took a lamp from the wall and lit it, and the rat, looking round him, saw that they were in a sort of yard. Mole smiled and led Rat through a door, lit a lamp in the hall, and looked round his old home. He saw the dust lying thick on everything, and fell again on a hall chair, his nose to his paws.
"Oh, Ratty," he cried, "why did I bring you to this poor, cold little place instead of Riverbank?"
The rat paid no attention to it. He was running here and there, opening doors, inspecting rooms and cupboards, and lighting lamps. "What a great little house this is," he called out cheerfully. "Everything here and everything in its place. We'll make a joyful night of it. The first thing we want is a good fire. I'll see to that. I always know where to find things. So this is the living room. Beautiful. Your own idea? Those little sleeping beds in the wall? Great! Now I'll take the wood and the coals, and you get a duster, Mole. Try and clean things up a bit. Move about, old chap." The Mole rose and dusted and polished with energy, and the rat soon had a cheerful fire. He called the Mole to come and warm himself, but Mole had another cry, hiding his face in his duster.
"Rat," he said, "how about your supper, you poor, cold, hungry, tired animal? I've nothing to give you, nothing."
"Why, I see a sardine opener on the kitchen table," said the Rat, "and everybody knows that means there are sardines about somewhere. Come with me and look." They went, hunting through every cupboard and turning out every box. They found a tin of sardines, a box of biscuits, nearly full, and a German sausage in silver paper. "There's a banquet for you," said the Rat as he laid the table. "I know some animals who would give their ears to be sitting down to supper with us tonight."
"No bread," cried Mole. "No butter."
No cream cakes, no champagne," continued the Rat, smiling. "This is really the happiest little place I ever was in. Now, where did you pick up those prints? They make the place look so home-like. No wonder you're so fond of it, Mole. Tell me all about it, and how you came to make it what it is." The Mole, a little shyly at first, told how he planned and how he thought, and how he got this from an ant, and that was a wonderful find, and how he bought this other thing. He took a lamp to show them off to his visitor, quite forgetful of the supper they both so much needed. Rat, who was very hungry, but tried not to show it, kept examining everything seriously, and saying, "Wonderful," and "most beautiful" at intervals. At last they returned to the table, and the Rat was busy with the sardine opener when they heard the sounds from the yard, like the pattering of small feet and little voices. "Now, all in a line. Hold the lamp up a bit, Tommy. After I say 1, 2, 3, where's young Bill? Here, come on, we're all waiting." "What's up?" asked the Rat.
"I think it must be the field mice," replied the Mole with pride. "They go round carol-singing regularly at this time of year, and they never forget me. They come to Mole End last of all, and I usually give them hot drinks, and supper too sometimes. It will be like old times to hear them again."
"Let's have a look at them," cried the Rat, jumping up and running to the door. In the yard, some 8 or 10 little field mice stood, red, warm scarves round their necks, their paws deep in their pockets, their feet dancing for warmth. With bright eyes, they looked shyly at each other. As the door opened, one of the elder ones that carried the lamp was just saying, "Now then, 1, 2, 3, and their little voices rose on the air, singing one of the old-time carols. The voices stopped. The singers, smiling, exchanged looks. Then, from up above and far away, there came the sound of distant bells ringing. "Very well, boys," cried the Rat, "and now come in, all of you, and warm yourselves by the fire, and have something hot."
"Yes, come along, field mice," cried the Mole. "This is quite like old times. Now you just wait a minute while we— Oh, Ratty," he cried, falling on a seat with tears gathering, "what are we doing? We have nothing to give them."
"You leave all that to me," said the Rat. "Here, you with the lamp. Now tell me, are there any shops open at this hour of the night?" "Why, certainly, sir," replied the field mouse respectfully. "At this time of year our shops keep open to all sorts of hours." "Then look here," said the Rat. "You go off at once, you and your lamp, and you get me—" Here the Mole only heard parts of it, such as "fresh," "mind," "no," "a pound of that enough," "no, only the best," "well then, do the best you can." Finally, there was a sound of coin passing from paw to paw. The field mouse took a big basket and left. The rest of the field mice sat down close to the fire. The Mole went into family history and made each of them tell the names of his many brothers who were too young to go out carol-singing this year. The Rat, meanwhile, was busy, and soon every field mouse was drinking hot tea and laughing and forgetting he was ever cold in all his life.
"They act plays too, these fellows," said Mole to the rat. "Make them up all by themselves, and they act them. They gave us a great one last year about a field mouse whom a pirate caught at sea, and made him row in a galley, and when he escaped and got home again, he found his lady-love in a monastery. Here, you were in it, I remember. Get up and read a bit."
The field mouse got up, laughed shyly, looked around the room, and couldn't say a word. They were all busy cheering him up when the door opened and the field mouse with the lamp appeared with his basket. There was no more talk of play-acting when the contents of the basket were out on the table. In a very few minutes supper was ready, and they ate and talked of old times, and the field mice gave the mole the local news and answered as well as they could the 100 questions he asked them. The rat said little or nothing, only taking care that each guest had what he wanted, and a lot of it, and that Mole had no trouble about anything. They left at last, very grateful, and with their jacket pockets full of sweets for all the brothers and sisters at home. When the door closed on the last of them, Mole and Rat sat down near the fire and discussed the long day. At last the rat said, "Mole, old chap, I'm ready to fall. Is that your own bed over there? Very well, then I'll take this one. What a nice little house this is. Everything's so near." He got into his bed and instantly fell asleep. The tired mole was also glad to have his head on his pillow, in great joy and peace. But before he closed his eyes, he let them go round his old room, on friendly things which were long a part of him, and now smilingly welcomed him back. He saw clearly how ordinary and simple it all was, but clearly, too, how much it all meant to him. He did not at all want to forget the new life and its wonderful places, to turn his back on sun and air. But it was good to think he had this place to come back to. These things which were so glad to see him again, and could always give him the same simple welcome. Chapter 6. Mr. Toad. It was a bright morning in the early part of summer. The mole and the water rat were getting ready for the opening of the boating season, painting and cleaning, repairing, hunting for missing details, and so on. They were finishing breakfast in their little room and discussing their plans for the day when a heavy knock sounded at the door. The mole went to open, and the rat heard him cry out in surprise. Then he said with much importance, "Mr. Badger!" This was a wonderful thing indeed, that the badger paid a formal call on them, or indeed on anybody. The badger walked heavily into the room and stood looking at the two animals with an expression full of seriousness. The rat dropped his egg-spoon on the tablecloth. "I'm ready," said the badger at last. "Ready for what?" asked the rat uneasily. "Why, for Toad," answered the badger. "I said I'm going to take him in hand this spring, and I'm going to take him in hand today." "Of course," cried the mole. "I remember now. We'll teach him to be a clever toad." "This morning," continued the badger, taking an armchair, "another new and very powerful car will arrive at Toad Hall. At this very moment, perhaps, Toad is changing from a comparatively good-looking toad into a horrible object. We must act before it is too late. You will accompany me to Toad Hall, and the work of rescue must begin." "Right you are," cried the rat, starting up. "We'll rescue the poor unhappy animal." They set off up the road on their mission, Badger leading the way. They reached the carriage drive of Toad Hall to find a new, bright red car of great size standing in front of the house. As they neared the door, it opened, and Mr. Toad, in driver's glasses, cap, and enormous overcoat, came down the steps, pulling on his gloves.
"Hello," he cried cheerfully. "You're just in time to come with me for a happy—"
He didn't finish the sentence as he saw the serious look on the faces of his friends. The Badger came up the steps. "Take him inside," he said to his companions. Then, as Toad was fighting and protesting, he turned to the driver of his new car. "I'm afraid Mr. Toad will not need the car today. You needn't wait," he said, and followed the others inside and shut the door. "Now then," he said to Toad, when the four of them stood together in the hall, "first of all, take those funny things off." "I will not," replied Toad with great emotion. "What is the meaning of this?" "Take them off him, then, you two," said the Badger. They made Toad lie down on the floor, and he was fighting and calling them all sorts of names. Then the Rat sat on him, and the Mole got his car clothes off him bit by bit, and they stood him on his legs again. A lot of his emotions seemed to leave him with his fine clothes. Now he was merely Toad, and no longer the terror of the road. He smiled and looked from one to the other, seeming quite to understand the situation. "You knew it must come to this sooner or later, Toad," the Badger said. "You didn't listen to us when you were losing your money, and you're getting us animals bad name in the district by your terrible driving, and your smashes, and your arguments with the police. We animals never allow our friends to make fools of themselves. I'll make one more effort to bring you to reason. You will come with me into the room, and there you will hear some facts about yourself, and I hope they will help you to change your mind." He took Toad by the arm, led him into the room, and closed the door behind them. "That's no good," said the Rat. "Talking to Toad will never change him. He'll say anything." They made themselves comfortable in armchairs and waited. Through the closed door they could just hear the sound of Badger's voice, and then they also heard the crying from Toad. After some 3/4 of an hour, the door opened, and the Badger reappeared, leading by the paw a very weak Toad. His legs were shaking, and there were tears on his cheeks. "Now sit down there, Toad," said the Badger kindly, pointing to a chair. "My friends," he went on, "I'm happy to inform you that Toad is truly sorry for his conduct in the past, and he's going to give up cars forever." "That is very good news," said the Mole. "Very good news," said the Rat doubtfully. If only... He was looking at Toad as he said this. "There's only one thing more," continued the Badger. "Toad, I want you to repeat it before your friends here. First, are you sorry for your conduct?" There was a long, long pause. Toad looked this way and that, while the other animals waited. At last he spoke. "No," he said, "I'm not sorry, and it wasn't wrong at all. It was simply wonderful." "What?" cried Badger in surprise. "Didn't you tell me just now, in there?" "Oh, yes, in there," said Toad quickly. "I said anything in there. You're so moving, dear Badger. You can do what you like with me in there, and you know it. But now I find that I'm not a bit sorry, really, so it's no good saying that I am, is it?" "Then you don't promise," said the Badger, "never to touch a car again?" "Certainly not," answered Toad emotionally. "On the contrary, I promise to go off in the very first car I see." "Told you so, didn't I?" said the Rat to the Mole. "Very well," said the Badger, rising to his feet. "As you won't listen, we'll try what force can do. You often asked us three to come and stay with you, Toad, in this beautiful house. Well, now we're going to. Take him upstairs, you two, and lock him up in his bedroom, while we arrange matters between ourselves." "It's for your own good, Toady, you know," said Rat kindly, as they were leading the struggling Toad upstairs. "Think what fun we'll have together, just as before, when you are over it."
"We'll take great care of everything for you till you're well, Toad," said the Mole, "and we'll see your money is safe."
"No more of those incidents with the police, Toad," said the Rat, as they put him into his bedroom.
"And no more weeks in hospital, Toad," finished the Mole, turning the key on him. They met in conference on the situation.
"It's going to be difficult business," said the Badger. "Toad is really hard this time. Well, we'll see it out. We'll take turns to be with him, till the poison goes out of his system."
They arranged watches accordingly. Each animal took it in turns to sleep in Toad's room at night, and they divided the day up between them. At first, Toad was very hard to his careful guardians. He set bedroom chairs to look like a car, and sat on the first of them, looking fixedly ahead, making noises, till he reached the peak, when, turning a complete somersault, he lay among the ruins of the chairs, apparently quite happy for the moment. As time passed, these games became fewer, and his friends tried to interest him in something else. But his interest in other matters did not seem to last, and he grew depressed. One fine morning, the Rat, whose turn it was to keep watch, went upstairs to change Badger.
"Toad's still in bed," he told the Rat outside the door. "Can't get much out of him except, 'Oh, leave me alone, I want nothing, perhaps I'd better in time,' and so on. Now, you look out, Rat. When Toad's quiet, then he's foxy. I know him. Well, now, I must go."
"How are you today, old chap?" asked the Rat cheerfully as he came to Toad's bedside. He waited some minutes for an answer. At last, a weak voice answered, "Thank you so much, dear Ratty. So good of you to ask, but first tell me how you are yourself and the excellent Mole."
"Oh, we're all right," answered the Rat.
"Mole is going out for a run with Badger. They'll be out till lunchtime, so you and I will spend a pleasant morning together. Now jump up, there's a good fellow, and don't lie there on a fine morning like this." "Dear, kind Rat," said Toad, "how little you understand my feelings, and how very far I am from jumping up now. But do not trouble about me. I hate to be a trouble to my friends, and I will not be one much longer." "Well, I hope not," said the Rat. "I'm glad to hear it's going to stop. And in weather like this, and the boating season just beginning, it's too bad of you, Toad. It isn't the trouble we mind, but you're making us miss such a lot." "I'm afraid it is the trouble you mind," said the Toad. "I can quite understand it. It's natural enough you're tired of me. I mustn't ask you to do anything further. But I tell you, I will take any trouble for you. Just be a serious animal." "If only I could ask you, Ratty," said Toad, weaker than ever, "for the last time, probably, to go to the village as quickly as possible. Even now, it may be too late. And bring the doctor." "Why, what do you want a doctor for?" asked the Rat, coming nearer and examining him. He certainly lay very still and flat, and his voice was weak. "Of course you noticed of late," said Toad. "But no, never mind. Forget what I asked." "Look here, old chap," said the Rat, beginning to get nervous. "Of course I'll bring a doctor to you, but you can't be bad enough for that yet. Let's talk about something else." "I think, dear friend," said Toad, with a sad smile, "that talk can do little in a case like this. And, by the way, I hate to give you more trouble, but could you at the same time ask the lawyer to come up?" A lawyer? Oh, he must be really bad, the rat said to himself as he ran from the room, not forgetting to shut the door carefully behind him. Outside, he stopped to think. The other two were far away, and he had no one to consult. "It's best to be on the safe side," he said. "I know Toad showed off bad before, but I never heard him ask for a lawyer. I will better go. It won't take very long." So he ran off to the village. The Toad jumped lightly out of bed and watched him from the window till he disappeared. Then, laughing loudly, he dressed as quickly as possible, filled his pockets with money, and next, binding the sheets from his bed together, he got out and, taking the opposite direction to the rat, set off singing a merry song. The rat was very unhappy telling the badger and the mole his pitiful story. "He did it terribly well," said the brushed rat. "He fooled you terribly well," said the badger hotly, "but talking won't change anything. He's away for the time, that's certain, and the worst of it is, he'll be so happy with his cleverness that he may make any mistake. One comfort is, we're free now, and needn't lose any more of our time. Let's stay at Toad Hall for a while longer. Toad may appear at any moment between two policemen or two doctors." So spoke the badger, not knowing what the future prepared for them. At that time, Toad was walking happily along the road, some miles from home. "Clever piece of work," he said to himself, smiling. "Brain against force, and brain is the winner. Poor old Ratty. The badger will be so angry with him. Nice fellow, Ratty, with many good qualities, but no brains, and absolutely no education. I must take him in hand some day and see if I can make something of him." Full of proud thoughts, he walked along till he reached a little town. There he came into a cafe, ordered the best lunch, and sat down to eat it in the coffee-room. Suddenly, a well-known sound approaching down the street made him jump. The poop-poop, nearer and nearer. The car turned into the yard and stopped, and Toad held on to the leg of the table to hide his emotion. The party entered the coffee-room hungry, talkative, and happy. Toad listened for a time. At last he went out of the room quietly, paid his bill at the bar, and as soon as he got outside, came quietly to the yard. "There cannot be any harm," he said to himself, "in my only just looking at it." The car stood in the middle of the yard, and there was no one near it. Toad walked slowly round it, inspecting, criticizing, thinking deeply. "Does it start easily, I wonder?" he said to himself. Next moment, hardly knowing how it happened, he found he was in the car. As if in a dream, he found himself in the driver's seat. As if in a dream, he drove the car out of the yard. All sense of right and wrong, all fear disappeared. As the car jumped along on the road through the open country, he only felt that he was Toad once more. Toad, the terror of the road. He sang, not thinking of what might come to him.
"I think," said the judge, "the only difficulty in this very clear case, how we can punish the bandit whom we see before us. Let me see. First, he stole an expensive car. Second, was driving to the public danger. And third, conflicted with the police. Mr. Clark, will you tell us, please, what is the hardest punishment we can give for each of these crimes?" The clerk scratched his nose with the pen.
"You may say 12 months for the stealing, which is mild, and 3 years for the dangerous driving, which is kind, and 15 years for the quarrel with the police, which was pretty bad sort. Those figures. If we add them together, we make up to 19 years, so you better make it around 20 years.
A great plan, said the judge. Toad, it's going to be 20 years for you this time. Then they led the unhappy Toad, crying and protesting, to the door of the darkest underground prison. Chapter 7. The Piper at the Gates of Dawn. It was past 10 o'clock at night, midsummer night. Mole lay on the bank, still resting from the stress of the hot day, and waited for his friend. He left the water rat with Otter, and came back to find the house dark and empty. It was still too hot to think of staying indoors, so he lay on some cool leaves and thought over the past day and its doings, and how very good they all were. The rat's light footfall approached over the grass. "Oh, the wonderful coolness," he said, and sat down.
"You stayed to supper, of course?"
said the mole. "Yes," said the rat. "You know how kind they always are, and they made things as happy for me as ever they could, right up to the moment I left. But I felt bad all the time, as it was clear to me they were very unhappy, though they tried to hand it. Mole, I'm afraid they're in trouble. Little Portly is missing again, and you know how much his father cares about him, though he never says much about it."
"What, that child?" said the mole lightly. "He's always walking off and getting lost and coming back again, but no harm ever happens to him. Everybody knows him and likes him, and some animal or other will come across him and bring him back again all right. Why, we've found him ourselves miles from home, and quite happy."
"Yes, but this time it's more serious," said the rat. "He's missing for some days now, and Otter's hunted everywhere without finding him. And they asked every animal for miles around, and no one knows anything about him. Otter's nervous. You know, young Portly can't swim very well yet. There's a lot of water coming down still, and the place was always interesting for the child. And then there are, well, things, you know. Otter's not the fellow to be nervous about his sons, and now he is nervous. He's going to spend the night watching by the old ford."
"I know it very well," said the mole, "but why did Otter choose to watch there?"
"Well, it was there he gave Portly his first swimming lesson," answered the rat. "And it was there he taught him fishing. The child loves the place, and Otter thinks he might come there, so Otter goes there every night and watches." They didn't speak for some time, both thinking of the same thing, the lonely, sad animal sitting by the ford, watching and waiting the long night through. "Well, well," said the rat, "I think we must go to bed." But he didn't move.
"Rat," said the mole, "I simply can't go and sleep and do nothing. We'll get the boat out and row upstream. The moon will be up in an hour or so, and then we will look as well as we can. Anyhow, it will be better than going to bed and doing nothing."
"Just what I was thinking myself," said the rat. "It's not the sort of night for bed anyhow."
They got the boat out and set off. The night was full of small noises, song and chatter, telling of the busy little animals who were up and about. They heard the water's own noises too. The friends landed in this silent silver kingdom and explored the hedges, the trees, the tunnels, the ditches and dry waterways. Then the horizon became clearer. Field and tree came more into sight, and somehow with a different look. Suddenly they heard sweet music and followed it. Mole rowed, and soon they came to a point where the river divided. On either side of them they saw the rich meadow grass. In the middle of the river, behind the willows, lay a small island. Slowly, the two animals stopped their boat at the flowery side of the island. In silence they landed and pushed through the flowers and grass.
"This is the place of my song dream, the place the music played to me," said the rat,
as if in a dream. Then suddenly the mole felt something great fall on him that changed his muscles to water. It was no panic terror. Indeed, he felt wonderfully at peace and happy, but without seeing, he knew it could only mean that some great presence was very, very near. With difficulty, he turned to look for his friend, and saw him at his side, shocked. He raised his head, and then, in that clearness of the early morning, he looked in the very eyes of the friend and helper. He saw the big nose between the kindly eyes that were looking down on them, where the bearded mouth broke into a half-smile at the corners, saw the muscles on the arm that lay across the broad chest, the long hand still holding the panpipes, saw, last of all, between his very feet, sleeping in peace, the little, round, childish form of the baby otter. All this he saw for one moment.
"Rat," he said, shaking, "are you afraid?"
"Afraid," answered the rat, his eyes shining with love. "Afraid? Of him? Oh, never, never. And yet, oh, Mole, I am afraid." Then the two animals bowed their heads. The sun's broad golden disk showed itself over the horizon facing them. When they could see once more, the vision disappeared, and the air was full of the carol of birds. As they looked, a little wind, dancing up from the water, shook the roses and blew lightly in their faces, and with its soft touch came forgetfulness. Mole rubbed his eyes and looked at Rat.
"I beg your pardon. What did you say, Rat?" he asked.
"I think I was only saying," the rat said slowly, "that this was the right sort of place to find Portly. And look, there he is!"
And with a cry of joy, he ran towards the sleeping Portly. But Mole stood still a moment, deep in thought. He seemed to be trying to remember a beautiful dream, but he could remember nothing but a sense of the beauty of it. So Mole shook his head sadly and followed the rat. Portly woke up and laughed with pleasure at the sight of his father's friends, but in a moment his face grew sad, and he fell to hunting round in a circle. As a child that falls happily asleep in its nurse's arms, and wakes to find itself alone in a strange place, and runs from room to room, so Portly ran about the island, till at last the black moment came for giving it up, and sitting down and crying. The mole ran quickly to comfort the little animal. Portly was soon quiet, thinking of a trip on the river in Mr. Rat's real boat. And the two animals led him to the water's side, placed him securely between them in the bottom of the boat, and rowed off. The sun was fully up by now, birds sang, and flowers smiled. As they drew near the ford, the mole took the boat into the bank, and they lifted Portly out and set him on his legs, gave a friendly pat on the back, and rowed out into midstream. They watched the little animal till they saw his walk break into a run. Looking upriver, they could see Otter stand up, and could hear his joyous cry, so they let the full stream bear them down again.
"I feel strangely tired, Rat," said the mole. "I feel as if I was in something very exciting and even terrible. But nothing happened."
"Or something very surprising and beautiful," said the rat, closing his eyes. "I feel just as you do, Mole.
It's lucky the stream takes us home. Isn't it great to feel the sun again, and the wind playing in the trees?"
"It's like music, far-away music," said the mole dreamily.
"So I was thinking," said the rat. "Dance music, but with words in it, too. It goes into words and out of them again. Then it is dance music once more, and then nothing."
"You hear better than I," said the mole sadly. "I cannot catch the words."
"Let me try and give you them," said the rat softly, his eyes still closed. "Helper and friend I cheer, small animals wet, asking them all forget. No, it is no good." The song stopped.
"But what do the words mean?"
asked the wondering mole. "That I do not know," said the rat simply. "I pass them on to you as they reach me. Ah, now they return again. This time at last it's the real thing, simple, perfect."
"Well, let's have it then,"
said the mole, after he waited patiently for a few minutes, half sleeping in the hot sun. But no answer came. He looked and understood the silence. With a happy smile on his face, the tired rat was asleep. Chapter 8. Toad's Adventures. When Toad found himself in a dark prison, he fell on the floor and cried. "This is the end of everything," he said. "Or it is the end of a career of Toad, which is the same thing. The popular and handsome Toad, the rich Toad, the Toad so free. Now I must stay in this prison till people who were proud to say they knew me forget my name. Oh, clever old badger," he said. "Oh, clever, intelligent rat and mole. Oh, unhappy Toad." With such cries he spent his days and nights for several weeks, refusing his meals. The prison guard had a daughter, a pleasant and kind girl, who assisted her father. She was very fond of animals, and besides her canary, she had several mice and a squirrel. This kind girl, pitying Toad, said to her father one day, "Father, I can't see that poor animal so unhappy, and getting so thin. Let me take care of him. I'll make him eat from my hand, and sit up and do all sorts of things." Her father agreed, and was tired of Toad and his cries, so that day she knocked at the Toad's door. "Now cheer up, Toad," she said, on entering, "and sit up and dry your eyes. Here's some food for you, right from the stove." The smell of cabbage reached the nose of Toad, and gave him an idea for a moment that perhaps life was not such a bad thing after all. But still he cried, and kicked with his legs, and refused any comfort. So the clever girl left for the time, but, of course, the smell of hot cabbage stayed, and Toad, between his cries, began to think new thoughts, of poetry, of broad meadows and sun and wind, and of the comforting sound of dishes on the table at Toad Hall, and the scrape of chair legs on the floor as everyone pulled himself close to the table. He began to think of his friends, and how they could do something, and lastly he thought of his own great cleverness, and all that he could do with it, and the cure was almost complete. When the girl returned some hours later, she carried a tray with a cup of tea, and a plate with very hot toast, cut thick, very brown on both sides, with butter running through the holes in it in great golden drops, like honey. The smell of that toast simply talked to Toad, talked of warm kitchens, of breakfasts on bright frosty mornings, of cosy room firesides on winter evenings. Toad sat up, dried his eyes, drank his tea, and ate his toast, and soon began talking freely about himself and his house, and his doings there, and how important he was. The guard's daughter saw that the topic was doing him as much good as the tea. "Tell me about Toad Hall," she said. "It sounds beautiful. But first, wait till I bring you some more tea and toast." She returned with a fresh tray, and Toad, eating the toast, told her about the boathouse, and the fish pond, and the hen house, and the wash house, and about the banqueting hall, and all the fun and his friends. Then she wanted to know about his animal friends. Of course, she did not say she was fond of animals as pets. When she said good night, Toad was quite cheerful once again. He sang a little song or two, and had an excellent night's rest, and the pleasantest of dreams. They had many interesting talks together after that, as the days went on, and the guard's daughter grew very sorry for Toad. "Toad," she said one morning, "just listen, please. I have an aunt who is a washerwoman." "Never mind," said Toad. "Don't think about it. I have several aunts who must be washerwomen." "Be quiet a minute, Toad," said the girl. "You talk too much, and I'm trying to think. I have an aunt who is a washerwoman, and she does the washing for all the prisoners here. She takes out the washing on Monday morning, and brings it in on Friday evening. This is a Thursday. You're very rich. At least you're always telling me so, and she's very poor. A few pounds won't make any difference to you, and it will mean a lot to her. Maybe she will let you have her dress and hat and so on, and you could escape from the prison as the official washerwoman." "You don't mean Mr. Toad of Toad Hall will have to go about the country dressed as a washerwoman?" "Then you can stop here as Toad," said the girl hotly. Honest Toad was always ready to see his mistakes. "You're a good, kind, clever girl," he said, "and I'm a proud and stupid Toad. Will you introduce me to your aunt, please? No doubt the excellent lady and I will organize everything." The next evening the girl took her aunt to Toad. In return for his money, Toad got a cotton dress, an apron, a shawl, and an ugly black hat. Then they bound and gagged the old lady to make it look like an attack. "Now it's your turn, Toad. Take off your coat and waistcoat and change." Shaking with laughter, she helped him to change. "You're the portrait of her," she laughed. "Now, goodbye, Toad, and good luck. Go straight down the way you came up, and remember, you're a woman quite alone in the world." With a shaking heart but firm footstep, Toad went forward. It seemed hours before he crossed the last yard, heard the key in the great outer door click behind them, felt the fresh air of the outer world upon his face, and knew that he was free. He walked quickly toward the lights of the town, not knowing what to do next. As he walked along, he saw some red and green lights a little way off, and heard the sound of the puffing of engines. "Aha," he thought, "a railway station is the thing I want most at this moment, and, what's more, I needn't go through the town to get it." He made his way to the station, looked at the timetable, and found that a train in the direction of his home was going to start in half an hour. He was going to buy a ticket to the station nearest to Toad Hall, but as he reached for his waistcoat pocket, where he kept his money, he felt only the cotton dress. He had no money. He said to the clerk, "Look here, I left my money behind. Just give me that ticket and I'll send the money tomorrow." "Stand away from the window, please, madam," You're disturbing the other passengers," the clerk answered. Sad and full of anger, he went down the platform where the train was standing, and tears fell down each side of his nose. Very soon they will discover his escape, the hunt will start, and they will catch him and put him back again to prison and bread and water. And, oh, what sarcastic comments the girl will make! What must he do? As he thought, he found himself near the engine and its driver.
"Hello, Mother,"
said the engine driver. "What's the trouble? You don't look cheerful."
"Oh, sir,"
said Toad, crying again, "I'm a poor unhappy washerwoman, and I lost all my money, and I can't pay for a ticket, and I must get home tonight somehow, and I don't know what to do." "Well, I'll tell you what to do," said the good engine driver. "You're a washerwoman, and I'm an engine driver, as well you may see, and it's terribly dirty work. Will you wash a few shirts for me when you get home and send them along, and I'll give you a ride on my engine. It's against the company rules, but we're not so very strict in these here." The Toad quickly got up into the cab of the engine. Of course he never washed a shirt in his life, and wasn't going to begin, but he thought, "When I get safely home to Toad Hall, and have money again, and pockets to put it in, I will send the engine driver enough to pay for a lot of washing." The train moved out of the station. The Toad could see on either side of him real fields and trees and hedges and cows and horses, and as he thought how every minute was bringing him nearer to Toad Hall and his friends, and his money in his pockets, and a soft bed to sleep in, and good things to eat, he began to jump up and down and sing songs, to the great surprise of the engine driver. They covered many and many miles, and Toad was already thinking what to have for supper at home, when he saw that the engine driver, with a surprise on his face, was looking over the side of the engine and listening hard. Then he said to Toad, "It's very strange, we're the last train running in this direction tonight, yet I hear another one following us." Toad stopped jumping at once. By the time the moon was shining brightly, and the engine driver could see the line behind them for a long distance, he said, "I can see it clearly now. It is an engine coming along very quickly. It looks as if they follow us, and the engine is full of the strangest men, like guards, policemen in their hats, and detectives showing revolvers and walking sticks, and all crying the same thing, 'Stop! Stop! Stop!'" Then Toad fell on his knees, raising his paws, and cried, "Save me! Only save me, dear kind Mr. Engine Driver, and I will tell you everything. I'm not the simple washerwoman I seem to be. I'm well-known and popular Mr. Toad. They want to catch me and put me back into prison." The engine driver looked down upon him and said, "Now tell the truth. What was your crime?" "I only took a car while the owners were at lunch. They had no need of it at the time. I didn't mean to steal it, really, but people, especially judges, give such severe punishments for thoughtless and emotional actions." The driver looked very serious and said, "I think that indeed you were a bad Toad. But you're in great trouble and distress, so I'll not leave you. I don't like cars, and I don't like it when policemen tell me what to do on my engine, and an animal in tears always makes me feel pity. So cheer up, Toad. I'll do my best, and we may beat them yet." They threw on more coals. The engine flew, but still the policemen were close behind. The engine driver said, "It's no good, Toad. They have the better engine. Now, a short way ahead is a long tunnel, and on the other side is a thick wood. I will go the quickest while we are running through the tunnel. When we're on the other side, I will stop for a second and you jump and hide in the wood, before they get through the tunnel and see you. Then I will go quick ahead again, and they can follow me as far as they like. Be ready to jump when I tell you." And so they did. Toad saw his train disappear, and then the following one. Then he had a great laugh. But he soon stopped laughing when he saw that it was very late and dark and cold, and he was in an unknown wood, with no money and no chance of supper, and still far from his friends and home. And it was something of a shock. He got into the wood with the idea of leaving the railway as far as possible behind him. At last, cold, hungry, and tired, he found an empty tree, made himself a comfortable bed of dead leaves, and slept peacefully till the morning. Chapter 9. Wayfarers All. The Water-Rat was restless, and he did not exactly know why. The summer was still at fullest height, but there was a feeling in the air of change and departure. It was difficult to settle down to anything seriously. Leaving the waterside, he went to the country, crossed a field or two, and dived into the great sea of wheat, yellow and full of quiet motion and small sounds. He loved to walk there. Here, too, he had many small friends leading full and busy lives, but always with a moment to talk and exchange news with a visitor. Today, however, the field mice were busy. Many were digging and tunnelling busily. Others gathered together in small groups and examined plans and drawings of small flats. Some were pulling out dusty trunks, others were packing their things. Piles of wheat, oats, barley, and nuts lay about ready for transport. "Here's old Ratty!" they cried as soon as they saw him. "Come and help us, Rat!" "What sort of games are you playing?" said the Water-Rat. "You know it isn't time to be thinking of winter flats yet." "Oh, yes, we know that," answered the Field Mouse. "But we really must get all the furniture and baggage moved out of this place before those horrid machines begin clicking round the fields. And then, you know, the best flats get picked up so quickly nowadays, and all the rest needs such a lot of doing up. Of course, we're early, we know that, but we're only just making a start." "Oh, forget it," said the Rat. "It's a splendid day. Come for a boat trip or a walk, or a picnic in the woods or something." "Well, I think not today, thank you," said the Field Mouse hurriedly. "Perhaps some other day." The Rat went out of the field. He returned to his river again. His old river, which never packed up or went into winter flats. In the willows he saw a swallow sitting. Then another joined it, and then a third, and the birds talked together. "What, already?" said the Rat, coming up to them. "What's the hurry?"
We're not leaving yet," answered the first swallow. "We're only making plans and arranging things, talking it over, you know."
"Couldn't you stop on for just this year?" asked the Water-Rat. "We'll all do our best to make you feel at home. You've no idea what good times we have, while you are far away."
"I tried stopping on 1 year," said another swallow. "For a few weeks it was well enough, but afterwards, oh, the cold, the sunless days, the air so frosty and not an insect in sight. No, it was no good. And one cold day, one stormy night, I had to fly away. I'll never forget the happy feeling of the hot sun again on my back, and the taste of my first fat insect. No, never again I thought of staying." "Oh, yes, the call of the south, twittered the other swallows dreamily.
"Why do you ever come back then at all?" asked the Rat.
"And do you think," said the first swallow, "that there is no call of meadow grass, gardens, warm ponds, and all the farm buildings?"
They went on talking of blue seas, brown sands, and warm walls. The rat walked off once more. Footsteps fell on his ear, and the figure of one that walked somewhere tiredly came into view. And he saw that it was a rat, and a very dusty one. The wayfarer, as he reached him, saluted with a gesture of something foreign about it. Then, with a pleasant smile, turned from the path and sat down by his side in the cool grass. He seemed tired, and the rat let him rest unquestioned, understanding something of what was in his thoughts. The wayfarer was thin and somewhat bowed at the shoulders. His paws were thin and long, and he wore small gold earrings in his ears. His sweater and breeches were blue, and his small possessions he carried in a blue cotton handkerchief. "Those cows we hear," the stranger said, "and over there rises a blue line of cottage smoke against the woodland. The river runs somewhere close by. Everything seems asleep, and yet going on all the time. It's a good life that you lead, friend." "Yes, it's the life, the only life to live," answered the rat dreamily. "It's the best," said the stranger. "I tried it, and I know. And now here I am, tired and hungry, following the old call, back to the old life, the life which will not let me go." "And where did you come from?" the rat asked. "Nice little farm," answered the wayfarer. "From that direction," he showed to the north. "I had everything I could want, everything I had any right to expect of life, and more. And here I am. Glad to be here all the same, so many miles further on the road, so many hours nearer to my heart's dream." His shining eyes looked to the horizon, and he seemed to be listening for some sound. "You're not one of us," said the water-rat. "You're not a farmer. I think you're a foreigner." "Right," replied the stranger. "I'm a seafaring rat, and the port I originally am from is Constantinople, though I'm a sort of foreigner there too. The city of my birth is no more my home than a pleasant port between there and the London River. I know them all, and they know me. Set me down on any of their shores, and I'm home again." "I think you go great voyages," said the water-rat with growing interest. "Months and months out of land, and provisions running short, and water too, and your mind speaking with the mighty ocean, and all that sort of thing." "By no means," said the sea-rat honestly. "Such a life as you describe could not suit me at all. I'm in the coasting trade, and really out of land. It's the happy times on shore that I like as much as any seafaring. Oh, those southern seaports!" "Well, perhaps you choose the better way," said the water-rat doubtfully. "Tell me something of your coasting, then, for my life, I must tell, feels to me today somewhat boring." "Well, let me tell you about my last voyage that landed me in this country," began the sea-rat. "Family troubles as usual began it. I came on board a small trading boat from Constantinople to the Grecian island and the Levant. Those were golden days and warm nights, in and out of port all the time, old friends everywhere, sleeping in some cool church during the heat of the day, parties after sundown, under a velvet sky with great stars. From there we started up the Adriatic and to Venice. Oh, Venice is a fine city, where a rat can walk at ease and take his pleasure." He was silent for a time, and the water-rat was silent too. "Then we left for Palermo," continued the sea-rat, "and there I landed for a long, happy stay on shore. I never stayed too long on one ship. Besides, I love Sicily. I know everybody there. I spent many happy weeks in the island. When I grew restless again, I took a ship to Sardinia and Corsica. From Corsica by easy trips and partly on foot, partly by sea, I got to Marseille. Sometimes I dream of the shellfish of Marseille and wake up crying. By the way, said the polite water rat, I believe you're hungry. Of course you will stop and take your midday meal with we. My hole is close by. That's very kind of you, said the sea rat. I am indeed hungry, but could you bring it along out here? I'm not too fond of going underground, and then, while we eat, I could tell you more about my voyages. Indoors I will at once fall asleep. The water rat hurried off home. There he got out the lunch basket and packed a simple meal, in which he took care to put a yard-long French bread, a sausage, some cheese, and a long-necked bottle. Together they unpacked the basket and laid out the food on the grass by the roadside. The sea rat, as soon as he finished eating, continued the history of his latest voyage. With excitement, the water rat followed him over stormy seas, across port bars, up rivers, and left him at his dull farm. The quiet world outside disappeared, and the talk, the wonderful talk, went on. And with beating heart he was following the adventures of seaports, the fights, the escapes, or he looked for treasure on islands, fished in lagoons, and slept day long on warm white sand. And now, the sea rat continued, I take to the road again for many long and dusty days, till I at last reach the little grey sea town I know so well. There, sooner or later, the ships of all seafaring nations arrive. I will choose a ship and run on board, and the voyage will begin. And you will come too, young brother, for the days pass and never come back, and the south still waits for you. Take the adventure, hear the call. I will walk and look back, and at last I will see you coming. The words grew quieter and quieter, and the water rat saw at last a distant spot on the road. Mechanically, he rose and repacked the lunch basket, carefully and slowly. Mechanically, he came back home and packed his special treasures, carefully selected a strong walking stick, and with no hurry, but with no doubt at all, he stepped out of his house as the mole appeared at the door.
"Where are you going, Ratty?"
asked the mole in great surprise, catching him by the arm. "Going south with the rest of them," said the rat dreamily, not looking at him. It alarmed the mole. He looked into his eyes and saw that they were glassy, not his friend's eyes, but the eyes of some other animal. He pulled him inside, threw him down, and held him. The rat fought for a while, and then his strength seemed suddenly to leave him, and he lay still, with closed eyes, trembling. The mole helped him to rise and placed him in a chair. Mole closed the door, threw the rat's pack into a drawer, and sat down quietly on the table by his friend, waiting for the strange illness to pass. After some time, the rat fell asleep. The mole left him for a time and busied himself with household matters, and it was getting dark when he returned to the room and found the rat awake, but apathetic, silent, and depressed. His eyes were his own eyes once again. The mole sat down and tried to cheer him up and help him to tell his story. Poor Ratty did his best, by degrees, to explain things. But how could he put into cold words what was an idea? It was not surprising, then, that he couldn't explain it to Mole. The mole understood that his friend was out of danger, but he had no interest in matters of his daily life. The mole began to talk about the harvest, and the moon rising over fields, He talked of the reddening apples around, of the browning nuts. He reached midwinter, its joys, and its cosy home life, and then he became simply lyrical. By degrees the rat began to sit up and to join in. His dull eyes brightened. Then the tactful mole went away and returned with a pencil and a few sheets of paper, which he placed on the table at his friend's elbow.
"It's quite a long time since you did any poetry," he said. "Why don't you try it this evening instead of, thinking over things so much?"
When the mole secretly looked in again some time later, he was happy to see that the rat was busily writing something. Chapter 10. The Further Adventures of Toad. The Toad woke up early. Sitting up, he rubbed his eyes first and his cold toes next. Then he remembered everything, his escape, his flight, his guards. Remembered the first and best thing of all, that he was free. Free! He was warm from end to end as he thought of the happy world outside, waiting for him to make his triumphal entrance. He shook himself and marched into the comfortable morning sun, cold but sure, hungry but hopeful. The practical Toad was looking for something that could talk and tell him clearly which way to go. The road ran side by side with a canal. "Well," said Toad to himself, "one thing's clear. They must both be coming from somewhere and going to somewhere." So he marched by the water's edge. Round a bend in the canal came a horse. There was a long line attached to its collar, the furthest part of it throwing drops of water. Toad let the horse pass and stood waiting. With a pleasant sound of quiet water, there appeared a barge. On the barge there was a big, stout woman wearing a big sun hat. "A nice morning, ma'am," she said to Toad.
"It is, ma'am," answered Toad politely. "It is a nice morning for those who are not in trouble, but I am. My married daughter sent me a letter. She wanted me to come, so I set off, not knowing what was wrong, but fearing the worst, as you will understand, ma'am, if you're a mother too. I left my business to look after itself. I'm in the washing line, you see, and I left my young children to look after themselves, and I lost all my money, and I lost my way, and I don't like to think what may be happening to my married daughter, ma'am."
"Where does your married daughter live, ma'am?" asked the barge woman.
"She lives near the river, ma'am," said Toad, "close to Toad Hall. That's a fine house somewhere in these parts."
"Toad Hall? Why, I'm going that way myself," answered the barge woman. "This canal joins the river a little above Toad Hall, and then it's an easy walk. I'll give you a lift." She led the barge close to the bank, and Toad, with many thanks, stepped lightly on board and sat down. "Toad's luck again," thought he. "So you're in the washing line, ma'am?" said the barge woman politely as they went along. "It's a very good business, but surely you don't do all the work yourself, ma'am?" "Oh, I have girls," said Toad lightly. 20 girls, always at work. But you know what girls are, ma'am." "So do I," said the barge woman. "And are you very fond of washing?" "I love it," said Toad. "Real pleasure, ma'am." "What a bit of luck meeting you," said the barge woman thoughtfully. What do you mean?" asked Toad nervously. "Well, look at me now," replied the barge woman. "I like washing too, just the same as you do, and do all my own washing, but my husband often leaves his work and the barge to me. Now, instead of steering or looking after the horse, he's hunting, He went off with the dog to get a rabbit for dinner, and how am I going to do my washing?" "Oh, never mind about the washing," said Toad, not liking the subject. "Try and fix your mind on that rabbit. A nice fat young rabbit, I'm sure. Do you have any onions?" "I can't fix my mind on anything but me washing," said the barge woman. "Why do you talk about rabbits, with such a happy prospect before you?" "There are a lot of my things in the corner of the cabin. Could you take one or two of the most necessary sort and put them through the wash-tub as we go along? It'll be a pleasure to you, as you rightly say, and a real help to me. You'll find a tub and soap and a kettle on the stove, and a bucket to take water from the canal with. Then I will know you're enjoying yourself instead of sitting here, looking at the scenery." "Let me steer," said Toad in a panic, "and then you can do your washing your own way. I might spoil things or not do them as you like. I'm more used to gentlemen's things myself. It's my special line." "Let you steer?" said the bargewoman, laughing. "It takes some practice to steer a barge properly. Besides, it's dull work, and I want you to be happy. No, you will do the washing you're so fond of, and I'll do the steering that I understand." Toad looked for escape this way and that, saw that he was too far from the bank for a flying jump, and gave up. "I think any fool can wash," he thought. He took the tub, soap, and water, chose a few things, and started. A long half-hour passed. Toad was getting angrier and angrier. Nothing that he could do to the things seemed to make them cleaner. Once or twice he looked nervously over his shoulder at the bargewoman, but she was looking out in front of her, busy in her steering. He was tired, and saw that his paws were beginning to look bad. He lost the soap for the 50th time. A burst of laughter made him look round. The bargewoman was laughing, till tears ran down her cheeks. "What fun!" she said. "I thought you must be somebody else all along, from the way you talked. Pretty washerwoman you are. Never washed in your life, I think." Toad lost all control of himself. "You ugly, low, fat bargewoman," he cried. "How dare you talk like that? Washerwoman indeed! I'm a toad, and very well known. Rich Toad. I will not let you laugh at me." The woman moved nearer to him and looked under his hat closely. "Why, you're a horrid, bad, ugly toad," she cried, "and in my nice clean barge, too. That is a thing I will not have." One big arm shot out and caught Toad. Then the world turned suddenly upside down. The barge seemed to fly lightly across the sky, and with the wind in his ears, Toad found himself flying through the air. The water, when he eventually reached it with a loud splash, was really cold. He rose to the surface, and the first thing he saw was the fat bargewoman looking back at him from the leaving barge and laughing. He swam out for the shore, but the cotton dress made it hard, and when he finally touched land, he found it hard to climb up the high bank. He took a short rest. Then, gathering his wet skirts well over his arms, he started to run after the barge as fast as his legs could carry him, angry, ready for revenge. The bargewoman was still laughing when he caught up with her. Great revenge was what he wanted. Running quickly on, he took the horse, untied the rope, jumped lightly on the horse's back, and galloped it for the open country. Once he looked back and saw the barge aground on the other side of the canal, and the bargewoman gesticulating wildly and crying, "Stop! Stop! Stop!" The barge horse was not strong, and its gallop soon turned into an easy walk. But Toad was quite happy with this, knowing that he was moving, and the barge was not. He travelled some miles, his horse and he was feeling sleepy in the hot sunshine when the horse stopped, lowered his head, and began to eat grass. And Toad, waking up, just saved himself from falling off. He looked about him and found near him a dirty gypsy caravan, and beside it a man was sitting on a bucket turned upside down. A fire of sticks was burning nearby, and over the fire hung an iron pot, and out of that pot came smells, warm, rich smells, and Toad was really hungry. He looked the gypsy over carefully. So there he sat and looked at the gypsy, and the gypsy sat and smoked and looked at him. The gypsy took his pipe out of his mouth and said, "Do you want to sell that horse?" The gypsy's words seemed to show the way towards the two things Toad wanted so badly, money and breakfast. "What?" he said, "to sell this beautiful young horse? Oh, no, it's out of the question. Who is going to take the washing home to my customers every week? Besides, I'm too fond of him, and he simply loves me. All the same, how much might you give me for this beautiful young horse?" The gypsy looked the horse over, and then he looked Toad over with equal care, and looked at the horse again. "Shilling a leg," he said shortly, and turned away, continuing to smoke. "A shilling a leg?" cried Toad. "I must take a little time to work that out, and see just what that comes to." He climbed down off his horse, and sat down by the gypsy, and did sums on his fingers, and at last he said, "A shilling a leg? That comes to exactly 4 shillings, and no more. Oh, no, I could not think of getting 4 shillings for this beautiful young horse." "Well," said the gypsy, "I'll make it 5 shillings, and that's my last word." Then Toad sat and thought long and deeply. He was hungry, and quite penniless, and still some way, he did not know how far, from home, and enemies might still be looking for him. To one in such a situation, 5 shillings may very well seem a large sum of money, but it did not seem very much to get for a horse. At last he said firmly, "Look here, gypsy, I tell you what we will do, and this is my last word. You will give me 6 shillings and 6 pence, and you will give me as much breakfast as I can eat out of that iron pot that is sending such tasty and exciting smells. In return, I will give you my beautiful young horse, or else I know a man who really wants to buy him." It was a long discussion, but in the end the gypsy gave him 6 shillings and 6 pence. Then he disappeared into the caravan for a moment, and returned with a large iron plate and a knife, fork, and spoon. He put hot, rich stew into the plate. Toad took the plate on his lap, almost crying, and ate, and ate, and ate. He thought it was the best breakfast in his life. Then Toad got up and said good-bye to the gypsy and to the horse, and the gypsy, who knew the riverside well, gave him directions which way to go, and he happily set off again. The sun was shining brightly, his wet clothes were quite dry again, he had money in his pocket once more, he was nearing home, and friends, and safety, and most and best of all, he was quite full and strong and careless. "Ho!" he said to himself, as he marched along with his chin in the air. "What a clever Toad I am! There is surely no animal equal to me for cleverness in the whole world. My enemies shut me up in prison, watched night and day. I walk out through them all by courage. They follow me with engines and policemen and revolvers. I disappear, laughing. I meet a woman who throws me into a canal. What of it? I swim ashore. I take her horse. I ride off in triumph. and I sell the horse for a whole pocketful of money in an excellent breakfast. I am the Toad, the handsome, the popular, the successful Toad." He made up a song about himself and sang it at the top of his voice. After some miles of country fields, he reached the high road, and as he turned into it and looked along its white length, he saw coming to him a dot that turned into something he knew so well. "Great," said the happy Toad. "I will stop them, my brothers of the wheel, and they will give me a lift, of course, and it may even end in my driving up to Toad Hall in the car." He stepped out into the road to stop the car. Suddenly he became very pale. His heart turned to water, his knees shook under him, and he fell down. "It is the car I took out of the yard of the Red Lion Hotel on that fatal day," he thought. "And the people in it are the very same people. It's all over now. Chains and policemen again, prison again, dry bread and water again. Oh, what a fool I was! Why did I want to go about the country singing songs and stopping people in broad day on the high road instead of hiding till nightfall and slipping home quietly by back ways? Oh, unhappy Toad! Oh, poor animal!" The terrible car drew slowly nearer and nearer, till at last he heard it stop near him. Two gentlemen got out and walked round him, and one of them said, "Oh, dear, here is a poor old washerwoman who fell in the road. Let us lift her into the car and take her to the nearest village, where surely she has friends." They carefully lifted Toad into the car and continued their way. When Toad heard them talk in so kind a way, and knew that they did not remember him, he opened first one eye and then the other. "Look," said one of the gentlemen, "the fresh air is doing her good. How do you feel now, ma'am?"
Thank you kindly, sir," said Toad in a weak voice.
"I'm feeling much better." "That's right," said the gentleman. "Now keep still, and above all, don't try to talk."
"I won't," said Toad. "I was only thinking fresh air full in my face could do me some good. Can I sit on the front seat there, beside the driver?"
"What a very sensible woman," said the gentleman. "Of course you can." So they carefully helped Toad into the front seat beside the driver. Toad was quite happy again. "Please, sir," he said to the driver, "could you let me try and drive the car for a while? I was watching you carefully, and it looks so easy and so interesting." The driver laughed so loudly that the gentleman asked, "What's the matter?" When he heard, he said, "Bravo, ma'am, let her have a try, and look after her. She won't do any harm." Toad quickly got into the driver's seat, took the steering wheel, listened to the instructions, and set the car in motion, but very slowly and carefully at first, for he decided to be sensible. The gentlemen behind clapped their hands and applauded, and Toad heard them saying, "How well she does it, for the first time!" Toad went a little faster, then faster still, and faster. He heard the gentleman call out, "Be careful, washerwoman!" and this made him angry, and he began to lose his head. The driver tried to stop him, but he blocked him with one elbow and put on full speed. The rush of air in his face, the sound of the engines, and the light jump of the car beneath him poisoned his weak brain. "Washerwoman, indeed! Oh, I am the Toad, the car stealer, the prison breaker, the Toad who always escapes. Sit still, and you will know what driving really is, for you are in the hands of the bravest Toad." With a cry of horror, the whole party rose and threw themselves on him. "Hold him!" they cried. "Hold the Toad, the wicked animal who stole our car! Bind him, chain him, drag him to the nearest police station!" With a half-turn of the wheel, the Toad sent the car crashing through the low hedge that ran along the roadside. One mighty jump, and the wheels of the car were mixing up the thick mud of the horse pond. Toad found himself flying through the air. Then he landed on his back in the soft, rich grass of the meadow. Sitting up, he could just see the car in the pond. The gentleman and the driver were swimming helplessly in the water. He got up fast and set off running across the country as hard as he could, till he was breathless and tired and settled down into an easy walk. When he could think calmly, he began to laugh, and he laughed till he sat down under a hedge. "Oh," he cried happily, "Toad again! Who stopped them? Who managed to get on the front seat? Who managed to see him driving? Who landed them all in the horse-pond? Who escaped, flying through the air, leaving them in the mud? Why, Toad, of course. Clever Toad. Great Toad. Good Toad." And then he bursts into song again. "Oh, how clever I am! How clever I am! Very, very clever." A noise at a distance behind him made him turn his head and look. Oh, horror! About 2 fields off, a driver and 2 large policemen were running towards him as hard as they could go. Poor Toad jumped to his feet and hurried away again, his heart in his mouth. "Oh, my," he said, "what a fool I am! Shouting and singing songs again. Oh, my, oh, my, oh, my." He looked back and saw, to his horror, that they were getting nearer. He was doing his best, but he was a fat animal and his legs were short. He could hear them close behind him now. He ran on wildly, looking back over his shoulder at the now triumphant enemy, when suddenly the earth turned under his feet, and splash! He found himself in deep water, quick water, water that was carrying him along, and he knew that, in his panic, he ran straight into the river. He tried to catch hold of the plants that grew along the water's edge, but the river was so strong that it tore them out of his hands. Soon he saw that he was approaching a big, dark hole in the bank, just above his head, and as the river was carrying him past, he reached up with one paw and caught hold of the edge and held on. Then, slowly and with difficulty, he drew himself up out of the water, till at last he could rest his elbows on the edge of the hole. There he stayed for some minutes, for he was quite tired. As he looked before him into the dark hole, some bright small thing shone, moving towards him. As it came nearer, a face grew up around it, and it was a well-known face, brown and small, serious and round, with neat ears and silky hair. It was the Water Rat. Chapter 11. Like summer tempests came his tears. The rat put out a neat little brown paw, took Toad firmly by the neck and pulled, and the Toad came up slowly but surely over the edge of the hole, till at last he stood in the hall with the water streaming off him, but quite happy, for now he found himself once more in the house of a friend. "Oh, Ratty," he cried, "let me tell you about my adventures. Such sufferings, then such escapes. Oh, I am a smart Toad." "Toad," said the Water Rat seriously and firmly, "go off upstairs at once. Take off that old cotton dress and clean yourself and put on some of my clothes and try and come down looking like a gentleman if you can. Now stop arguing and be off. I have something to say to you later." Toad wanted to stop and argue, but he saw himself in the looking-glass, and he changed his mind, and went very quickly upstairs. There he washed his face and changed his clothes, and stood for a long time before the glass, looking at himself with pride and pleasure, and thinking, how could anyone really mistake me for a washerwoman? By the time he came down again, lunch was on the table, and Toad was very glad to see it. While they ate, Toad told the rat all his adventures, speaking mostly of his own cleverness. But the more he talked and boasted, the more serious and silent the rat became. Then there was silence for a while, and then the rat said, "Now, Toady, I don't want to hurt your feelings after all your experiences, but seriously, where's the fun in that? What caused all this? Why, it was a car. Why did you steal it? Why do you want to be a prisoner? When are you going to be clever and think of your friends? Do you think it's any pleasure to me to hear animals saying, as I go about, 'There are criminals amongst his friends'?" Toad was a nice, kind animal, and never minded such words from his real friends, and he was always able to see the other side of the question. So, while Rat was talking so seriously, he kept saying to himself, "But it was fun." But after the Rat's speech, he said very sadly, "Quite right, Ratty. How serious you always are. Yes, I was a fool. I can quite see that, but now I'm going to be a good Toad. I'm not so fond of cars after my drive into that river. We'll have our coffee and a quiet chat, and then I'm going to walk quietly down to Toad Hall and put on my own clothes and lead a quiet, respectable life, taking care of my property, and doing a little landscape gardening at times. There will always be a bit of dinner for my friends when they come to see me, and I will keep a pony to ride about the country, just as in the good old days." "Walk quietly down to Toad Hall?" cried the Rat. "What are you talking about? Do you mean to say that you don't know?" "Know what?" said the Toad, turning rather pale. Go on, Ratty. Quick, what is it?" "Do you mean to tell me," said the Rat, beating with his little fist upon the table, "that you don't know about the Stoats and Weasels and how they live in Toad Hall?" Toad put his elbows on the table and his chin on his paws, and a large tear came up in each of his eyes and dropped on the table. "Go on, Ratty," he said. "Tell me all. The worst is over. I can bear it." "After your disappearance," said the Rat, slowly and impressively, "they talked about it a lot down here, naturally. Not only along the riverside, but even in the wild wood. Animals took sides, as always happens. The river bankers were for you, but the wildwood animals said hard things, and served you right, and went about saying, 'That's the end of Toad. He will never come back. Never, never.'" Toad nodded. "But Mole and Badger," the Rat went on, "they kept saying, 'No, Toad will come back again soon somehow.' So they moved their things to Toad Hall and slept there, and had it all ready for your return. They didn't know what was going to happen, of course. Still, they didn't trust the wildwood animals. Now I come to the most tragic part of my story. One dark night, it was a very dark night, and blowing hard, too, and raining heavily, a band of weasels carrying guns came silently up to the front entrance. At the same time, a band of ferrets coming through the kitchen garden occupied the backyard, while a company of stoats occupied the billiard room, and held the French windows opening onto the lawn. The Mole and the Badger were sitting by the fire telling stories, when those bandits broke down the doors and rushed in upon them from every side. They made the best fight they could, but what was the good? What can two animals do against hundreds? They took and beat them with sticks, those two poor creatures, and threw them out into the cold and the wet, with many bad words. Here the unfeeling Toad broke into a laugh, and then pulled himself together and tried to look serious. "So the Wild Wooders are living in Toad Hall," continued the Rat. "They are used to lying in bed half the day and have breakfast at all hours, and the place is in such a mess. They are eating your food and drinking your drinks and making bad jokes about you and singing vulgar songs about prisons and policemen, horrid personal songs with no humour in them. And they're telling everybody, 'We're going to stay here forever.'"
"Oh, are they?" said Toad, getting up and taking a stick. "I'll soon see about that."
"It's no good, Toad," called the Rat after him. "You'll only get into trouble." But the Toad was off. He marched quickly down the road, his stick over his shoulder, speaking to himself in his anger till he got near his front gate, when suddenly there jumped up from behind a bush a long yellow ferret with a gun.
"How comes there?" said the ferret sharply.
"Rubbish and nonsense," said Toad very angrily. "What do you mean by talking like that to me? Come out of that at once, or I'll—"
The ferret didn't answer, but he brought his gun up to his shoulder. Toad dropped flat in the road, and bang! A bullet went over his head. The Toad got to his feet and ran off down the road as hard as he could, and as he ran he heard the ferret laughing and other little laughs joining him. He went back very depressed and told the Water Rat about it. "That's it," said the Rat. "It's no good. They all have guns. You must just wait." Still, Toad didn't want to give up all at once, so he got out the boat and set off rowing up the river to where the garden front of Toad Hall came down to the waterside. There he rested on his oars and looked the land over. All seemed very peaceful and quiet. He could see the whole front of Toad Hall in the evening, the garden, the flowers, the path that led up to the boathouse, the little wooden bridge that crossed it, all waiting for his return.
"I must try the boathouse first," he thought.
Very carefully he rowed, and was just passing under the bridge when a great stone from above smashed through the bottom of the boat. It filled and sank, and Toad found himself swimming in deep water. Looking up, he saw two stoats looking over the parapet of the bridge and watching him merrily.
"It'll pay your head next time,
Toady," he called out to him. The angry Toad swam to shore, while the stoats laughed and laughed. The Toad came back on foot and retold his sad experiences to the Water Rat once more.
"Well, what did I tell you?" said the Rat, hotly. "And you lost my boat that I was so fond of, and simply ruined the nice clothes that I gave you. Really, Toad, of all the animals, I wonder how you managed to keep any friends at all."
Toad made a full apology to Rat for losing his boat and spoiling his clothes, and he finished by saying, with that face which always disarmed his friends' criticism and won them back to his side, "Ratty, I see it was foolish. Believe me, I will take no action without your kind advice."
"Then my advice to you is, because of the lateness of the hour, to sit down and have your supper, which will be on the table in a minute, and be very patient. I'm sure that we can do nothing until we see Mole and Badger, and hear their latest news and take their advice in this difficult manner."
Yes, of course. The Mole and the Badger," said Toad lightly. "How are they?"
"Well, you may ask," said the Rat. "They keep camping out in the open in every sort of weather, watching over your house, patrolling your gardens, watching the stoats and the weasels, planning how to get your property back for you. You don't deserve to have such friends, Toad. You don't, really. Some day you'll be very sorry."
"I'm an
grateful beast, I know," cried Toad with bitter tears. Let me go and find them out into the cold, dark night, and share their difficulties, and try— supper's here at last? Hooray! Come on, Ratty." Just after their meal there came a heavy knock at the door. Toad was nervous, but the rat, nodding mysteriously at him, went up to the door and opened it, and let in Mr. Badger. He was looking very wild and tired. He came up to Toad, shook him by the paw, and said, "Welcome home, Toad. What am I saying? Home, indeed. This is a poor homecoming, unhappy Toad." Then he sat down to the table and took a large piece of cold pie. The rat said to Toad, "Don't say anything to him just yet. He's always rather depressed when he's hungry. In half an hour's time, he'll be quite a different animal." So they waited in silence, and then there came another knock. The rat went to the door and let in the mole, with bits of dry grass in his fur. "Hooray, here's old Toad!" cried the mole, smiling. "Great!" And he began to dance round him. "You managed to escape, you clever Toad." The rat pulled him by the elbow, but it was too late. Toad was growing proud already. "Clever? Oh, no," he said. "I'm not really clever. According to my friends, I only broke out of the strongest prison in England, that's all. And caught a railway train and escaped on it. That's all. And went about the country in disguise. That's all. Oh, no, I'm a fool. I am. I'll tell you one or two of my little adventures, Mole, and you will judge for yourself." "Well, well," said the mole, moving towards the supper table. "Let you talk while I eat. Not a bite since breakfast. Oh, my! Oh, my!" And he sat down to supper. Toad sat down, put his paw into his pocket, and pulled out a handful of silver. "Look at that!" he cried, displaying it. "That's not so bad, is it, for a few minutes' work? And how do you think I did it, Mole? Horse selling, that's how I did it." "Go on, Toad," said the mole with great interest. "Toad, be quiet, please," said the rat. "Never mind it, Mole, but please tell us as soon as possible what the position is, and what's the best to do now that Toad is back at last." "The position's about as bad as it can be," answered the mole sadly. "And as for what to do, I don't know. There are guards and weapons everywhere, and they threw stones at us. Always an animal keep watch, and when they see us, they start laughing. That is the worst." "It's a very difficult situation," said the rat, deep in thought. "But I think I see now what Toad really must do. I'll tell you. He must—" "Oh, no," cried the mole with his mouth full. "Nothing of the sort. You don't understand. What he must do is, he must—" "Well, I won't do it anyway," cried Toad in excitement. "I'm not going to listen to your orders. It's my house we're talking about, and I know exactly what to do. I'll tell you. I'm going to—" By this time, they were all three talking at once, at the top of their voices, when a thin, dry voice said, "Be quiet, all of you!" And then everyone was silent. It was the badger, who was looking at them severely. Then he turned back to the table and reached out for the cheese, and the others kept silence till the end of his meal. Then the badger got up from his seat and stood before the fireplace deep in thought. At last he spoke. "Toad," he said severely, "you bad, troublesome little animal, aren't you ashamed of yourself, you a son of my good friend?" Toad burst out crying. There, went on Badger more kindly. "Never mind, stop crying. We're going to forget everything and try and turn over a new leaf. But what the mole says is quite true. The stoats are on guard at every point, and they're the best guards in the world. It's quite useless to think of attacking the place. They're too strong for us." "Then it's all over," said the Toad, crying into the sofa.
I will go and become a soldier and never see my dear Toad Hall again." "Cheer up, Toady," said the Badger. "There are more ways of getting back a place than attacking it. Now I'm going to tell you a great secret." Toad sat up slowly and dried his eyes. He loved secrets very much, because he never could keep one, and he enjoyed sharing them. "There is an underground passage," said the Badger impressively, "that leads from the river bank right up into the middle of Toad Hall." "Oh, nonsense, Badger," said Toad. "I know every inch of Toad Hall inside and out. There's nothing of the sort." "My young friend," said the Badger with great severity, "your father, who was a great animal, a lot better than some others I know, was my special friend. He discovered the passage. He didn't make it, of course. And he repaired it and cleaned it out, and he showed it to me."
"Don't let my son know about it," he said. "He's a good boy, but very light in character, and simply cannot hold his tongue. Don't tell him about it till he really needs it." "Well, well," Toad said. "Of course I talk a lot, a popular fellow such as I am. My friends get round me, we chatter, we tell funny stories, and somehow my tongue gets too free. Never mind, go on, Badger. How's this passage going to help us?"
"I found out that there's going to be a big banquet tomorrow night," continued the Badger. "It's somebody's birthday, Chief Weasel's, I think, and all the Weasels will be together in the dining hall eating and having fun. No guns, no sticks, no arms of any sort."
"But the guards will keep watch as usual," said the Rat.
"Exactly," said the Badger, "and that is where the passage comes in. It leads right up under the cupboard next to the dining hall."
"Aha! That old board," said Toad. "Now I understand it."
"We will come out quietly," cried the Mole.
"With our pistols and sticks," said the Rat.
"And rush in upon them," said the Badger.
"And beat them, and beat them, and beat them," cried the Toad in ecstasy, running round and round the room and jumping over the chairs.
"Very well, then," said the Badger, in his usual dry manner. "Now go to bed. We'll make all the necessary arrangements in the course of the morning tomorrow."
Toad slept till a late hour next morning. He found the Badger in the armchair, reading the paper, and not thinking the least about what was going to happen that very evening. The Rat was running round the room busily, with his arms full of weapons of every kind, putting them in 4 little piles on the floor, and saying excitedly, "Here's a stick for the Rat, here's a stick for the Mole, here's a stick for the Toad, here's a stick for the Badger, here's a pistol for the Rat, here's a pistol for the Mole, here's a pistol for the Toad, here's a pistol for the Badger," and so on.
"That's all very well, Rat," said the Badger, looking at the busy little animal over the edge of his newspaper, "but just let us once get past the stoats with their ugly guns, and we won't need any sticks or pistols. We 4, with our sticks, once we're inside the dining hall, will clear the floor of all of them in 5 minutes."
"Better be on the safe side," said Rat, polishing a pistol. Then the Mole came into the room.
"I had such fun," he began at once. "I frightened the stoats."
"I hope you were very careful, Mole," said the Rat nervously.
"I hope so too," said the Mole. "I found that Toad's washerwoman dress hanging before the fire, so I put it on, and the hat and the shawl, and went off to Toad Hall. The guards were there, of course, with their guns and with their
'Who comes there?'
and all the rest of their nonsense. 'Good morning, gentlemen,' said I, very respectfully. 'Do you want any washing today?' They said,
'Go away, washerwoman. We don't do any washing on duty.'
'Or any other time,' said I. 'Ho, ho, ho! Wasn't I funny, Toad?' 'Careless animal,' said Toad very hotly. He felt very jealous of Mole's act. 'Some of the stoats turned quite pink,' continued the Mole, 'and the sergeant, he said to me, 'Now,
Run away, my good woman, run away. Don't keep my men talking on their posts. Run away, said I. It won't be me that'll be running away in a very short time. Oh, Moly, how could you? Said the rat in alarm. The badger laid down his paper. I could see them pricking up their ears and looking at each other, went on the mole, and the sergeant said to them, Never mind her, she doesn't know what she's talking about. Oh, don't I? Said I. Well, let me tell you this. My daughter, she washes for Mr. Badger, so I know what I'm talking about, and you'll know pretty soon, too. 100 angry badgers with guns are going to attack Toad Hall this very night. Rats with pistols will come up river and land in the garden, and a group of dangerous toads will attack the house. Then I ran away and I hid, and I came secretly back and looked at them through the hedge. They were all as nervous as they could be, running all ways at once, and falling over each other, and everyone giving orders to everybody else and not listening, and the sergeant kept sending off parties of stoats to distant parts of the grounds, and then sending other fellows to take them back again, and I heard them saying to each other, That's just like the weasels, they're to have the fun and food and toasts and songs, while we must keep watching the cold and the dark, and meet angry badgers. Oh, you fool, Mole, cried Toad, you spoiled everything. Mole, said the badger in his dry, quiet way, I must say you have more brains in your little finger than some other animals have in the whole of their fat bodies. Good Mole, clever Mole. The toad was simply wild with jealousy. He couldn't understand what the mole did that was so clever. Fortunately for him, the bell rang for lunch. It was a simple meal, after which the badger fell asleep, and the nervous rat continued his preparations and started running between his 4 little piles. And the mole took Toad by his arm, led him out into the open air, sat him into a chair, and made him tell him all his adventures from the beginning to end, which Toad was only too glad to do. Chapter 12. The Return of Ulysses. When it began to grow dark, the rat, with excitement and mystery, gathered them into the room, stood each of them in front of his little pile, and tried to dress them up for the coming expedition. He was very serious about it, and it took quite a long time. When all was quite ready, the badger took a dark lamp with one paw, his great stick in the other, and said, Now then, listen to me. Mole first, rat next, Toad last. And look here, Toady, don't you chatter so much as usual, or you will go back. The badger led them along by the river for a little way, and then suddenly jumped into a hole in the river bank a little above the water. The mole and the rat followed silently, but when it came to Toad's turn, of course he managed to slip and fall into the water with a loud splash and a cry of alarm. His friends caught him, rubbed him down, and comforted him, but the badger was really angry. So, at last, they were in the secret passage, and the expedition really began. It was cold, and dark, and wet, and low, and narrow, and poor Toad began to shake, partly from horror, partly because he was wet through. The lamp was far ahead, and he kept behind a little in the darkness. Then he heard the rat call out, "Come on, Toad!" and he came on with such a rush that he upset the rat into the mole and the mole into the badger, and for a moment all was confusion. The badger thought somebody attacked them from behind, and as there was no space to use a stick, he drew a pistol and was ready to put a bullet into Toad. When he found out the cause of the confusion, he was very angry indeed and said, "Now this time that tiresome Toad will stay behind." but Toad cried, and the other two promised to look after him, and at last Badger agreed, and the procession moved on, only this time the rat was last, with a strong hand on Toad's shoulder. So they went along, with their ears up and their paws on their pistols. Then suddenly they heard far away, and yet nearly over their heads, a mixed murmur of sound, as if people were cheering and stamping on the floor and beating on tables. The Badger said, "They are having a banquet." The passage now began to go up, and then the noise broke out again, quite distant this time, and very close above them. They hurried along the passage till they found themselves standing under the door that led up into the servants' room. Such a great noise was going on in the banqueting hall that nobody could hear them. The Badger said, "Now, boys, all together," and the four of them put their shoulders to the door and opened it. They found themselves standing in a small room with only a door between them and the banqueting hall. The noise, as they entered from the passage, was great. At last, as the cheering and beating slowly became lower, a voice said, "Well, I do not want to speak much longer," great applause, "but before I take my seat," new cheering, "I'd like to say one word about our kind host, Mr. Toad. We all know Toad," great laughter, "good Toad, kind Toad, honest Toad," laughter. "Only just let me get at him," said Toad. "Get ready, all of you," said the Badger. "Let me sing you a little song," went on the voice, "which I composed on the subject of Toad." Long applause. When the chief weasel, for it was he, began singing, the Badger took his stick with both paws, looked round at his friends, and cried, "It's time, follow me!" and opened the door wide. What a noise and cries filled the air! How the weasels dived under the tables and jumped madly up at the windows! How the ferrets ran wildly for the fireplace to hide in the chimney! How tables and chairs were upset in the panic of that terrible moment when the four heroes ran into the room! The mighty Badger, his great stick flying through the air; Mole, black and severe, with his terrible war-cry, "A mole! A mole!" Rat, brave and confident, with weapons of every sort at his belt; Toad, jumping into the air. There were only four of them, but to the terrified weasels the hall seemed full of monstrous animals, grey, black, brown, and yellow, jumping with enormous sticks, and they fled in terror this way and that, through the windows, up the chimney, anywhere to get from those terrible sticks. It was all over in 5 minutes. Through the broken windows came the cries of terrified weasels escaping across the lawn. On the floor lay some dozen or so of the enemy, on whom the Mole was busily fitting handcuffs. The Badger was resting from his labours. "Mole," he said, "you're the best of fellows. Just come outside and look after these stout guards and see what they're doing. I think that thanks to you we won't have much trouble from them tonight." The Mole went through a window, and the Badger asked the others, "Could you two set up a table on its legs again, and pick up knives and forks and plates and glasses from the floor, and look for some food?" They were ready to sit down to supper when the Mole came in through the window, laughing with an armful of rifles. "It's all over," he said. "As soon as the stoats heard the cries and the noise inside the hall, some of them threw down their rifles and ran away. The others stood for a bit, but when the weasels came rushing out upon them and the stoats mixed with the weasels, they all disappeared. Here are their rifles." "Excellent animal," said the Badger, his mouth full of chicken. Now there's just one more thing I want you to do, Mole, before you sit down to your supper with us, and I don't want to trouble you, only I know you will do it all right. I want you to take those fellows on the floor there upstairs with you and make them clean the bedrooms and tidy up. See that they wash under the beds and put clean sheets and pillowcases on and have a can of hot water and clean towels and soap in each room. And then you can give them a beating if you like and put them out by the back door, and we won't see any more of them, I think. And then come along and have some of this cold tongue. It's first class." The Mole picked up a stick, formed his prisoners up in a line on the floor, gave them the order, "Quick, march!" and led them off to the upper floor. After a time he appeared again, smiling, and said, "The rooms are clean and ready, and I didn't beat them. They had enough for one night, and the weasels quite agreed with me. They said, 'We're very sorry. It was all because of the Chief Weasel and the Stoats. We're happy to be of any service to you.' So I gave them a roll apiece and let them out at the back, and off they ran as hard as they could." Then the Mole pulled his chair up to the table and ate the cold tongue. And Toad put all his jealousy from him and said heartily, "Thank you kindly, dear Mole, for all your trouble tonight, and especially for your cleverness this morning." The Badger liked that and said, "There spoke my brave Toad." So they finished their supper in great joy and peace, and then went to rest between clean sheets, safe in Toad's home. The following morning, the Badger said to Toad, "I'm sorry, Toad, but I'm afraid there's a heavy morning's work in front of you. You see, we really must have a banquet at once, to celebrate the victory. It's the rule." "Oh, all right," said the Toad readily. "Anything you want, but why do you want to have a banquet in the morning?" "Don't try to look stupider than you really are," replied the Badger. "The banquet will be at night, of course, but you must write and send the invitations at once. Now sit down at that table. There's a letter paper on it, with Toad Hall at the top in blue and gold, and write invitations to all our friends, and I'll order the banquet." The Badger left the room in the direction of the kitchen, and as soon as the door closed behind him, Toad hurried to the writing table. A fine idea came to him. He will write the invitations, and he will take care to tell about the leading part he took in the fight, and how he knocked down the Chief Weasel, and he will speak of his adventures. It will be like this. Speech by Toad. There will be other speeches by Toad during the evening. Address by Toad. A synopsis. Our prison system. The waterways of Old England. Horse selling and how to sell. Property, its rights and its duties. Back to the land. A typical English squire. Song by Toad. Author Toad. Other compositions by Toad. The idea pleased him very much, and he worked very hard and wrote all the letters by noon. One of the weasels was to deliver them. When the other animals came back to lunch, very fresh after a morning on the river, the Mole looked at Toad, expecting to find him depressed. Instead, he was so happy that the Mole grew nervous, while the Rat and the Badger exchanged looks. As soon as the meal was over, Toad put his paws deep into his trouser pockets and said, "Well, look after yourselves, you fellows. Ask for anything you want," and was going off in the direction of the garden, where he wanted to think out an idea or two for his coming speeches, when the Rat caught him by the arm. Toad did his best to get away, but when the Badger took him firmly by the other arm, he began to see that the game was up. The two animals put him into a chair. Then they both stood in front of him, while Toad sat silent and looked at them darkly. "Now look here, Toad," said the rat. "We want you to understand clearly, once and for all, that there are going to be no speeches and no songs. Try to understand the fact that this time we're not arguing with you, we're just telling you." Toad saw that they saw through him. "May I sing them just one little song?" he asked. "No, not one little song," answered the rat firmly, though his heart hurt as he noticed the trembling lip of the poor Toad. "It's no good, Toady. You know well that your songs are all too proud and self-important, and your speeches are all self-praise and not true, and "Rubbish," put in the Badger in his common way. "It's all for your own good, Toady," went on the rat. "You know you must turn over a new leaf sooner or later, and now seems a splendid time to begin, a sort of turning point in your career. Please don't think that saying all this doesn't hurt me more than it hurts you." Toad stood a long while in thought. At last he raised his head, and the strong emotions were on his face. "You win, my friends," he said. "You're right, I know, and I am wrong. So now I will be a very different Toad. My friends, you will never blush for me again. But, oh dear, this is a hard world." And, pressing his handkerchief to his face, he left the room with shaking footsteps. "Badger," said the rat, "I feel like a monster. I wonder what you feel like." "Oh, I know," said the Badger sadly, "but we must do it. This good fellow will live here and have respect. Would you like him to be a common laughing-stock for stoats and weasels?" "Of course not," said the rat. "And talking of weasels, it's lucky we came upon that little weasel just as he was setting out with Toad's invitations. They were simply ugly. I confiscated them, and the good mole is now writing the new ones." At last the hour for the banquet began to draw near, and Toad was still sitting in his bedroom. Gradually his face cleared, and he began to smile. Then he took to laughing in a quiet manner. At last he got up, locked the door, drew the curtains across the windows, collected all the chairs in the room, and arranged them around, and took up his position in front of them. Then he bowed, and, letting himself go, he sang his last little song to the audience that his imagination so clearly saw. Then he went quickly down the stairs to greet his guests. All the animals cheered when he entered, and crowded round to congratulate him, and say nice things about his courage, and his cleverness, and his fighting qualities. But Toad only smiled weakly, and said, "Not at all." Otter, who was describing to a circle of friends exactly how he could manage things, came forward, threw his arm round Toad's neck, and tried to take him round the room in triumphal progress. But Toad said gently, as he set free, "The plan was Badger's. The mole and the water rat did the fighting. I did little or nothing." The animals looked at him in surprise, and Toad felt, as he moved from one guest to another, that he was an object of absorbing interest to everyone. The banquet was a success. There was much talking and laughter among the animals, and there were some cries of, "Toad, speech! Speech from the Toad! Song! Mr. Toad's song!" But Toad only shook his head gently, and raised one paw in protest. He was indeed a different Toad. After this adventure, the four animals continued to lead their lives. Toad bought a handsome gold chain and medallion with pearls, which he sent to the guard's daughter with a letter that even the Badger liked, and the engine driver in his turn got thanks and compensation for all his trouble. Under severe pressure from the badger, even the barge woman, with some trouble, got the money for her horse. Sometimes, in the course of long summer evenings, the friends took a walk together in the wild wood, and it was pleasing to see how respectfully the animals greeted them, and how the mother weasels brought their young ones to the entrance of their holes and said,
"Look, baby, there goes the great Mr. Toad, and that's the brave water rat, a terrible fighter, walking along with him. And there comes the famous Mr. Mole."
But when their infants were beyond control, they quietened them by telling them how terrible Grey Badger will get them. This was a lie, because Badger, though he cared little about society, was very fond of children. But it always had its full effect.